All right, y'all. Before we get into this one, I need you to understand something. This isn't just another what if Goku was stronger story. This is a complete reimagining of Dragon Ball from the ground up, built around one of the most addictive power systems in all of anime. We're talking about the solo leveling system. Quests, levels, shadow soldiers, dungeons, the whole thing dropped into the soul of Son Goku when he's nothing but a starving kid alone in the woods. And I promise you, by the end of this series, we are going places that are going to make your jaw hit the floor. But we're not starting there. We're starting at the end. Picture this: black screen, nothing, just silence. And then a heartbeat. Slow, heavy, like something ancient dragging itself back to consciousness. And then we fade in, and what we see is the end of everything. A battlefield that doesn't just stretch across a planet, it stretches across reality. Shattered planets floating like rubble in a dead ocean of space. The sky itself is cracked, literal fractures in the fabric of the universe, bleeding white light through the seams. And scattered across this impossible graveyard, lying broken and lifeless, are the gods of destruction. Belmod, Champa, Beerus, all of them. Dead. Every single one. And at the center of all of it, two figures. The first is the Grand Priest. You know him. The father of all angels, the right hand of Xano, arguably the most powerful combatant in all of Dragon Ball outside of the Omni King himself. He's standing there calm as ever, his staff humming with energy so dense it's warping the space around him. Serene, terrifying. And across from him, Son Goku. But this isn't the Goku you know. This isn't the goofy guy who forgets to bring senzu beans. His body is pulsing with dark violet energy, intertwined with silver light. The two colors twist around him like living things, like his aura can't decide if it's divine or something older. And beneath his feet, shadows flicker, the remnants of something, an army, echoes of soldiers that once numbered in the hundreds. They're gone now, all of them. Every last one sacrificed to get him to this point. He stands alone, and then a system window fades in beside him, and you read it. Son Goku, level infinity, title, the one who stands above all. Final quest, kill God. Close on Goku's face, and he's smiling, but it's not the Goku smile. Not the goofy grin, not the excited battle junkie look. This is something deeper, peaceful, almost sad. Like a man who's walked so far he can finally see where the road ends. And he says quietly, I finally understand why you gave me this power. The Grand Priest tilts his head, and behind him, floating on a throne above the shattered remnants of the multiverse, Xano watches. Both Xanos. Their eyes wide, not scared, entertained, smash cut to black. A single system notification appears on screen, rewinding to the beginning, and then the narrator speaks directly to you. Son Goku will one day stand against the Grand Priest himself, against Xano, against the gods of every universe, but right now he's a child, alone in the woods, about to die. This is the story of how a boy with nothing became a god who surpassed everything. And the question that will haunt every moment of this journey: who gave him the system, and what do they really want? So yeah, that's your cold open. That's the promise right out of the gate. You will get to that fight. Everything between now and then is the road, and I'm going to make sure every single step of that road earns its place. But now we rewind. All the way back, part 1, The Weakest Hunter. It's nighttime in the mountains. The night after Grandpa Gohan's death, though little Goku doesn't fully understand what that means yet. All he knows is that the old man who taught him to fight, who raised him, who was the only person in his entire world, isn't here anymore. The hut is empty, the fire is cold, and Goku is hungry. He wanders down to the river to try and catch fish, because that's what Grandpa taught him, right? You're hungry, you go get food. Simple. Except Goku is a child. A small, underfed, grieving child with barely any training beyond the basics. Gohan managed to teach him before he died. He slips on the wet rocks. The current catches him. He gets swept downstream, tumbling over stones, slamming into the riverbed, and he finally drags himself onto the bank, bleeding from a dozen cuts, shivering, barely conscious. And that's when he hears it. A low growl from the tree line. A saber tooth. Massive. Prehistoric. Eyes gleaming in the dark like 2 points of fire. It's been stalking him since he hit the water. The blood drew it in. And now it's standing at the edge of the clearing, muscles coiled, fangs bared, and this kid, this tiny, beaten-up kid, is the easiest meal it's seen in weeks. Goku tries to fight. Of course he does, he's Goku. He throws a punch. It's sloppy, weak. Grandpa Gohan taught him a stance, but he can barely hold it with his legs shaking like this. The saber-tooth swats him aside like nothing, claws rake across his chest, he hits the ground hard, tries to get up, gets slammed down again, and then he's on his back, staring up at the sky. The moon is out. Not full, thank God, just a crescent. And his blood is soaking into the dirt, and his heartbeat is getting slower and slower, and his vision is going dark around the edges, and the screen goes black. Goku's heartbeat stops. 1 second, 2 seconds, and then a pulse. Not from his heart, from somewhere deeper. A flash of light, blue, digital, like something booting up inside his soul, like a program that was dormant his entire life just received the activation signal it was waiting for. And the notifications begin. Conditions met, near-death state detected, soul compatibility 100%, initializing, solo leveling system activated. Welcome player, you have been chosen, level 1, base stats allocated. Strength 5, agility 4, intelligence 2, sense 3, vitality 6. Note, stats abnormally low for detected species. Potential unmeasured. And I love that last line, by the way. The system is basically saying you are pathetically weak for what you are, but whatever you're capable of becoming, I literally can't calculate it. That's the hook right there. The gap between where Goku is and where he could be, that's the entire story. Goku's wounds begin closing. Slowly. This isn't an instant heal. It's the system's first passive ability, accelerated recovery for the player. His heartbeat restarts, his eyes snap open, and the saber-tooth is still there, still hungry, still dangerous. But now, something is different. There's a faint red outline around the creature, shimmering, pulsing. The system's threat detection. Goku doesn't know what it is. He's a kid, he thinks he's seeing things, but instinctively he understands that thing is dangerous and I can see exactly where it is. Enemy detected saber-tooth, level 3. Player level 1. Engagement not recommended. Engagement not recommended. You know what Goku does with that advice? He ignores it. Obviously, he's Goku. He grabs a rock. Not a technique, not a ki blast, just a sharp rock and pure animal instinct. The saber-tooth lunges. Goku dodges, barely, and smashes the rock into its eye. The creature screams, rears back. Goku jumps on its back, wraps his arms around its throat, and squeezes with everything he has until the thing stops moving. It takes 5 minutes. He almost passes out twice. It's the ugliest, most desperate fight you'll ever see. And when it's over, Goku is lying on top of the dead saber-tooth, panting, covered in blood, most of it his. And the system pings, enemy defeated, saber-tooth, level 3, experience gained, 45, level up, 1 to 2, 1 strength, 1 agility, 1 vitality, and Goku feels it. The stat increase, his muscles tighten, his vision sharpens just a fraction. The cuts on his body sting less. He doesn't understand any of it. He's a child who was raised by an old man in the mountains. But he knows one thing. Whatever just happened, it made him stronger. And it felt good. Then the second notification. Daily quest unlocked. Complete the following every day. 50 push-ups, 50 squats, 5 kilometers run. Failure to complete equals penalty zone. Goku stares at this floating blue window that only he can see. He pokes it with his finger. It doesn't move. He tries to eat it. It doesn't taste like anything. He shrugs and goes to sleep next to the dead saber-tooth. That's how this story begins. So here's the thing about the early part of this story that I really want to nail. Goku doesn't understand the system at all. He's a kid who grew up in the wilderness with zero education. He can barely read. He thinks Bulma's car is a monster, for God's sake. So when a blue floating window shows up telling him to do 50 push-ups every morning, he doesn't think, oh, this is a sophisticated leveling mechanism designed to incrementally build my base stats through compounding daily gains. He thinks, the voice in my head says to do the exercises, and when I finish, I feel stronger, so I do them. And honestly, that's perfect, because we get to see the system through Goku's simplicity. He doesn't question it. He doesn't angst about it. He just does the work. Every morning he wakes up, does his push-ups, does his squats, runs through the mountains until the system tells him he's done. And every day, he gets a little bit stronger. The numbers tick up. Strength goes from 6 to 7, agility from 5 to 6, tiny increments, compound interest on his body. And while he's doing these daily quests, he's also hunting, fishing, fighting animals. The mountain wilderness is basically his starter zone, right? Wolves, bears, giant snakes. The Dragon Ball world is full of absurdly dangerous wildlife, and every fight gives experience. Not a lot, these are low-level mobs, but it adds up. By the time a few weeks have passed, Goku is level 4, then 5. His stats are climbing. He's faster, stronger, tougher. The kid who almost died to one Sabretooth is now taking down packs of wolves and walking away without a scratch. And then, the first big system moment. Goku's walking through the woods one morning, and the air in front of him cracks like glass. A jagged line appears in the middle of nothing, and it opens up into, well, the best way to describe it is a portal. A shimmering tear in reality, glowing faintly purple, and through it Goku can see a dark corridor, stone walls, torchlight. Instant dungeon bowl of rank E. Recommended level 3-6. Enemies, Shadow Wolves times 12. Clear reward experience plus item drop. Enter. Now, a rational person would look at a mysterious portal that just tore open in the sky and think, absolutely not. Goku looks at it and thinks, that looks fun, and walks straight in. Inside, it's a pocket dimension, a dungeon, long stone corridors lit by torches that burn with no fuel. And at the end of each corridor, Shadow Wolves. Not real wolves. Constructs made of dark energy with glowing red eyes and bodies that ripple like smoke given form. They attack in groups. They're fast. They hit hard for E-rank enemies, and Goku loves every second of it. He fights through all 12 of them. Bare fists, a stick he picked up off the ground, and pure Goku brand recklessness. He takes hits, the Shadow Wolves bite deep, and the damage is real. But his recovery passive kicks in between fights, and by the time he reaches the dungeon's final room, he's beaten, bloody, grinning from ear to ear, and dungeon cleared, Shadow Wolf Den, E-rank. Experience gained 120, level up 5-6, item drop, Senzu Fragment, heals minor wounds, single use. His first item, a small green bead that glows faintly. Goku holds it up confused, then pops it in his mouth because, again, this is Goku, and his cuts seal up instantly. His bruises fade, he feels great, and the system adds the Senzu Fragment to his inventory, showing him there are more items like this out there waiting to be found. But the real hook comes when Goku discovers the system store. It opens like a menu, a long list of items, skills, and abilities, all locked behind level requirements. He scrolls through with wide eyes, not understanding half of what he's reading, but recognizing that these are powers, things he can do. And scattered throughout the list he sees Ki Blast, unlock at level 15. Afterimage, unlock at level 20. Flight, unlock at level 50. He can't buy any of them yet. They're grayed out, locked behind levels he hasn't reached. But he can see them, and that's the roadmap. That's the carrot dangling in front of you. You know what's coming, you know these abilities exist, and you get to watch Goku earn them one by one. This, by the way, is what makes the solo leveling system such a perfect fit for Dragon Ball. In the original series, Goku's power-ups often feel random. He just trains hard and suddenly he's stronger, or he gets angry and unlocks a new form. With the system, every single advancement is visible, quantified. You can track his progress in real time. Oh, he's level 6 now. He needs to be level 15 to unlock Ki Blast. That's 9 more levels. It turns the entire story into a progression fantasy, and progression fantasy is addictive. Ask anyone who's read Solo Leveling. You just want to see the numbers go up. And when those numbers are attached to Son Goku, come on, that's unfair levels of engagement. Alright, so Goku's been grinding in the mountains for a while, killing monsters, clearing dungeons, doing daily quests. He's level 7, pushing 8. His stats are solid for a kid his age. And then one day he's walking along a dirt road carrying a giant fish over his shoulder, and a car comes out of nowhere and slams into him. He doesn't die, obviously. He's level 7 with boosted vitality, but he's mad. He thinks it's a monster, because what else would a kid who grew up in the wilderness think a car is? He picks it up and throws it. And that's how he meets Bulma. Now, this plays out mostly like canon. Bulma is looking for Dragon Balls. Goku has the 4-star ball that Grandpa Gohan left him. They team up, but there are subtle differences that the system creates. Goku is slightly sharper than canon Goku at this point. His intelligence stat has been climbing from daily quests. It's not high, he's still a socially clueless mountain child, but he processes danger faster. When Bulma accidentally triggers a trap in a cave, Goku's already moving before the boulder starts rolling. When a pterodactyl snatches Bulma, Goku's threat detection lights up, and he reacts in half a second. Small moments, nothing dramatic. But if you're paying attention, you can see that the system isn't just making him stronger, it's making him better. A slightly smarter Goku is still Goku, but those extra intelligence points mean he learns techniques faster, reads opponents better, and doesn't fall for the same trick twice. It's subtle now, it won't be subtle later. The Dragon Ball hunt is basically Goku's first quest chain. The system recognizes the search as a multi-stage objective. Quest: collect the Dragon Balls, 1/7 obtained. Reward: scales with completion. Full set bonus available. Each step of the journey gives small experience bursts. Meeting Oolong, the shape-shifting pig is tagged as a level 5 nuisance, barely worth fighting, but Goku gets credit for resolving the encounter. Running into Yamcha in the desert. Yamcha is scanned at level 9, which is actually higher than Goku at the time. Their fight is a genuine scrap, and the experience from battling a higher level opponent gives Goku a nice boost. Enemy Yamcha. Level 9. Level gap detected. Combat experience multiplied. Yamcha loses barely, but becomes a reluctant ally, and Goku hits level 9 himself from the fight. The system rewards fighting strong opponents disproportionately. That's a core mechanic. You don't level up fast by stomping weak enemies. You level up fast by picking fights you shouldn't win. And that's basically Goku's entire philosophy as a character anyway. The system just makes it optimal. They reach Pilaf's castle. Emperor Pilaf, the little blue gremlin with delusions of grandeur, has been collecting Dragon Balls too, and now he's got most of them. His castle is full of traps, puzzles, and his 2 bumbling minions. For the most part, this is comic relief territory. Pilaf is not a serious threat, and the traps are more annoying than dangerous. But then Pilaf busts out his ace, a giant combat mech, and the system takes notice. Quest: protect the Dragon Balls. Boss detected, Pilaf combat mech. Level 12. This is your first boss encounter. Prepare accordingly. Level 12 against Goku's level 10. Not a massive gap, but a gap. The mech is armored, has missiles, and Pilaf is piloting it from inside with his 2 cronies, providing weapons support. For a kid with no key abilities and nothing but his fists, this should be a problem. It's not. Goku's stats have been compounding for weeks. His strength is high enough to dent steel, his agility lets him dodge missile volleys, and his combat instincts, Predator's instinct from an earlier level up, let him sense the mech's weak points, the joints, the exhaust vents, the glass cockpit. He tears it apart piece by piece in a sequence that is just satisfying to watch. Pilaf screams the whole time. Quest complete, protect the Dragon Balls. Reward, +3 to all stats. Skill unlocked, Predator's instinct upgraded. Passive threat detection range increased. Weak points on enemies now highlighted. Goku hits level 11, the quest chain advances, and everything seems great, and then night falls, and the full moon rises. Now here's where it gets intense. You know what happens when a Saiyan with a tail looks at the full moon? Goku's eyes go blank. Blank, his heartbeat spikes, his body starts to grow, muscles bulging, bones cracking, fur erupting across his skin as he transforms into the Great Ape. The Oozaru, a 50-foot monster of pure destructive rage. And the system goes insane, warning uncontrolled transformation detected. Form Oozaru, base times 10 multiplier active, player consciousness offline. Berserker state engaged. No experience will be gained. No quests can be completed. Player is not in control. Red alerts everywhere. The system is screaming. Not because the Oozaru form is dangerous to enemies, it is, but because Goku isn't home. The transformation has hijacked his body. The system can't interface with a berserker state. It's like trying to run software on a computer that's been taken over by a virus. The hardware is there, but the user has been locked out. Oozaru Goku rampages, smashes Pilaf's castle, nearly kills his friends. Bulma is screaming, Yamcha's running, it's chaos. And through it all, the system is firing notifications that nobody can read because Goku's mind is gone. Long-term quest registered, master the beast within. Objective, learn to maintain consciousness during Oozaru transformation. Reward, that quest sits there, unanswered, a seed planted deep in the story that won't bloom for a long, long time. But when it does, oh, you guys are gonna love it. Trust me on that. Puar transforms into a giant pair of scissors. Same as canon, I love this moment too much to change it, and cuts Goku's tail off. The Oozaru shrinks. Goku collapses unconscious, naked, confused, with no memory of what just happened. His friends are shaken but alive. The Dragon Balls scatter after Pilaf makes his wish. He wishes for something stupid, naturally, and the adventure continues. But that quest, Master the Beast Within, it stays in Goku's quest log. Glowing, waiting. The system never forgets. A few days pass, the group goes their separate ways, Bulma back to West City, Yamcha following her like a lost puppy, Oolong along for the ride. And Goku has a promise to keep. Grandpa Gohan's friend, a martial arts master, lives on a tiny island in the middle of the ocean, the turtle hermit, Master Roshi. Goku arrives at Kame House, riding the Nimbus cloud. Krillin is already there, a short, bald kid from a monastery who wants to learn martial arts. Roshi agrees to take them both on as students, and for Goku this is perfect, structured training. A real master, someone who can push him in ways the wilderness never could. But here's the thing. As Goku stands on the beach, bouncing with excitement, chattering about how strong Master Roshi must be, the system pings, and the tone is different. Not the cheerful quest complete jingle, not the neutral info dump. This is darker, heavier. An alert that makes the air feel thick. Urgent quest detected. Threat classification, S rank. A darkness stirs beneath the earth. Ancient, sealed. Hungry. Time until emergence, 3 years. Current player level, 12. Recommended level for survival, 65+. Begin preparation immediately. Goku's smile falters. Just for a second, he doesn't know what an S-rank threat is, he doesn't know what emergence means, but he can feel it through the system, through some instinct that's deeper than stats and levels. Something bad is coming, something buried underground that's been sleeping for centuries, and it's starting to wake up. He's level 12. He needs to be level 65 in 3 years. He stares at the ocean. The waves crash against the shore. Krillin is yelling something behind him. Roshi is reading a magazine. The sun is setting. And for the first time, Goku's excitement isn't just about fighting, it's about surviving. The system had seen what no one else could. Buried beneath the earth, sealed away by a Namekian god centuries ago, a demon king was beginning to wake. Goku had 3 years. He was level 12. He needed to be level 65. The grind begins now. And that, y'all, is part 1. We went from the end of the multiverse to a bleeding kid in the woods to the beginning of the greatest training arc in anime history. Goku has the system. He has quests, dungeons, stats, a store full of abilities he can't afford yet, and a ticking clock counting down to something that'll make everything he's faced so far look like a warm-up. Master Roshi's training regimen is, let's be honest, one of the most underrated things in all of Dragon Ball. People forget how insane it was. This wasn't do some push-ups and spar. Roshi had Goku and Krillin delivering milk across an entire island chain on foot every morning, sprinting up mountains, swimming across lakes, dodging traffic, all before breakfast. Then they'd do construction work, then farming, then swimming with sharks. The man was running a boot camp designed to break grown adults, and he put 2 children through it. And the system absolutely loves this. See, here's where a really elegant mechanic kicks in. Goku's daily quest for the day is already set. 100 push-ups, 100 squats, 10 kilometers run, 100 sit-ups. Yeah, the requirements scaled up when he leveled. They'll keep scaling. But Roshi's training, that's separate. That's external physical training that the system recognizes as additional work on top of the daily minimum. Daily quest synergy detected. External training regimen identified. High intensity, multi-discipline physical conditioning. System experience gain amplified by times 1.5 for duration of synergized training. A 1.5 times multiplier. That might not sound like much, but remember, daily quest experience compounds. Every single day, Goku is getting 50% more experience than he would be getting from just the system quests alone. Over weeks and months, that adds up astronomically. It's like the difference between a savings account with 5% interest and one with 7.5%. Give it enough time and the gap becomes a canyon. Roshi notices something is off almost immediately. Not the system, he can't see that, but the rate. Goku is improving too fast, way too fast. In the first week, Goku can barely keep up with the milk delivery route. By the 3rd week, he's finishing it before Krillin is halfway done. His punches are hitting harder. His reflexes are sharpening. He's learning techniques after seeing them once or twice, instead of the usual dozens of repetitions. Roshi, sitting on his beach chair, lowers his sunglasses and watches Goku sprint past carrying a boulder on his back, laughing like it's a game. Roshi says, "That boy isn't just talented, something is driving him, like he's got an engine inside that never stops accelerating. He chalks it up to natural genius. Maybe something about Goku's mysterious origins, the tale, the strength, the way he arrived on the mountain as a baby. Roshi doesn't know about Saiyans. He doesn't know about the system. But his instincts as a martial arts master are telling him, this kid is different in a way I've never seen before. And he's right. He just doesn't know how right. Meanwhile, Goku hits a major milestone at level 15. Level 15 reached. Skill tree system unlocked. Available trees, martial arts key manipulation body reinforcement. You may now allocate stat points into focused specialization paths. Skill trees. Now Goku doesn't just get flat stat increases, he can choose where to invest. Martial arts improves technique efficiency, combo chains, and counterattack timing. Key manipulation governs energy attacks, sensing, and projection. Body reinforcement is raw durability, recovery speed, and physical resistance. Goku, being Goku, dumps everything into martial arts and key manipulation, because of course he doesn't care about defense, he wants to hit things harder and shoot energy beams. The body enforcement tree sits there neglected like a middle child. Classic Goku. But the big unlock at level 15, the one you've been waiting for since part 1, system store, skill available, key blast, basic energy projection, channel internal energy into a concentrated ranged attack. Cost 500 store points, affordable. Purchase, Goku buys it instantly. And now he has the foundation, raw key projection. He can gather energy in his palms and fire it. It's crude, it's unrefined, it's basically a flashlight compared to what's coming. But it's there. And that is why the next moment hits so hard. Roshi is training the boys on the beach one evening. He's explaining the concept of ki life energy, the force that flows through all living things. Krillin is struggling with it. Goku is nodding along, only half listening because he already has a ki stat. But then Roshi says, let me show you what ki can really do. He plants his feet, cups his hands at his side. And the old man, who's been pretending to be a frail pervert for months, lets the mask slip just for a second, and his power surges. The ocean behind him begins to pull back, the sand trembles, and he fires it. The Kamehameha wave, a beam of concentrated ki that rockets across the ocean and annihilates a distant rock formation. The explosion is visible from miles away. Krillin's jaw is on the floor. Goku's eyes are the size of dinner plates, but inside Goku's head, the system is doing something we haven't seen before. Technique observed, Kamehameha wave. Classification, A rank key technique. Concentrated beam type energy projection. Analysis in progress. Cross-referencing with player's existing ki blast skill. Skill learning progress, 40%. Repeated observation and practice required to fully acquire. Yo, the system is reverse engineering the Kamehameha in real time. It watched Roshi perform it, analyzed the energy flow, the hand positioning, the compression pattern, and it's telling Goku, you've got 40% of the puzzle figured out. Keep watching, keep practicing, you'll get there. This is going to pay off throughout the entire series. Every time Goku sees a new technique from anyone, friend or enemy, the system is going to analyze it. Some techniques he'll learn instantly if they're simple enough. Others will take multiple observations. Some might require specific stat thresholds or skill tree investments before the system can even begin decoding them. It turns every fight Goku watches into a learning opportunity, not just entertainment. And it means you're always watching for that notification. Technique observed, learning progress, X%. Goku, being Goku, tries the Kamehameha that same night. First attempt, a sad little puff of energy that fizzles out after 2 feet. Second attempt, a wobbly beam that curves sideways and hits a palm tree. Third attempt, after an hour of practice, Kamehameha wave, learning progress, 40% to 75%. A proper beam. Not as strong as Roshi's, not as focused, but a real Kamehameha. The system supplements his natural talent, and his natural talent feeds the system's analysis. It's a feedback loop, and Roshi, watching from the window of Kame House, nearly drops his magazine. Roshi says, he learned it in one night? It took me 50 years to develop that technique. The 21st World Martial Arts Tournament experience farming the hard way. 8 months of training later. Goku is level 18 entering the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. Krillin is there too, and while the system can't interface with Krillin directly, Goku can scan him. Ally, Krillin, level 14. Strong for a human, limited key development. High determination stat, if such a thing were measured. The tournament is a buffet of experience opportunities. Each fight gives combat experience scaled to the opponent's level. And while the early opponents aren't particularly strong, they're still worth something. especially when the system has that beautiful mechanic, adaptive combat. Experience gain increases the longer a fight continues. The preliminary rounds are a breeze. Goku one-shots a series of adult martial artists who have no business being in the same ring as him. The system barely registers them. Opponent, generic fighter Hatter 1, level 6, experience gained, negligible. Opponent, generic fighter 2, level 7, experience gained, negligible. But the main bracket, that's where things get interesting. Bacterian, the big smelly guy, who fights by being so disgusting nobody can get close. Level 10, Krillin handles him after Goku helpfully reminds Krillin that he doesn't have a nose, one of the most ridiculous moments in Dragon Ball history, and I refuse to change it because it's perfect. Jiran, the dragon-looking dude who traps opponents in his gum-like spit. Level 13. Goku fights this one. The system highlights the gum as a status effect. Status restrained, movement disabled, break free with strength check, Goku flexes out of it, clean win. Small experience. Nam, the fighter from a drought-stricken village who needs the prize money to buy water for his people. Level 15. Goku fights him respectfully, wins. And the system does something unexpected. Opponent motivation detected, non-hostile, fighting for survival of dependence. No bonus experience for defeating a desperate protector. The system recognizes honor. That's a small detail, but it matters. The system isn't purely mercenary, it differentiates between opponents. It recognizes context, it knows the difference between a monster trying to kill you and a good man trying to save his village, and it adjusts accordingly. This will come up again later in much bigger ways. Goku is level 19 heading into the semifinals, and then he runs into Jackie Chun. Now, for anyone who doesn't know, Jackie Chun is Master Roshi in disguise. Wig, sunglasses, fake name, the whole deal. He entered the tournament specifically to make sure Goku and Krillin don't win, because he believes that if they win too early, they'll stop training. He wants them hungry. He wants them to taste defeat and come back stronger. It's honestly one of the most quietly brilliant things Roshi ever did. He could have just let Goku win and gone home. Instead, he put on a disguise and entered the ring himself because he cared more about his students' growth than their happiness. That's a real teacher. But Goku doesn't know any of this. All he knows is that the bald dude in the sunglasses just got scanned, and the numbers are bad. Enemy, Jackie Chun. Level 28. Level gap detected +9 above player. Combat experience multiplier active. Fighting this opponent will yield significantly increased experience. Caution advised. This opponent's key control far exceeds your own. Level 28. Goku is level 19. That's a 9-level gap, and at this stage of the game, 9 levels is a lot. Roshi has decades of experience, refined technique, and a key reserve that dwarfs anything Goku can produce. On paper, this fight shouldn't be close, and honestly, it isn't. Not really. Roshi controls the pace from the start. Every time Goku rushes in, Roshi redirects him. Every technique Goku tries, Roshi has a counter. When Goku fires a Kamehameha, Roshi fires one right back, identical power, identical form because he invented the technique. The kid is fighting the source code of his own best move. But here's what makes it interesting: the longer the fight goes, the more Goku learns. Adaptive combat is kicking in, giving him incremental experience with every exchange. The system is analyzing Roshi's movements, cataloging his techniques. Technique observed, drunken fist, learning progress 30%. Technique observed, after image strike, learning progress 55%. Technique observed, thunder shock surprise, learning progress 20%. Goku is absorbing everything Roshi does. Even as he's losing, he's getting richer. Every hit he takes is a lesson his body is downloading. The fight ends the same way it does in canon: the after-image exchange, the Kamehameha clash, and finally Roshi lands a clean hit that knocks Goku out of the ring. Goku loses. He's disappointed. Krillin is disappointed. But the system? The system is thrilled. Match complete. Defeat. Massive experience gained from level gap combat. Level up 19 to 22. 3 levels from a single fight, because fighting a stronger opponent is the fastest way to level in this system. Losing doesn't mean you wasted your time. It means you pushed yourself against something above your weight class, and your body and mind grew from the stress. That's Saiyan biology and solo leveling mechanics working in perfect harmony. And then the hidden quest. Hidden quest complete. Survive a fight against a superior opponent. Reward +3 agility, 2 intelligence. Skill learned, adaptive combat upgraded. Experience gain now increases exponentially the longer a fight continues against a stronger opponent. The loss was the reward. Goku doesn't know it yet, but this fight, this failure, just set him up for everything that comes next. Because adaptive combat is going to be one of the most important skills in his entire toolkit. Every long fight from this point forward is a leveling opportunity. The more he struggles, the stronger he gets. And Goku always struggles. He always picks fights above his weight class. He's basically min-maxing accidentally just by being himself. Roshi wins the tournament, reveals nothing, goes home and pretends nothing happened. Krillin is bummed, Goku is fired up, and the real adventure is about to begin, the Red Ribbon Army. So here's where I get to do something fun with the source material. The Red Ribbon Army arc in original Dragon Ball is fine. It's got good moments, Muscle Tower, Android 8, the General Blue chase, but it's also kind of a slog in places, lots of filler, lots of meandering. It works in a weekly manga format where you're reading 5 pages at a time, but for a YouTube script, it needs restructuring. See, the Red Ribbon Army is perfect for this. They're a global military organization with bases scattered across the world, each one controlled by a different commander, each one housing a piece of what Goku needs, in this case, Dragon Balls. So instead of Goku just wandering from base to base beating up soldiers, the system reframes the entire Red Ribbon Army as a linked dungeon chain. Each base is a floor, each commander is a floor boss, and the whole thing is one massive quest. Quest chain: dismantle the Red Ribbon Army. Total bases 6, commanders 6, hidden boss, Commander Red headquarters. Clear all bases to unlock final dungeon, Red Ribbon headquarters. Current player level 22, recommended level 25-35. And I love this because it gives the arc structure. You know, there are 6 bases. You can track progress. Each base conquered is a checkbox filled, a floor cleared. It turns what was a meandering adventure into a focused campaign, and every base Goku hits, he levels up, gets stronger, learns new things. I'm going to speed through most of the bases because this part is already going to be long, but the ones that matter, let me give them the attention they deserve. Muscle Tower, the crown jewel. Muscle Tower is a 5-floor dungeon buried in the frozen north, and it is the best part of the original Red Ribbon arc. Each floor has a different challenge, a different boss, and Goku has to fight his way to the top to save a village being held hostage by the commander. System Dungeon, Muscle Tower. Floors, 5. Difficulty B rank. Clear reward, major experience plus rare item drop. Warning, environmental hazard, extreme cold, vitality drain in effect. Floor 1, standard soldiers. Fodder, Goku blitzes through them so fast the system barely has time to assign experience. Floor 2, a swordsman. Sergeant Major Purple, a ninja who fights dirty with tricks, clones, and cheap shots. Level 18. Goku handles him, but the ninja's evasiveness makes the fight last longer than expected, which means adaptive combat kicks in. More experience than the level would suggest. Floor 3, Android 8. Now, Android 8, or Aider as Goku names him, is one of my favorite characters in early Dragon Ball. He's a hulking robot built for war, who hates fighting. He's gentle, he's kind, he doesn't want to hurt anyone, and when his commander orders him to kill Goku, he refuses. The system scans him, Entity, Android 8, Artificial Life Form, Level 22, Status Non-Hostile, refuses Combat Directive, Classification, Potential Ally. Note, cannot be Shadow Extracted, Artificial Life Form, no Soul Signature detected. That last line is important. The system is already flagging something for later. Shadow extraction requires a soul. Robots, androids, machines, they don't have one. You can't extract what isn't there. This is a rule that'll matter much later, but the system is establishing it now, casually, in a way you absorb without realizing you're being taught. Aider joins Goku. They climb together. The system registers him as a temporary party member, and Goku's mentor passive, well, more of a friendship buff at this point, gives Aider a small combat boost just from being near him. Floor 4, General White's traps. Pitfalls, ice mazes, automated turrets. Goku powers through with agility and Predator's instinct, highlighting every trap before it triggers. The floor is more about puzzle solving than combat, and Goku's rising intelligence stat actually helps here. He's not brilliant, but he's not the complete dunce he was in Part 1 either. He's growing, slowly, but it's visible. Floor 5, General White himself, plus a surprise. Bion, the giant rubber monster that absorbs physical attacks. Bion is level 25 and damn near invincible to blunt force. Goku punches him, bounces right off. Kicks him, same thing. Every attack just sinks into Bion's elastic body and does nothing. But Goku doesn't brute force the problem. He uses the environment, kicks a hole in the wall, lets the Arctic air flood in, and Bion freezes. Rubber doesn't handle cold well. One punch shatters the frozen monster into 1,000 pieces. Enemy defeated, Bion. Level 25, environmental bonus plus 200 experience. Intelligence 2 for creative problem solving. I love that. The system rewards smart fighting, not just strong fighting. And Goku is starting to get it, dimly, instinctively, that the system values how you win as much as whether you win. General White goes down easy after Bion is dealt with. Ader gets his freedom, the village is saved, and Goku walks out of Muscle Tower at level 28 with a new friendship and a growing understanding that power isn't just about hitting things harder. And then, this moment, the one I've been building to, the first Shadow Tease. Goku clears another Red Ribbon base, this one in the tropics, run by a particularly brutal Colonel. The fight is messy. The Colonel pulls a gun when martial arts fails, tries to shoot Goku in the back. Goku dodges, lands a clean hit, and the Colonel goes down, hard. Cracked skull, dead on impact. Goku stares at the body. He's never killed a human before. Animals, sure. Dungeon monsters, plenty. But this was a person. He doesn't feel great about it, but he doesn't feel terrible either. The man tried to murder him. It was self-defense. And then something happens. A faint dark mist begins rising from the Colonel's body, like smoke, but alive. It curls and twists in the air with a kind of intention, reaching toward Goku like it recognizes him. Goku takes a step back, confused. The system flickers. Feature detected. Shadow extraction. Status locked. Requires level 100 plus Monarch class threshold. Current progress 28,100. The mist dissipates, fades into nothing. Goku blinks, rubs his eyes, and dismisses it as a weird trick of the light. But you don't dismiss it. You just saw a preview of the most important ability in the entire solo leveling system, Shadow Extraction. The power to raise the dead as loyal Shadow soldiers, the foundation of the Shadow Monarch's army, and it's locked. Level 100. Goku is level 28, that's 72 levels away. But the seed is planted. You know it's coming now. Every time Goku beats a powerful enemy from this point forward, you're going to be thinking, can he extract that one? When does he hit level 100? Who's going to be his first Shadow Soldier? The anticipation engine is running, and it's not going to stop until part 3. Post-Muscle Tower, post-base clearing, Goku is level 30 and climbing. The Red Ribbon Army quest chain is nearly complete. He's heading to the final bases. Everything is going great. And then Mercenary Tao shows up. Mercenary Tao, the first real wall. Here's the thing about Dragon Ball as a story. The early arcs are full of opponents who are kind of dangerous but never truly life-threatening. Pilaf was a joke. The tournament fighters were challenges but not killers. Even the Red Ribbon commanders were just military dudes with guns and gadgets. None of them represented a genuine existential threat to Goku. Mercenary Tao is different. Mercenary Tao is the first person in this entire story who can straight up kill Goku. Not knock him out, not give him a tough fight, kill him. And the system knows it immediately. Tao descends from the sky. He literally rides a stone pillar he threw into the air, surfing on it like some kind of psychotic javelin. He lands in front of Goku without a wrinkle on his silk outfit. His eyes are dead, not angry, not excited, just empty. Professional. He's here to do a job. The system scans him. Enemy, Mercenary Tao, level 42, classification S-rank assassin, world's deadliest human combatant. Warning, enemy exceeds player level by 12+. Extreme caution advised. Survival probability 31%. Level 42. Goku is level 30. 12 levels above, and at this stage of the game, 12 levels against an opponent. This skill is not a gap, it's a canyon. Every stat Tao has is higher. His speed is in a different class. His technique is refined to the point where every movement is lethal efficiency, and the survival probability, 31%. The system has never given Goku a number that low. Against the Sabretooth in part 1, it said engagement not recommended, but didn't calculate odds because the fight was optional. This time, the system is doing the math, and the math says Goku dies 7 times out of 10. Goku fights anyway. You know he does. But this isn't like the Roshi fight where he was overmatched but never in real danger. This is a beating. Tao doesn't toy with him. He's an assassin. He goes for the kill immediately. He reads Goku's patterns in seconds. Every system-enhanced dodge gets predicted. Every counterattack gets shut down before it starts. Goku fires a Kamehameha. Tao deflects it with one hand. Goku uses Afterimage. Tao attacks the real one without even glancing at the copy. And then the tongue beam. Yeah. In original Dragon Ball, Mercenary Tao kills General Blue with his tongue, just stiffens his tongue and stabs the man through the skull with it. It's horrifying. It's played for comedy, but it's horrifying. In our story, Tao uses the Dodon Ray, his signature beam from his finger, and puts it straight through Goku's chest. Not near the heart, through the left side, just barely missing the vital organs, but the damage is catastrophic. Blood everywhere. Goku's vision whites out. He crumples. His heartbeat stops. Lethal damage detected. Player vitality, critical. Heart rate, 0. Activating penalty zone survival test. The penalty zone, you earn the right to live. Remember the daily quest system? Failure to complete equals penalty zone. We've never seen what that actually means because Goku has never failed a daily quest. But now the system is using the penalty zone for something else as an emergency protocol. Goku's body is dying. His heart is stopped. And the system, rather than letting him die, drags his consciousness into an internal dimension for one final test. Survive this, and you earn the right to keep living. Goku wakes up in complete darkness. Absolute void. No ground, no sky, no horizon. Just black in every direction. He's standing on nothing, and he's whole, no chest wound, no blood. But the pain is still there, ghosting through his body like a memory that won't fade. Penalty zone activated. Objective: survive. Duration: until the system determines your will to live. Enemies: system constructs. They are not real. The damage is shadows come, not the dark mist from the extraction teas. These are system-created enemies. Constructs: test dummies made of pure hostile energy, shaped like faceless humanoids. They're not clever, they're not creative, they just attack. Wave after wave after wave. And Goku fights. He fights for what feels like hours. In reality, his body is lying in a crater with a hole in its chest and his heart isn't beating. The system is keeping his brain alive through pure energy manipulation, buying seconds by spending its own reserves. But inside the penalty zone, Goku is fighting an endless war with a body that's at full strength, but surrounded by enemies that keep coming no matter how many he puts down. He breaks bones. They reset. He collapses from exhaustion. The constructs don't stop. He gets up. He fights. He falls. He gets up again. This isn't a battle. It's a statement of intent. The system is asking a question. Do you want to live badly enough to earn it? And Goku keeps getting up, because that's what Goku does. That's the fundamental, irreducible core of his character. Not Saiyan biology, not the system, not transformations or power levels. It's the fact that Son Goku will always get up. Always. You can break every bone in his body and he'll stand on shattered legs and throw a punch with dislocated arms because giving up is simply not in his source code. Finally, the constructs stop coming. The darkness lifts. A notification appears. Penalty zone cleared. The system has measure will. It is sufficient. Reward. Title: One Who Defies Death. Passive skill unlocked: Death Rebound. Upon surviving lethal damage, all stats are doubled ×2 for 60 seconds. Cooldown: 24 hours. Player body healed to 50% capacity. Resume activity. Death Rebound. Death freaking rebound. Let me explain why this skill is one of the most important things in the entire series. Anytime Goku takes damage that should kill him and survives, all of his stats double for 1 full minute. That's not just strength. That's speed, durability, key output, reaction time, everything. For 60 seconds, Goku is twice as strong as his normal maximum. And this stacks with whatever form or technique he's currently using. Right now at level 30, that means going from effective combat rating 30 to effective combat rating 60. Decent, but not earth-shattering. But imagine this skill at level 500, or level 1000, or when he can go Super Saiyan and his base is multiplied by 50 before the doubling. The scaling on this ability is insane, and it perfectly captures one of the most fundamental Dragon Ball tropes. Goku gets beaten half to death, and then he comes back stronger. The system just mechanized it. It turned the vibes into math. The cooldown prevents abuse once every 24 hours. You can't just keep dying over and over to farm the buff. But once per major fight, that's all Goku needs. Goku wakes up in the real world. He's alive, barely. His chest wound has partially closed. The system healed him to 50%, which is enough to not die, but not enough to fight. Tao has already left, assuming Goku is dead, which is fair. Tao put a beam through a child's chest. Most people don't walk that off. Goku's allies, the villagers he was helping, the friends he's made on his journey, carry him to the nearest safe haven. And Goku, delirious with pain but conscious, tells them, I need to get to Korin Tower. Korin Tower, a impossibly tall pillar stretching from the ground to the clouds. At the top lives Korin, an ancient, wise cat, who guards the sacred water, a liquid said to unlock the drinker's hidden potential. Climbing the tower is the training. It takes Goku days. The system tracks his progress. Training event, Korin Tower Ascension. Physical conditioning, extreme endurance, grip strength, altitude adaptation. Experience gain, continuous during climbs, scaling with elevation. At the top, Korin tests Goku, the classic try to take the water from me challenge. Goku chases Korin around the tower for 3 days, learning to read movement, predict feints, and move without telegraphing his intent. It's stealth training disguised as a game of keep away, and the system is cataloging every lesson. Technique training, predictive movement, learning progress 60%, 75%, 90%. Combat skill improvement, reaction time decreased by 0.3 seconds. Goku finally catches Korin and earns the sacred water. The old cat grins and tells him the water was never the point. The training was, but in this version, the water is also the point. Because the system classifies it, item consumed, sacred water. Classification, A rank stat elixir. Effect, unlocks dormant physical and ki potential. Permanent stat enhancement, all base stats permanently plus 15. Level recalculation in progress, level 30 to 40. 10 levels. From drinking 1 cup of magical water. That's not something the system can replicate. The sacred water is a one-time consumable that the system recognizes as an external power-up and integrates into its framework. It's like finding a legendary item in a game that gives you a flat stat bonus on top of everything you've earned through gameplay. It doesn't replace the grind, it supplements it. Goku descends from Korin Tower at level 40 with massively improved stats, a new understanding of combat movement, and one very specific target in mind. Rematch, Goku versus Mercenary Tao, leveled up. Tao is still working for the Red Ribbon Army. He's been hired to hunt Dragon Balls and eliminate anyone who gets in the way. He's at Goku's last known location, intimidating villagers, and then he senses something approaching. Something that feels familiar but wrong, like a signal that's been amplified tenfold. Goku lands in front of him. Tao's eyes narrow. He recognizes the kid, the dead kid, the kid with a hole in his chest who should be rotting in a ditch somewhere. Tao says, "Impossible. I killed you." Goku says, "Yeah, you did. And then I got back up." The system scans Tao again. Enemy, Mercenary Tao, level 42, player level 40, gap, 2 levels. Previous survival probability, 31%. Current survival probability, 87%. Note, players' stat distribution, skill upgrades, and combat experience have shifted the balance dramatically. The rematch isn't close, and not in Tao's favor this time. Goku has gained 10 levels since their last fight. His base stats are enormously higher. His technique has been refined by Korin's training, and his adaptive combat skill means every second the fight continues, he's learning Tao's patterns faster than Tao can adjust. Tao attacks with the same lethal efficiency. Dodon Ray, pressure point strikes, his terrifying speed, but Goku dodges everything. Not barely, cleanly. He reads Tao's movements before they happen. The predictive movement training from Korin Tower kicks in. Tao feints left. Goku is already covering the real attack vector. Tao starts to panic. This wasn't the plan. This kid should be dead. How is he? Goku hits him with a Kamehameha that he doesn't even charge fully. Doesn't need to. It sends Tao rocketing backwards through 2 buildings. Tao staggers to his feet, broken ribs, bleeding from the mouth, and for the first time in his professional career, afraid. Goku could kill him. The system doesn't recommend it or advise against it. It simply notes, enemy at critical condition, finish or spare. Goku doesn't kill him. He walks away. Tao lives, broken, humiliated, but breathing. Mercy shown to defeated enemy. Logged. And now I need to talk about why this matters, because the system logging Goku's of Mercy is not a throwaway detail. It's building a profile. Every time Goku kills, the system records it. Every time Goku spares someone, the system records that too. These aren't just flavor text, they're data points. The system is measuring what kind of person Goku is, and that measurement is going to matter when we get to the Monarch's path. Because in solo leveling, the Monarch's power is deeply tied to the wielder's nature. A Monarch built on cruelty produces one kind of army. A Monarch built on mercy produces another, and the system is keeping score. Goku rolls through Red Ribbon headquarters like a natural disaster. Commander Red, Staff Officer Black, the whole leadership demolished. The quest chain completes. Dismantle the Red Ribbon Army. All bases cleared. Commander Red defeated. Organization dissolved. Reward, massive experience plus title, Army Breaker. Level 40 to 44. From a kid who was level 12 at the start of this part. And there's still one more major beat. The 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament. Rivals forged. 3 years have passed since the 21st tournament. Goku has been training non-stop. Daily quest compound gains pushing him slowly but steadily upward through the level 40s. By the time the 22nd Budokai rolls around, he's level 46, but he's not the only one who's been getting stronger. The tournament reintroduces Tien Shinhan and Chiatsu, students of the Crane School trained by the Crane Hermit, Mercenary Tao's brother, as it happens. And Tien is strong. Entrant, Tien Shinhan. Level 48, three-eyed human, Crane School martial arts, advanced key techniques. Note, this opponent is 2 levels above the player. Combat advantage, slight, level 48 to Goku's 46. A small gap, but against an opponent this skilled, 2 levels matters. And Tien has techniques Goku has never seen. The Tri-Beam, Solar Flare, Multiform. The system starts analyzing them immediately. Technique observed, Solar Flare, learning progress. 70%, simple light-based technique. Technique observed, Tri-Beam, learning progress 25%, complex life force technique, risky. Goku vs. Tien is the fight of the tournament. It's everything the 21st tournament Roshi fight was, but more. 2 prodigies pushing each other to the absolute limit. The system rewards every clever counter, every strategic adjustment. Intelligence 1, successful prediction of fight pattern. Agility 1, successfully dodged Tri-Beam radius. Adaptive combat, experience accumulating, fight duration exceeding optimal threshold. Bonuses increasing. The fight lasts longer than any Goku has had, and the longer it goes, the more experience he's banking. Tien hits him with everything. Tri-Beam, multiform, raw physical superiority. Goku takes it all and keeps coming back. He fires a full-power Kamehameha that Tien barely deflects. Tien responds with a knee strike that cracks Goku's ribs. In the end, Goku loses by ring out. Same as canon, both fighters fall from the sky after a mid-air exchange, and Goku hits a truck, terrible luck, and bounces into the out-of-bounds area a fraction of a second before Tien touches down in the ring. It's the thinnest possible margin. And the Hidden Quest fires. Hidden Quest complete. Show mercy and restraint against a rival. Throughout this fight, the player had opportunities to use lethal force and chose not to. Reward, skill, ruler's authority, minor telekinesis, status locked. Requires level 80, will unlock automatically upon reaching threshold. Ruler's authority, telekinesis. The ability to manipulate objects and apply force at a distance through pure willpower. It's locked. Goku can't use it yet. Won't be able to for a long time, but you know it's in the pipeline now. Level 80, that's the number to watch. Another carrot, another milestone, another reason to keep watching. Goku finishes the tournament at level 48, nearly quadrupling his level from the start of this part. He's gone from a level 12 kid doing milk deliveries to a level 48 martial artist who can fight the best humans on Earth to a standstill. The S-rank threat the system warned about, the one that requires level 65, he's getting close. He's got time, or so he thinks. The tournament is over, everyone is celebrating. Tien, who started as an antagonist, has been humbled by the experience and is beginning his redemption arc. Goku is planning his next training journey. Krillin is cracking jokes, everything feels light, happy, safe. And then Krillin goes back to the arena to grab something he forgot. He doesn't come back. Goku feels it before he sees it. A spike of cold through the system, not a gradual alert, not a scaling threat detection. A spike, like a needle driven into the base of his skull. Alert, ally terminated. Identity, Krillin, status, dead. Cause of death, lethal force applied by unknown hostile entity. Power signature analysis, match found. This signature matches the S-rank threat previously detected. The entity sealed beneath the earth. The Demon King has awakened. Goku runs to the arena, he finds Krillin's body, small, broken, eyes still open. Goku's best friend, the first person his age he ever met. The boy he trained alongside, sparred with, laughed with, grew up with, lying dead on cold stone. Goku's hands are shaking. The system responds to the emotional surge, not with comfort, not with platitudes. With a quest, emotional surge detected. Channeling into quest parameters, emergency quest, hunt the Demon King. Target King Piccolo. S-rank threat, status active. The sealed entity has emerged. His minions walk the earth. Failure condition, death of all remaining allies. Reward, accept. Close on Goku's face. His eyes are wet, but they're hard. Not grief, not yet. That'll come later, in quiet moments, in sleepless nights. Right now, there's only one thing in his mind. One clean, bright, burning thing. He slams his fist into the ground hard enough to crack the stone. One word, yes. And that is part 2, y'all. We just went from Roshi's boot camp to the World Tournament to the Red Ribbon Army, reimagined as a dungeon crawl to Mercenary Tao nearly killing Goku, and actually killing him for a few seconds. To the penalty zone, Korin Tower, the Sacred Water power jump, the rematch, the 20-second Budokai, and the devastating gut punch of Krillin's death at the hands of something Goku has been warned about since part 1. The system warned him. 3 years ago, sitting on that beach at Kame House, the system told him something was coming. Level 65. He's at level 48. He's close, but he's not there yet, and the Demon King isn't going to wait for him to finish leveling. Let's start where we left off, with Goku on his knees next to Krillin's body, fist buried in cracked stone, one word on his lips: yes. The quest is accepted. The hunt begins. Goku doesn't grieve. Not yet. Grief is a luxury for people who have time, and Goku doesn't have time. Every second he spends mourning is a second mine. King Piccolo's minions are out there killing more people, so he compartmentalizes, shoves the pain into a box, locks it, and turns his focus to the system's tracking interface. Because here's something we haven't fully explored yet: Ki sense. Goku unlocked it during the Sacred Water power-up back in Part 2, and it's been passively running in the background ever since. He can detect energy signatures at range. Not perfectly. At level 48, his sensing range is maybe a few hundred miles, and it gets fuzzy at the edges. But King Piccolo? King Piccolo is an S-rank entity who just woke up from centuries of imprisonment and is actively flaring his energy like a bonfire in a dark room. He's not hiding. He doesn't need to. He's the Demon King. He wants the world to feel him. The system locks on immediately. Tracking. King Piccolo. S-rank entity. Current location, Eastern Continent, moving northwest. Accompanied by 3 demon spawn, levels 20-30. Additional spawns being generated. Ada to intercept at current player speed, 4 hours. Goku doesn't wait for backup. Doesn't coordinate with Tien or Yamcha or Roshi. He hops on the Nimbus and flies straight toward the strongest energy signature he's ever felt, because that's who he is. The kind of person who runs toward the thing that's trying to kill everyone. Along the way, the system feeds him intel. King Piccolo's demon spawn have been attacking cities, collecting Dragon Balls. Piccolo wants to wish for eternal youth, same as canon, and killing martial artists who might pose a threat. The death toll is climbing. Goku grits his teeth and pushes the Nimbus faster, and then he arrives. First encounter, the 9% fight. A ruined city, smoke rising from collapsed buildings, bodies in the streets, and at the center of it all, floating above the wreckage like a dark god surveying his kingdom, King Piccolo. He's enormous. Not physically, he's tall, sure, but it's the presence. The energy radiating off him hits Goku like walking into a wall of heat. It's suffocating, ancient. This being has existed for centuries, and every year of that existence is packed into the malice pouring off him in waves. His demon spawn, tambourine, cymbal, drum, flank him like twisted honor guards. The system scans, and the numbers are terrible. King Piccolo, level 70. Effective combat rating 70, base only, no transformation multipliers. Player level 48, effective combat rating 48, level gap 22, survival probability 9%, recommendation flee 9%, 9. That's not a fight, that's a death sentence with a footnote. The system isn't being cautious here, it's being generous. A 22 level gap against an S-rank entity who's been sealed away since before Goku's grandpa was born. The realistic survival rate is probably closer to 2%. The system is giving Goku the extra 7% because it's factored in death rebound and his passive skills. Without those, this is a guaranteed kill. And Goku looks at the number, reads it clearly, processes the 9%, and flies straight at King Piccolo's face. Because, and I want to be very clear about this, Goku has never in his entire life made a decision based on survival probability. Not once. Not when the Sabretooth was level 3 and he was level 1. Not when Mercenary Tao was 12 levels above him. The system can recommend flee all it wants. Goku doesn't have a flee button. It's not in the code. The fight is brutal, and I mean brutal. This isn't Goku versus Tien where 2 evenly matched fighters push each other to the limit. This is a child slamming himself against a wall of ancient power and getting absolutely demolished. Piccolo doesn't even take Goku seriously at first. He sends Tambourine, the demon, who killed Krillin. Goku destroys Tambourine in 3 hits. Tambourine is level 30, and Goku at 48 is way above that, plus the rage factor. That gets Piccolo's attention. He descends to fight personally. First exchange, Piccolo blocks every punch Goku throws with one arm, literally one arm. The other is folded behind his back. He's not fighting, he's assessing. Second exchange, Goku goes all out. Every technique. Kamehameha. Piccolo tanks it to the face, and the smoke clears to reveal he hasn't even moved. After image into a flying kick, Piccolo catches Goku's leg midair and slams him into the ground hard enough to crater concrete. Third exchange, Piccolo gets bored and actually attacks. One ki blast, just one. It hits Goku's center mass and sends him cartwheeling through 3 buildings. He coughs blood. His ribs are cracked. His vision is swimming. The system is screaming. Player HP, 34%. Continuing combat is inadvisable. Enemy has not displayed full power. Current output estimated at 60%. He's using 60%. Goku is getting destroyed by a Piccolo, who isn't even trying. The gap isn't just numbers, it's dimensional. Piccolo exists on a different plane of power. He's a demon king who terrorized the Earth centuries ago and was only sealed because a Namekian god sacrificed everything to lock him away. He is, at this point in the story, the strongest being on the planet by a factor that makes every previous villain look like a warm-up. Piccolo hits Goku with a concentrated blast that stops his heart again. Second time in this story that Son Goku's heart has stopped beating. First was Mercenary Tao's Dodon Ray, and just like last time, Death Rebound activates, lethal damage survived. Death Rebound active. All stats ×2 for 60 seconds. Player effective combat rating 48 to 96. Goku's effective combat rating jumps from 48 to 96, and King Piccolo is level 70. For 60 seconds, just 60 seconds, Goku is stronger than the Demon King. His eyes snap open. His body moves. Not with technique, not with strategy, with pure unbridled Death Rebound fueled fury. He closes the distance before Piccolo can react and lands a punch square in the Demon King's face that sends him flying backwards for the first time in the entire fight. Piccolo's expression changes. For the first time in centuries, something has surprised him. He tastes blood, his own blood, and his eyes go wide. Piccolo says, "What? What are you?" Goku doesn't answer. He's already moving. 60 seconds. He has 60 seconds and he's not going to waste a single one talking. He hits Piccolo with a barrage, fists, knees, elbows, a point-blank Kamehameha that Piccolo actually has to block. For one glorious minute, the Demon King is on the back foot against a mortal child. But 60 seconds is 60 seconds. Death Rebound, 10 seconds remaining. 9, 8, 7. Goku feels the power draining. The window is closing. He makes a choice. Instead of trying to finish Piccolo, which he can't, not in the time remaining, he uses the last seconds of boosted agility to run. Maximum speed. Away from Piccolo, away from the city, into the wilderness. Death Rebound, expired. Stats returning to normal. Player condition critical, multiple fractures, internal bleeding, cardiac stress from rebound activation. Seek immediate recovery. Goku collapses in a forest somewhere. Alive. Barely. But alive. Behind him, King Piccolo floats above the ruined city, touching the bruise on his jaw where a child just punched him. His expression isn't anger, it's curiosity. Something about that boy's power felt wrong, structured, like it was being administered by something Piccolo couldn't see. He dismisses it, a mistake he'll regret. The ultra-divine water, the forbidden gamble. Goku's allies find him, barely conscious, dragged to safety by Yajirobe, a fat swordsman with surprisingly good instincts, and absolutely zero desire to be involved in any of this. Yajirobe carries Goku to Korin Tower because Goku keeps mumbling about it in his delirium. Korin takes one look at Goku and knows the sacred water won't be enough this time. Goku already drank it, that well is dry. But there's something else. Something Korin has never offered to anyone because the survival rate is so bad that offering it is basically assisted suicide. The ultra-divine water. Not ultra as in stronger version of the sacred water. Ultra as in this liquid is literally poison that will either rewrite your cellular structure from the ground up or kill you in the most painful way imaginable. Korin says, "I won't lie to you, boy. 100 people have drunk this water over the centuries. 99 of them died screaming. The one who survived, well, he became the strongest warrior of his era. But those aren't odds I'd bet on." Goku says, "I don't care about odds." The system identifies the substance. Item, Ultra Divine Water. Classification S-rank body reforging elixir. Effect completely destroys and rebuilds cellular structure at the molecular level. Unlocks dormant genetic potential. Standard survival rate 1 in 100. For Saiyan biology, survival rate recalculated 1 in 5. Saiyan cells respond to near-death stimuli with accelerated adaptation. This elixir's mechanism aligns with Saiyan evolutionary triggers. Warning, this will be the most painful experience of your life. 1 in 5. Not 1 in 100. 1 in 5. Because Goku is a Saiyan, and Saiyans are biologically hardwired to get stronger when they're pushed to the edge of death. The ultra-divine water doesn't just push you to the edge, it pushes you over, kills your body, and rebuilds it from scratch. For most species, that's a death sentence. For a Saiyan, it's basically the most extreme Zenkai boost imaginable. 1 in 5 is still an 80% chance of dying, but compared to the 9% survival rate against Piccolo, Goku likes these odds better. He drinks it. The moment the water touches his tongue, Goku's body seizes, his back arches, his eyes go wide and completely white. Every muscle fires simultaneously. He screams. Not a battle cry, not a Saiyan roar, a scream of pure, unadulterated agony. The kind of sound you never forget hearing. Inside his mind, the system is going haywire. Windows are opening and closing faster than they can be read. His cells are dying, actually dying, dissolving at the molecular level, and then rebuilding. New cells, stronger cells. The DNA that was sleeping inside him, the Saiyan code that had been dormant since birth, is being forcibly activated. And the system shows him something. Visions, fragments, images he doesn't understand. A red planet under a burning sky. Warriors with tails like his, wearing armor, fighting in wars across the stars. A baby in a pod, crying, being launched into space as the planet behind him explodes. Faces he's never seen but somehow recognizes, like memories stored in his blood rather than his brain. He doesn't know it yet. He won't understand for years, but the system just gave him his first glimpse of Planet Vegeta, of the Saiyans, of his heritage. And then it's over. The pain stops. The visions fade. Goku lies on Korin's floor, steam literally rising from his body as his reformed cells cool down. Body reforging, complete. Saiyan genetic potential, 12% unlocked to 45% unlocked. Level 48 to 68. All stats massively increased. New skill unlocked. Key sense upgraded. Detect and precisely measure energy signatures at continental range. Differentiate between hostile and non-hostile signatures. Level 48 to level 68. 20 levels from one drink. His entire body has been reforged, faster, stronger, denser, tougher. His ki reserves have exploded. His reflexes are in a category that no human on Earth can match. Goku stands up, stretches, feels his new body, and the world feels different. Slower, like reality is running at 0.75 speed, and he's the only one operating at normal. He can sense Piccolo's energy from across the continent, not as a vague feeling, but as a precise location, like a GPS pin on a map. He can feel his friends' key signatures too, scattered across the globe. Every living thing with energy is visible to him now, pulsing in a web of life that stretches in every direction. He looks at Korin. The old cat looks back with wide eyes. Korin says, "Well, you're the fifth." Goku says, "I feel incredible." Korin says, "You should. Your body just died and came back better. Try not to make a habit of it." The final battle, Goku versus King Piccolo. Goku descends from Korin Tower. He's level 68. Piccolo is level 70. The gap that was a canyon is now a crack. 2 levels. That's it. And 2 levels against an opponent you've already fought, already studied, already bled against? That's nothing. That's less than nothing when you factor in everything the system has given Goku. Adaptive combat, Predator's instinct, death rebound on standby, key sense telling him exactly where every energy signature in Piccolo's body is concentrated. The system confirms player effective combat rating 68. Enemy effective combat rating 70. Gap minimal. Victory depends on skill, tactics, and endurance. Death rebound available, cooldown refreshed. Adaptive combat active. Experience and performance will increase as the fight progresses. Recommendation: engage. Victory is achievable. No survival percentage this time. The system doesn't give one when the fight is too close to call. It just says, "This one's on you." Goku finds Piccolo at the Demon King's castle, a twisted fortress Piccolo has claimed as his throne. The old demon has used the Dragon Balls to wish for his youth restored, same as canon, so he's no longer the withered ancient from their first fight. He's in his prime, tall, muscular, radiating power. His demon spawn guard the perimeter. Goku walks through them without stopping. Drum, Piccolo's strongest spawn, level 45, tries to block his path. Goku kills Drum with a single kick. Doesn't even look at him. His eyes are locked on Piccolo. Piccolo says, "Back for more. Boy, I admire the persistence. It won't save you." Goku says nothing. He just drops into his stance. The fight begins. And oh my god, y'all. This is the fight I'm pouring everything into. Because this isn't just a battle. This is the culmination of everything Part 1 through Part 3 has been building toward. The S-rank threat that was foreshadowed at the end of Part 1, the desperate leveling grind of Part 2, the failed first fight, the Ultra Divine Water gamble. All of it leads here. Piccolo opens with a ki barrage, the kind that leveled cities in their first encounter. Goku doesn't dodge, he walks through it, arms crossed in front of his face, tanking the blasts, because at level 68 with his reforged body, what used to be lethal is now just painful. He pushes through the barrage and meets Piccolo in close combat, and Piccolo realizes something is very wrong. This isn't the same child he swatted aside like a bug. This kid is matching him. Blow for blow, the speed is there, the power is there, and worse, the kid is learning mid-fight. Every time Piccolo uses a technique, the kid adjusts, adapts, counters. It's like fighting someone who has a perfect memory of every move you've ever made, because the system is doing exactly that. Adaptive combat is running at full throttle. Every exchange extends the fight, and every second of extended combat makes Goku incrementally better. His experience is climbing in real time. His responses are getting faster, his counters are getting sharper. Piccolo is fighting an opponent who is literally getting stronger the longer the fight continues. Piccolo goes giant form, same as Canon. He expands to 50 feet tall, trying to overwhelm Goku with sheer size and power. Goku responds by going inside, literally dodging between Piccolo's massive attacks and striking pressure points. Gopher Key Sense tells him exactly where Piccolo's energy concentrations are weakest. Predator's Instinct highlights the weak points in real time. He hits them hard. Giant Piccolo reverts, bleeding, enraged. He gathers all of his ki into one hand, a blast designed to destroy everything in a 5-mile radius. A suicide attack. He doesn't care if he kills himself as long as he takes Goku with him, and Goku does the thing. The thing. The moment that defined the original King Piccolo fight and remains one of the most iconic images in Dragon Ball history. He channels every ounce of energy into his right fist. No Kamehameha, no technique, just raw, concentrated power in a single point. He charges straight into Piccolo's ki blast, punches through it, and drives his fist clean through King Piccolo's chest. The Dragon Punch. Piccolo screams, not in pain, in disbelief. This was supposed to be his world, his kingdom, his revenge, and a child just put a hole through his heart. But Piccolo, even dying, has one final act. He opens his mouth and spits out an egg, a small green egg that rockets into the sky and vanishes over the horizon, his last creation, his legacy, his son. And then King Piccolo dies. Enemy defeated, King Piccolo, level 70, quest complete, hunt the Demon King, reward +8 to all stats, title, Demon Slayer, level 68 to 72, shadow extraction available, King Piccolo, analyzing soul integrity, extraction failed, reason soul fragmented upon death, core essence was transferred to offspring via biological replication, entity detected, Piccolo Jr., growing rapidly, tracking initiated, long-term quest registered, the Namekian Shadow, extraction failed. And that's important. Shadow extraction doesn't work on everything. King Piccolo's soul shattered at the moment of death because he poured a piece of himself into his son. The egg that flew away, Piccolo Jr., isn't just a child. He's a soul fragment, a continuation. The system can't extract what isn't whole, but the system doesn't waste the data. It files Piccolo Jr. as a long-term quest target, the Namekian Shadow, a quest that will follow Goku for years before it resolves. And when it does resolve, in a way nobody expects, it's going to be one of the most emotional moments in the entire series. But that's later. Right now, Goku has just killed the Demon King. He's level 72, Krillin is avenged, the Earth is safe, and Goku has one thought. I wasn't strong enough. I barely won. If Piccolo had been 10 levels higher, I'd be dead. I need to be stronger. Much, much stronger. The system agrees. Kami's Lookout, where gods train. Every Dragon Ball fan knows the Lookout. The floating platform above Korin Tower, high above the clouds, where Earth's guardian watches over the world. Kami, the god of Earth, the Namekian, who sealed King Piccolo away centuries ago, has been observing Goku's entire journey, and now he summons the boy. Goku climbs, past Korin Tower, past the clouds, into the thin air above the atmosphere where normal humans can't breathe. He arrives on the Lookout, a pristine marble platform with a palace at its center, and a short pitch-black figure standing at the entrance. Mr. Popo. Now, let me tell you about Mr. Popo. In original Dragon Ball, he is legitimately terrifying. Not as a villain, as a teacher. He's Kami's attendant, and he's been training warriors since before human civilization existed. His teaching method is simple. He beats the absolute hell out of you until you learn to not get hit. He moves without ki, no energy signature, no warning, no tells. He just appears behind you and strikes. It's like fighting a ghost with fists. Popo flattens Goku in their first sparring session, just completely embarrasses him. And Goku is level 72 at this point. The kid who just killed King Piccolo can't land a single hit on the caretaker. But before the training begins in earnest, there's a conversation. And this conversation is going to plant seeds that won't fully grow until the final act of the series. Kami steps out of the palace. He's old, ancient, really, with wrinkled green skin and antennae that droop with the weight of centuries. He stares at Goku for a long time. His expression shifts, curiosity, concern, and then something that looks a lot like fear. Kami says, "Boy, there is something inside you, something that does not belong to this world. I have lived for centuries and I have never felt an energy like this. It is old, older than me, older than this planet." Popo steps forward, his expression unusually serious. Popo says the energy is structured, ordered, like it was designed by an intelligence beyond mortal comprehension. Goku, who gave you this power? Goku, being Goku, just blinks. Goku says, "I don't know, it just showed up one day. It helps me get stronger." Kami and Popo exchange a look. They can feel the system, not see it. They don't get quest windows or stat sheets, but they can sense the framework, the architecture of power that surrounds Goku like an invisible scaffolding. And they recognize on some deep level that whatever is running inside this boy is not mortal technology. It's not divine either, at least not in any way they understand divinity. It's something else, something from before. They don't push it. There's a more immediate concern. Piccolo Jr. is growing. Fast. The egg that King Piccolo spat out before dying is already hatching, and the entity inside is going to come for Goku within a few years. Kami needs Goku ready. Whatever reservations he has about the system, they're outweighed by the need for a warrior strong enough to protect the Earth. So the training begins, and it begins with the big one. The Hyperbolic Time Chamber. 1 year in 1 day. The Hyperbolic Time Chamber. An infinite white void where time moves at a different rate. 1 year inside equals 1 day in the real world. The temperature swings between extremes. Gravity fluctuates. The environment itself is hostile. Most people lose their minds in there within a few weeks. Goku is going to spend a year. Kami grants him access as an exception. Normally you need to be much older, much more experienced, but these aren't normal circumstances. Piccolo Jr. is coming, and Goku needs every advantage he can get. The moment Goku steps inside, the system goes into overdrive. Environment detected, hyperbolic time chamber. Accelerated time dilation confirmed, 365 days internal equals 1 day external. Daily quest frequency, maintained at 1 day relative to players' perceived time. 365 daily quests, 365 days of combat training, 365 days of leveling. Compound experience projection over 1 perceived year. Significant. 365 daily quests. Let me put that in perspective. Goku has been doing daily quests since part 1, since he was level 1, a child in the woods. Each quest gives a small amount of experience, barely noticeable day to day. But compounded over weeks, months, it adds up. Over a full year of daily completions, back to back to back, with no rest days, no interruptions, no distractions. It's an avalanche of passive leveling. But the daily quests are just the floor. On top of that, Goku is training with Popo, who, remember, is so fast and skillful that level 72, Goku can't touch him. Every sparring session with Popo is a masterclass in speed, timing, and combat awareness. The system is cataloging Popo's techniques. Technique observed, silent movement, no key signature emission during combat. Learning progress, 15%. This technique requires fundamentally retraining how you move. And on top of that, the chamber's infinite space generates system dungeons. Monsters scaled to Goku's level appear in waves. Creatures born from the void's hostile energy. They're not intelligent. They're basically training dummies that fight back, but they give experience and they never stop coming. So Goku's experience income has 3 streams running simultaneously. Daily quests, passive compound gains, Popo's combat training, technique refinement plus combat experience and dungeon grinding, pure level progression. 3 streams. Compounding for 365 days straight. He levels like a machine. Level 72, 75, 80. And at level 80, ding. Level 80 reached. Locked skill now available, Ruler's Authority. Ruler's Authority, minor telekinesis. Manipulate objects and apply force at a distance using willpower. This skill was earned through mercy and restraint at the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament. It has been waiting for you. The seed planted in part 2, the hidden quest reward from showing mercy to Shinhan, has finally bloomed. 32 levels later, you've been watching that locked skill sitting in Goku's inventory since the tournament, waiting, and now it activates. Goku tests it, holds out his hand, a rock on the ground trembles, lifts, floats to his palm, he grins, tries a bigger rock, a boulder, it rises, wobbles, crashes back down. He's not good at it yet. It's a new muscle, a new way of interacting with the world, but the potential is there. No martial artist on Earth has telekinesis. No one expects it. In a fight, it's not a finisher, it's a tool. Hold someone in place for half a second, redirect a projectile, pull an ally out of danger. The applications are endless, and Goku has 285 more days in this chamber to practice. Level 80, 85, 90, 95. Months pass inside the chamber. Goku's body has transformed. He's taller, leaner, harder. His martial arts have been refined by Popo's brutal instruction into something clean and efficient. His ki control is precise enough to thread a needle, and his level keeps climbing. And then, on the 364th day, one day before his year is up, Goku sits in meditation. He's level 99, he can feel the threshold, one more level, one more push. His body hums with an energy that's been building for months, pressing against the inside of his skin like something trying to get out. He closes his eyes, takes a breath, the system begins to shake. Not a notification, not a ping, the entire framework trembles. Level 100 reached. Monarch, class threshold achieved, system evolution in progress, new features unlocked. Shadow extraction, extract shadows from the dead or fully defeated to serve as loyal soldiers. Monarch's domain, project an aura of dominance. Weaker enemies are suppressed within range. System store, Tier 2, advanced skills and items now available. Title updated, Demon Slayer to Shadow Monarch, nascent. The path of the Monarch opens before you. Y'all, this is the moment. 100 parts of the story. Every fight, every quest, every daily quest, every dungeon, every near-death experience, every level up has been building to this. The feature that defines solo leveling, the power that turns a lone hunter into a one-man army. Shadow extraction. And the system doesn't just unlock it quietly, it evolves. The entire interface changes. The blue windows shift, gaining dark purple accents at the edges. The font sharpens. The notifications feel weightier, like they carry more authority. Because Goku isn't just a player anymore. He's a monarch. The system has graduated him from a user to a ruler. Monarch's domain, the ability to project an aura of dominance that suppresses weaker beings in his vicinity. Anyone significantly below his level who enters his domain will feel pressure, fear, the instinctive, animal recognition that they are in the presence of something that could end them without effort. It's not a combat ability, it's a presence, a statement, I am here and you are small. But the headliner, the main event, the reason everyone's here. Shadow extraction. Goku opens his eyes, the chamber is silent, the void stretches infinitely in every direction, and beneath him, literally beneath his crossed legs, darkness pools. Not shadow in the ordinary sense, living darkness. Ink-black energy that moves with purpose, spreading outward from Goku like he's the epicenter of a controlled spill. Goku raises his hand, he doesn't know why. Instinct, maybe. The system guiding his movements subconsciously. He extends his fingers toward the far edge of the chamber where earlier that day he killed a dungeon monster, one of the void creatures. Its body is still there, dissolving, but not quite gone. The system prompts, shadow extraction available, void beast, level 65. Attempt extraction? Yes. No. Goku selects yes. The darkness beneath him surges. It rockets across the ground like a living thing, reaching the dead creature's body in an instant. And as black tendrils wrap around the corpse, the body shudders, twitches, and then it rises. But it's not the same creature. The flesh is gone. The biological material dissolves as the shadow energy replaces it, molecule by molecule, until what stands before Goku is a silhouette, a shape made of living darkness with the same proportions as the dead beast, but composed entirely of shadow. Its eyes open, glowing blue. Not red, not hostile, blue, loyal. The shadow creature turns to face Goku, and it kneels. Shadow extraction successful. Shadow soldier acquired. Void beast, level 65. Shadow army 1 soldier. Goku stares at the kneeling shadow. He doesn't fully understand what just happened. But he knows one thing. This creature, which 5 minutes ago was trying to kill him, is now standing at his command. Waiting. Ready. He grins. Whoa, that's awesome, narrator says. The army had begun. Now let me tell you what shadow extraction means for this story going forward, because it fundamentally changes the dynamics of everything. In solo leveling, the Shadow Army is the main character's ultimate weapon. It's not just he can summon monsters. It's a scaling, growing army of loyal soldiers that gets stronger as the Monarch gets stronger. Every powerful enemy Goku defeats from this point forward is a potential recruit. And the Shadows don't just stand around looking cool, they fight with the abilities and techniques they had in life, minus the personality and ego. They're pure combat power given form. The rules? Extraction only works on the dead or fully defeated. No extracting living people, no extracting allies. Shadows retain combat abilities, but not personality. They're loyal constructs, not resurrected people. Shadows scale with the Monarch's level. A shadow extracted at effective combat rating 5000 When Goku is level 310, will be significantly stronger when he reaches level 2000. The army is never obsolete. Goku can have up to 6 Shadow Generals, elite extractions from the most powerful foes. 1 Shadow Marshal, a supreme extraction that retains echoes of the original's will. Only 1 slot, reserved for someone special. Shadows can be permanently destroyed by overwhelming force. They reform over time, but they're not invincible. This means every major villain from this point forward has a double function in the story. They're a threat Goku must overcome, and they're a potential addition to his army. When Frieza dies, you're not just thinking the tyrant is defeated. They're thinking, is Goku going to extract him? That's going to keep you glued to the screen. Every major death becomes a will he or won't he moment. And it means the army itself becomes a character, a growing collection of Goku's greatest victories, following him into every battle, getting stronger alongside him. By the time we reach the endgame of this series, Goku isn't fighting alone. He walks into battle with an army of shadows at his back, and every single one of them was once an enemy who tried to kill him. If that's not the most metal thing in Dragon Ball history, I don't know what is. The 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, the Monarch's debut. Goku exits the Hyperbolic Time Chamber at level 100. He then spends the remaining real-world time before the 23rd tournament training with Kami directly, technique refinement, ki control, divine tier combat theory. By the time the tournament arrives, 3 years have passed in the outside world, and Goku is level 105. He walks into the 23rd Budokai a different person, literally. He's taller, broader, carrying himself with a quiet confidence that he didn't have before. The goofy kid is still in there. He still gets excited about food, still waves at his friends like nothing has changed, but there's something underneath now. A depth, a weight. The other fighters feel it. They can't see the system, can't see the shadow energy, but they feel the Monarch's domain pressing against their awareness like standing at the edge of a cliff. And then Piccolo Jr. arrives. He's grown. 3 years of accelerated development. Namekians mature fast when they're carrying a fragment of the Demon King's soul. He looks like a young man now. Green skin, antenna, white cape. His face is hard. He's here for one reason, revenge. Kill Goku. Take the Earth. Finish what his father started. The system scans Piccolo Jr., level 88. Classification, Namekian warrior, Demon King lineage. Carrying fragmented soul of King Piccolo. Effective combat rating comparison, player 105 versus enemy 88. Player advantage, significant. Long-term quest the Namekian Shadow, active. This entity is the subject. Reminder, shadow extraction requires death. Living entities cannot be extracted. Level 105 versus level 88. Goku has a 17 level advantage, and for the first time in a major fight, the system isn't warning him. It isn't recommending caution. The survival probability isn't low. Goku is flatly stronger. But Piccolo Jr. is no pushover. He's got Namekian tricks, stretching limbs that attack from impossible angles, regeneration that heals non-lethal wounds in seconds, a giant form that multiplies his already impressive power, and he fights dirty. Eye beams, mouth blasts, grappling with extended arms while firing ki from his antenna. He's creative, vicious, and desperate. The fight is intense even with Goku's advantage. Piccolo pushes him, not to his limit, but enough to make it interesting. The system feeds Goku live data, adaptive combat active, experience accumulating, technique observed, Namekian arm stretch. Learning progress, 0% species lock technique cannot be replicated. Technique observed, special beam cannon, charging in background. Learning progress, 35%. Piccolo charges his ultimate technique, the special beam cannon, a spiraling drill of concentrated ki that can pierce almost anything. He fires it at full power. Goku dodges, not barely, not dramatically. He just steps aside. The beam screams past him and vaporizes a mountain in the distance. Piccolo's eyes widen. The gap in their power is real, and in that moment, he knows it. Goku ends it. Clean, decisive, a combination of strikes that put Piccolo down without killing him. The Demon King's son lies in the ring, beaten, bleeding, unable to stand, and the crowd goes silent because everyone remembers what Piccolo's father did. The terror, the death, and here is his son, defeated at the mercy of the only person strong enough to kill him. Goku extends his hand. Good fight. He spares Piccolo Jr., helps him up, gives him a senzu bean. The crowd is stunned. Kami is stunned. Even Piccolo is stunned. And the system, hidden quest complete, spare the demon's son. The player has chosen mercy over extraction, over safety, over certainty. Reward, Piccolo Jr., registered as potential future ally. Note, Living allies cannot be shadow extracted. Shadow extraction requires death. The Namekian Shadow Quest updated. Piccolo Jr.'s path now diverges from his father's. Monitor. The system is telling Goku something crucial. Piccolo Jr. is more valuable alive than he would be as a shadow. A living ally who grows, thinks, makes choices, evolves as a person, that's worth more than a shadow soldier who obeys without question. The system itself seems to recognize this. The mercy was the right call. Not because it was kind, although it was, but because it was strategically optimal. This is the theme that's going to define the entire series. The tension between the Monarch's power, which is fueled by death, by extraction, by building an army from your enemy's corpses, and Goku's nature, which is fundamentally about connection, mercy, and giving people second chances. The system gives him the tools of a conqueror. Goku uses them like a protector. And that difference, that's going to matter more than any power level ever could. Marriage, peace, and a ticking clock. Goku wins the tournament. He marries Chi-Chi, who challenged him to the fight he apparently promised her when they were kids, a promise he completely forgot about because he thought marriage was a type of food. It's adorable, it's pure Dragon Ball, and the system gives him a rare non-combat reward. Life event detected, marriage. Bonus plus 10 vitality. Passive skill unlocked, Protector's Will. All stats gain a 5% bonus when defending a loved one. Protector's Will. 5% to all stats when defending someone he loves. That sounds small. It is small, right now. But that buff stacks. For every loved one in danger. Chi-Chi, Gohan, who hasn't been born yet, but will be, Krillin, Bulma, Piccolo. Every person Goku cares about adds 5% to his combat power when they're threatened, and Goku cares about a lot of people. By the time we get to the climactic battles of this series, Protector's Will is going to be one of the most powerful passive abilities in his entire kit. Not because any single 5% matters in isolation, but because Goku's capacity to love, the very thing that makes him Goku, gets directly converted into combat power. The system turned his heart into a weapon, and the more people he lets in, the stronger it gets. I just think that's beautiful, man. The power system literally rewards him for being a good person. That's Chef's Kiss. That's peak Dragon Ball. 5 years pass, Gohan is born. Goku lives peacefully, farming, fishing, training casually. He doesn't grind like he used to. There's no S-rank threat looming, no tournament to prepare for. Piccolo Jr. is out there somewhere, training alone, and the system pings him occasionally as a background process, but there's no urgency. Goku's level creeps from 105 to about 115 over those 5 years. Slow. Entirely from daily quest compound gains, the passive experience floor that never stops. Even in peacetime, even when he's not fighting, the system is ticking. Every morning, push-ups, squats, running, sit-ups, the numbers keep going up. Slowly, steadily, like a savings account you never withdraw from. And then one morning, while Goku is carrying firewood back to the house, the system screams. Not a notification, not an alert, a scream, the kind of priority override he hasn't felt since the Demon King emergence warning in Part 1. Alert, extraterrestrial entity approaching AT high velocity. Species, Saiyan. Threat level, catastrophic. Estimated level, 160 plus. This entity shares your genetic signature. Goku drops the firewood. He looks up at the sky. Clear blue, nothing visible. But the system sensors don't lie. Something is coming. Something from space. Something with the same biological profile as him. And the system delivers the final gut punch. Survival probability at current level, 22%. 22%. Against something that's level 160 when Goku is 115. A 45 level gap. That's wider than the gap between him and King Piccolo was in their first fight. And that fight had a 9% survival rate. The system gives him 22% because he has better tools now. Shadow Extraction, Monarch's Domain, Ruler's Authority, Death Rebound. All the skills he's accumulated over the entire story so far. Without them, the number would be single digits. Goku stands in his yard, his wife is inside, his son is playing, the sun is shining, and in 24 hours, something is going to land on this planet that makes King Piccolo look like a warm-up. He clenches his fist. Not fear. Focus. The system gave him a timeline. He's going to use every second of it. The Saiyans were coming, and Son Goku was about to learn that everything he believed about himself was a lie. So, the morning after the system's warning, Goku is on edge. He's trained through the night, not grinding, just sharpening, running through his forms, testing his Shadow Soldier, the single void beast he extracted in the Hyperbolic time chamber. It's not much of an army, one shadow, but it's a proof of concept. The power works, and every powerful enemy he defeats from now on is a potential recruit. He brings Gohan to Kame House to visit his friends. Gohan is 4 years old, has a tail same as Goku did as a kid, and is wearing a hat with the 4-star Dragon Ball on it. Chi-Chi's idea. The kid is shy, bookish, nothing like his father on the surface. But the system has been passively scanning Gohan since birth, and what it sees is interesting. Ally, Son Gohan, age 4, level 8 suppressed. Note, dormant potential detected. Readings fluctuate wildly under emotional duress. Estimated ceiling if fully unlocked cannot be calculated, exceeds available parameters. This child may surpass the player, cannot be calculated. The system literally cannot put a number on Gohan's potential. It's that high. The kid who cries when butterflies land on him is carrying more latent power than the Monarch himself. That's a seed that's going to take a long time to grow. But when it does, you already know. Anyway, everyone is at Kame House. Roshi, Krillin, Bulma, it's a nice reunion, and then the sky darkens. Not clouds, not weather, a presence, a key signature so dense and aggressive that it warps the atmosphere around it. Goku feels it first, the system's threat detection flaring like a siren. Then, Krillin feels it. Then Roshi. Even the non-fighters go pale. Something terrible just entered their airspace. A figure descends from the sky, tall, armored, long black hair falling past his waist, and behind him a brown furry tail wrapped around his waist like a belt. The system scans him before he even lands. Entity. Raditz, species Saiyan, level 160. Classification, low-class Saiyan warrior. Aggressive, hostile intent confirmed. Note, this entity shares 50% of the player's genetic signature. Relationship, sibling, brother. The word hits Goku like a truck. He doesn't have a brother, he's never had a brother. He was raised by Grandpa Gohan in the mountains, and that's the only family he's ever known. Raditz doesn't care about Goku's confusion. He explains everything, coldly, efficiently, like he's delivering a briefing he finds tedious. Goku's real name is Kakarot. He's a Saiyan, a member of an alien warrior race from planet Vegeta. He was sent to Earth as a baby to conquer it, but he hit his head and forgot his mission. Their father was a low-class soldier named Bardock. Their planet was destroyed by a tyrant named Frieza. And Raditz is here because the remaining Saiyans need manpower for a job. And Kakarot is being drafted whether he likes it or not. While Raditz is monologuing, the system is going absolutely wild in the background, processing new data faster than it ever has before. New information integrated, player species confirmed as Saiyan, an alien warrior race. Racial bonus activated, Saiyan biology. Zenkai integration, near-death recovery now grants permanent +5 to all stats. Stacks with system leveling. Saiyan combat drive, experience gained from combat increased by ×1.5. Uzaru control quest, master the beast within, updated with Saiyan context. Full Uzaru mastery now theoretically possible. 3 huge upgrades just from learning what he is. First, Zenkai integration. We've seen Goku nearly die multiple times already, and each time the system's recovery brought him back. But now, on top of the system's normal healing, Saiyan biology adds a permanent stat boost every time he recovers from near death, +5 to all stats. Every time, stacking infinitely. This means every near-death experience from this point forward is both terrifying and weirdly valuable. The closer Goku gets to dying, the stronger he becomes when he pulls through. The system was already rewarding Goku for surviving lethal situations through death rebound. Now his actual biology does it too. It's a double dip on the almost dying makes you stronger mechanic, and it's going to scale absurdly well. Second, Saiyan combat drive. All combat experience multiplied by 1.5. Combined with adaptive combat, which already increases experience the longer a fight goes, and the existing level gap bonus for fighting stronger opponents, Goku's experience gain during actual combat is now multiplicative across 3 separate bonuses. He was already leveling fast. Now he's leveling even faster. Third, the Uzaru quest update. Master the Beast Within has been sitting in his quest log since part 1 when Puar cut his tail. The quest never went away even after the tail was removed, it just went dormant. Now the system has context. Saiyans can control the Uzaru form. It's not inherently berserker, it's a transformation that can be mastered. The quest is live again, but Goku doesn't have time to process any of this because Raditz just kidnapped Gohan. Same as the original story. Raditz sees that Goku won't cooperate, notices Gohan has a tail and therefore has value as a Saiyan, snatches the kid, and flies off. His ultimatum, kill 100 humans and bring their bodies to him by tomorrow or Gohan dies. Goku doesn't hesitate. Emergency quest accepted. Emergency quest, rescue Son Gohan. Time limit 3 hours. Target, Raditz. Level 160. Bonus objective, defeat Raditz without allied casualties. Failure condition, death of Son Gohan, 3 hours. Raditz is level 160, Goku is level 115, that's a 45 level gap. Even with all of Goku's system skills, shadow extraction, Monarch's domain, that gap is massive. He can't brute force this, he needs help. And so for the first time since the Demon King saga, Goku goes to Piccolo. Now this is a great moment. Piccolo Jr. has been training alone for 5 years, nursing his grudge, getting stronger. He's the son of the Demon King, and he still wants to kill Goku and take over the world. But when Goku shows up and explains that an alien just kidnapped his son and is threatening to destroy everything, Piccolo makes a calculation. If Raditz destroys the Earth, there's no Earth left for Piccolo to conquer, the enemy of my enemy. The system notes the alliance. Temporary alliance, Piccolo Jr. Combined estimated combat power approximately 200. Goku level 115 plus Piccolo level 88 with coordination bonus. Versus enemy combat power 160. Victory probability 47%. Improved with strategy 47%, with both of them working together. Against one Saiyan, that tells you everything you need to know about how outclassed Earth's fighters are right now. They fly to Raditz's location. Gohan is locked in Raditz's space pod, crying. Raditz is standing in a field, arms crossed, waiting. He looks at Goku and Piccolo approaching together and actually laughs. Raditz says, "You brought the Namekian? That's your strategy? 2 weaklings instead of 1? The fight begins. And y'all, this fight is everything. Goku and Piccolo attack in tandem. Piccolo goes low, stretching his arms to grapple Raditz's legs, while Goku comes in high with a combination. Raditz breaks free, kicks Piccolo across the field, blocks Goku's punch, and counters with an elbow that cracks 3 of Goku's ribs. They regroup. Try again. Piccolo fires ki blasts to create a screen while Goku flanks. Raditz tanks the blast without flinching and catches Goku's kick midair. He spins Goku by the leg and throws him into Piccolo like a projectile. The system is tracking everything. Adaptive combat active, learning enemy patterns. Raditz combat style, aggressive, overwhelming force. Exploits speed advantage. Weakness detected, arrogance, does not take defensive stances, assumes superiority. That weakness, arrogance, is the only opening they've got. Raditz is so confident in his power advantage that he doesn't bother guarding. He walks through attacks instead of dodging. He lets them hit him because he can take it. And that means if they can land something big enough, something he doesn't expect, they might actually hurt him. Piccolo has an idea. He's been developing a technique in secret, a spiraling beam of concentrated ki that drills through anything, the special beam cannon. It takes time to charge, a lot of time, minutes, and while he's charging, he's a sitting duck. Piccolo says, "I need 5 minutes." Goku says, "You'll have it, 5 minutes." Against Raditz, alone, Goku goes all out. Every skill he has, Predator's instinct tracking Raditz's movements, adaptive combat adjusting his timing with every exchange, Ki sense reading Raditz's energy flow to predict attacks. Ruler's authority, he uses it here for the first time in real combat, applying telekinetic pressure to Raditz's arms at a critical moment, disrupting a punch just enough for Goku to dodge. Raditz feels the telekinesis and his eyes narrow. "What was that? What did you just do?" Goku doesn't answer. He's too busy surviving. Meanwhile, Gohan is in the pod, watching through the window. He sees his father getting beaten, getting hurt, and something inside the 4-year-old starts to boil. Piccolo's charge hits 80%, 90. Goku is taking horrific damage but staying on his feet. Death Rebound is on standby but hasn't triggered yet. Goku isn't at lethal damage, just extreme damage. There's a difference. It's a painful difference, but the system tracks it precisely. Then Goku does something unexpected. He activates Monarch's domain, full deployment, the aura of dominance that suppresses weaker beings. Now, Raditz at level 160 is not weaker than Goku at level 115. The domain isn't going to suppress him, but it does something else. It creates a momentary psychic pressure, a flash of something Raditz has never felt before. Not fear, not weakness, just a sense that the person in front of him is something more than a low-class Saiyan, something that doesn't fit any category Raditz knows. Raditz flinches. Half a second, that's all. Goku follows with Ruler's authority at full power, telekinetic force slamming into Raditz's arms, pinning them to his sides for 2 seconds. And in those 2 seconds, Goku gets behind Raditz, wraps his arms around him, and locks him in a full Nelson. Raditz says, "What are you? Let go of me." Goku says, "Piccolo, now." But here's where the kid comes in. Gohan's rage has been building this entire fight. Watching his father get hurt, the emotional threshold breaks. The space pod shatters outward as Gohan's dormant power explodes in a single burst. The 4-year-old launches himself headfirst into Raditz's chest plate at a speed that the system barely registers. Ally Gohan, power surge detected. Temporary level spike, estimated level 90 plus. Impact force exceeds Raditz's armor threshold. The headbutt cracks Raditz's armor clean open. Raditz gasps, the wind knocked out of him, his body stunned. And Piccolo fires the special beam cannon. Now, here's the key divergence from canon. In the original story, Goku holds Raditz in place and the special beam cannon pierces both of them. Goku dies. He sacrifices himself. It's one of the most iconic moments in Dragon Ball history. In this version, Goku lets go. At the last possible instant, with the beam spiraling toward them, Goku's system-enhanced reflexes kick in. Adaptive combat has been running the entire fight, improving his timing with every second. Ruler's authority gives him that half-second of telekinetic hold on Raditz's body even as Goku releases the physical grip, and Goku twists sideways, throwing himself clear. The special beam cannon pierces Raditz straight through the chest. Clean kill. Goku takes a graze, the beam clips his torso, a deep wound, bleeding heavily, serious but not lethal. He crashes to the ground, gasping, but alive. Zenkai activation. Near death detected. +5 to all stats. Level 115 to 118 from Zenkai integration. Enemy defeated Raditz. Level 160. Massive experience from level gap bonus. Level 118 to 130. From 115 to 130 in one fight. 12 levels. The level gap bonus from fighting someone 45 levels above him is enormous. That's the system's core mechanic at work. You level fastest by punching above your weight class. And Goku just punched 45 levels above his. But the moment of triumph doesn't last, because Raditz dying coughs out a laugh, blood on his teeth, a hole through his chest, and he's laughing. Raditz says, "You fools. My scouter transmitted everything. They heard the whole fight. They know about your Dragon Balls and they're coming." Goku says, "Who's coming?" Raditz says, "Vegeta and Nappa, 2 Saiyans who make me look like a child. They'll be here in 1 year, and when they arrive," he dies before finishing the sentence. He doesn't need to finish it. The system fills in the blanks. Incoming threats detected. Saiyan 1, Nappa. Estimated level 200. Saiyan 2, Vegeta. Estimated level 350 plus. Estimated time of arrival 1 Earth year. Current player level 130. Recommended level 300 plus. You have 365 days. Use them wisely. 350. Vegeta is estimated at level 350. Goku is level 130. That's a gap of 220 levels. 220. The gap between Goku and King Piccolo, the fight that nearly killed him, that required drinking poison and reforging his entire body just to survive, was 22 levels. This is 10 times that. 1 year, 365 days. Level 130 to level 300 plus. The grind of a lifetime begins now. Goku heals up, Senzu Bean plus system recovery plus Zenkai. He's back on his feet within a day. And this is where the biggest divergence from canon happens in this entire story so far. In the original Dragon Ball, Goku dies fighting Raditz. He goes to the afterlife, trains with King Kai on his tiny planet, learns Kaioken and Spirit Bomb, and gets wished back to life with the Dragon Balls just in time for the Saiyan invasion. In our version, Goku is alive. He never died. There's no trip to the afterlife, no meeting King Kai, no training on a planet with 10 times Earth's gravity, which means no Kaioken, no Spirit Bomb, unless the system detects the other world, the afterlife, as a dimensional layer that exists parallel to the living world. It can sense it the same way it senses dungeon dimensions and the hyperbolic time chamber, and it generates an opportunity. Special dungeon unlocked, Spirit Realm, Echo Chamber. This dimension contains the combat echoes of dead warriors throughout the universe's history. These echoes are not souls. They are system-generated constructs based on the fighting data of deceased entities. Dungeon is accessible during deep meditation. Time inside is compressed. Available echoes, various. Scaling difficulty. The Spirit Realm Dungeon. A pocket dimension Goku can access through meditation, filled with combat echoes of dead fighters from across the universe's history. Not actual dead people. System constructs. Training dummies built from real data. And among those echoes, there's one that matches the profile of a martial arts master from the Northern Galaxy, who specialized in energy multiplication techniques and nature-based key gathering, the system's proxy for King Kai's training. Through this echo construct, Goku learns the techniques he would have learned in the afterlife. Skill learned, Kaioken. Temporarily multiplies base stats by a chosen factor, times 2, times 3, times 4, and beyond. Warning, higher multipliers cause escalating physical damage to the player. Times 3 and above risk serious injury. Times 5 and above risk death. Skill learned, Spirit Bomb. Channels ambient natural energy from living things into a concentrated sphere. Charge time required. Power scales with environment and willingness of energy donors. Cannot be used in rapid combat. Requires allies or battlefield control to create charging windows. Kaioken and Spirit Bomb. Both learned through the Spirit Realm dungeon instead of King Kai's direct teaching. The end result is the same. Goku has the techniques. The path was just different. And the Spirit Realm dungeon gives him something else that King Kai's planet never could. Unlimited sparring partners. The Echo constructs scale to his level. He can fight warrior after warrior after warrior, dying in the dungeon, which just kicks him out with a cooldown penalty, learning, adapting, coming back stronger. For 1 full year, Goku's training schedule looks like this. Morning, daily quests, the foundation, the compound interest that never stops. Midday, real-world training. Weighted gear, gravity manipulation using ki, sparring with Piccolo. Yes, Piccolo. The temporary alliance from the Raditz fight has turned into an uneasy training partnership. Piccolo doesn't like Goku. Goku doesn't fully trust Piccolo. But they both know what's coming, and they both know they need to be ready. Evening, Spirit Realm Dungeon. Hours of compressed time combat against Echo constructs. Kaioken practice, Spirit Bomb refinement. Pure combat experience grinding. 3 streams of experience. Daily quest passive gains, real-world combat training, Spirit Realm dungeon farming for 365 days straight. Goku's level climbs steadily, relentlessly, 130 in month 1, 150 by month 3, 180 by month 6. The Kaioken multiplier means his effective combat rating is much higher than his base level. At level 180 with Kaioken times 2, his effective power is 360, already above Vegeta's estimated level. But effective power from Kaioken is temporary and causes damage. He can't sustain it. He needs his base to be high enough to compete. By month 9, he's level 210. Month 11, level 235. On the day the Saiyans arrive, Goku is level 250. From 130, 120 levels in 1 year. It's the most intense period of leveling in the entire story so far, driven by the triple stream training system and the Saiyan combat drive multiplier, making every fight worth 50% more experience. But is it enough? Let's find out. The Saiyans arrive. 2 space pods crash into the Earth east of the city. Nappa and Vegeta step out, and the Z fighters are already there. Piccolo, Gohan, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, Chiaotzu. Everyone except Goku, who's still on his way from training in a remote location. Nappa plants 6 seeds in the ground. 6 Saibamen grow, each one level 40. Fodder individually, but in a group, dangerous enough. They attack the Z fighters, and this is where the casualties happen. Same as canon. Yamcha takes a Cyberman self-destruct and dies. Tien fights Nappa directly and burns his life force in a final tri-beam that doesn't even scratch the Saiyan. Chiaotzu self-destructs trying to take Nappa with him. Both die. And then Piccolo shields Gohan from Nappa's energy blast and takes the hit full body. He drops. The Namekian, who was supposed to be the Demon King's successor, the rival who trained alongside Goku for a year, the man who protected someone else's child with his own life, falls. And the system registers what you've been waiting for since part 3. Ally terminated, Piccolo Jr. Long-term quest update. The Namekian Shadow. Piccolo Jr. is dead. Shadow extraction available. Extraction rank, Shadow General, Namekian Demon class. General slot, 1 of 6 maximum. Piccolo is dead. He's extractable. And he qualifies as a Shadow General, one of only 6 elite slots in the entire army. A Shadow General Piccolo would be an incredibly powerful asset. His combat abilities, his techniques, his Namekian regeneration, all preserved as a loyal Shadow soldier. No ego, no rivalry, no conflicting agenda, pure power, pure obedience. The system waits for Goku's response. And this is where the story does something that I think elevates it beyond just a fun power fantasy. Goku looks at Piccolo's body. He looks at Gohan, sobbing over the man who trained him, protected him, became something like a second father to him over the past year. Piccolo didn't die fighting for the Earth. He died fighting for Gohan. Specifically, personally. He chose a 4-year-old child over his own life. The system prompt hovers in Goku's vision. Extract? Yes or no. Player response declined. The Namekian Shadow updated. Piccolo will be revived, not extracted. The bond surpasses the system's design. Declined. Goku says no. He's going to wish Piccolo back with the Dragon Balls. Not extract him into a shadow soldier. Not turn his sacrifice into a resource. Piccolo is an ally, a person, someone who chose to protect Gohan. And Goku will not dishonor that choice by turning him into a weapon. Y'all need to understand why this matters. In solo leveling, the Shadow Army is built from the dead. It's the Monarch's primary power source. Every extraction makes the army stronger. Refusing an extraction, especially a general rank one, is actively choosing to be weaker. It's leaving power on the table. It's strategically suboptimal, and Goku does it anyway, because his moral compass is not governed by the system's optimization algorithms. The system says extract. Goku says no, he's my friend. This is the tension that defines the entire series. The Monarch's path pulls toward death, extraction, building an army from the bodies of the fallen. Goku's nature pulls toward life, revival, protecting the living. And every time these two forces collide, Goku chooses the one that makes him weaker in the short term, but stronger in ways the system can't measure. Remember this. Remember this moment. Because later in the series, when a much more important death happens and the extraction prompt appears again, the choice Goku makes is going to tear your heart out. But for now, Goku arrives at the battlefield. He flies in on Nimbus, lands, looks around at the devastation. His friends' bodies scattered across the wasteland, Gohan crying, Krillin barely standing, and two Saiyans, one massive, one compact, watching him with predatory interest. The system scans both threats. Nappa, level 200, effective combat rating 200. Vegeta, level 340, effective combat rating 340. Player level 250, base effective combat rating 250, with Kaioken times 2, effective combat rating 500. Against Nappa, Goku doesn't even need Kaioken. He's level 250, Nappa is level 200. 50 levels of clear superiority, and Goku's been training for this moment every single day for a year. Goku walks toward Nappa. Nappa charges a full power rush, the same attack that killed Tien, that forced Piccolo to sacrifice himself. The giant Saiyan swings a fist that could crater mountains. Goku catches it, one hand. Nappa's eyes go wide, he tries to pull free, can't. Goku's grip is iron. Goku looks up at him with an expression that isn't angry, isn't excited, just certain. Goku says, "You killed my friends." And then Goku dismantles him. Not a fight, a demolition. Every punch, every kick, every movement is surgical. Nappa can't touch him. The level 200 elite Saiyan who terrorized Earth's defenders for hours can't land a single hit on Goku in base form. Goku finishes with a Kaioken-enhanced uppercut that sends Nappa ragdolling through the sky, broken and beaten. Nappa crashes at Vegeta's feet, broken, useless. And Vegeta, the Prince of Saiyans, looks down at his partner with contempt. Vegeta says, "Pathetic." He raises his hand and kills Nappa himself, a single energy blast, his own ally, because Vegeta doesn't tolerate weakness, not in his enemies, not in himself, and certainly not in the soldiers who serve under him. The system detects the death immediately. Entity Nappa, terminated by allied fire. Shadow extraction available, rank standard soldier, level 200. Extract? Now this one is different from Piccolo. Nappa isn't an ally, he isn't a friend. He tried to kill Goku's friends, he succeeded with some of them. There's no moral conflict here, no bond to honor. He's an enemy combatant killed by his own commander, and his level 200 combat power would be a significant addition to the Shadow Army. Goku selects yes. Dark mist rises from Nappa's body. It coils, condenses, takes shape. A shadow version of Nappa forms. Same massive frame, same imposing presence, but made of living darkness. Blue eyes glowing with loyal light. It kneels before Goku. Shadow Soldier acquired Nappa. Rank Soldier, standard. Level 200. Shadow Army, 1 Soldier Nappa, 1 Minor Void Beast. Total, 2 Shadows. Vegeta watches this happen, and for the first time, the Prince of Saiyans shows an emotion other than contempt. His eyes narrow, his jaw tightens. He just saw a dead warrior rise as a shadow puppet under another man's command. He doesn't understand what he's seeing, but he knows he doesn't like it. Vegeta says, What did you just do, Kakarot?" Goku doesn't answer. He dismisses Nappa's shadow back into his own, the soldier dissolving into the darkness at Goku's feet, stored and ready for deployment. Then he turns to face Vegeta. Vegeta, Prince of Saiyans, level 340, player level 250, base effective combat rating 250, with Kaioken times 2, effective combat rating 500. Advantage, player, with Kaioken times 3, effective combat rating 750. Caution, severe body damage. With Kaioken times 4, effective combat rating 1000. Warning, risk of permanent injury. In base form, Vegeta is 90 levels above Goku. That's an impossible gap without multipliers. But with Kaioken, the math changes dramatically. Kaioken times 2 puts Goku at 500 effective power against Vegeta's 340. That's not just a win, that's dominance. But Kaioken has a cost. Times 2 is manageable, times 3 starts tearing muscle fibers, times 4 risks shattering bones and rupturing organs. Goku can go higher, but the higher he goes, the more damage he does to himself. The fight begins. Goku opens in base form testing Vegeta and immediately gets hit with a reality check. Vegeta isn't Nappa. Vegeta is precise, technical, vicious. His fighting style is refined by decades of combat across the galaxy. He doesn't waste movement. Every attack serves a purpose. And at level 340 base, his raw speed and power dwarf base form Goku, Vegeta lands 3 clean hits in 2 seconds. Goku's ribs crack. He tastes blood. Goku activates Kaioken times 2. The red aura erupts around him. His effective power jumps to 500, and now it's a fight. Goku blitzes Vegeta with speed. The prince wasn't expecting. A combination lands, body shot, jaw hook, spinning kick that sends Vegeta skidding backwards across the wasteland. Vegeta wipes blood from his lip. He's smiling, not happy, hungry, the Saiyan combat addiction. He's facing someone who can actually push him, and it's the most exciting thing that's happened to him in years. Vegeta says, finally, a real fight. The exchange is incredible. Kaioken times 2 Goku versus full power Vegeta. Goku is faster, hits harder, but Vegeta's technique and experience partially compensate. They trade blows across the sky, cratering mountains, splitting clouds, shockwaves flattening the landscape for miles. The system's adaptive combat is running, giving Goku incremental improvements every second, and Vegeta is forced to keep escalating to match. Then Vegeta goes to his trump card, his Gallic gun, a concentrated beam of purple energy aimed at the entire planet. Vegeta says, "If I can't beat you, I'll just destroy the earth beneath your feet." Goku has no choice. Kaioken times 3, activated. Effective combat rating 750. Warning, muscle fiber damage occurring. Estimated combat effectiveness at this level, 4 minutes before critical system failure. His body screams. His muscles feel like they're being pulled apart from the inside. But his Kamehameha, boosted by Kaioken times 3, meets Vegeta's Gallic gun in a beam clash that lights up the entire hemisphere. Goku pushes harder, Kaioken times 3.5, the system flashing red warnings he ignores, and his beam overwhelms Vegeta's. The Gallic gun collapses. Vegeta gets caught in the Kamehameha wave and rocketed into the upper atmosphere. He survives. Of course he does. He's Vegeta. Battered, burned, furious, but alive. And now he's done playing. Vegeta reaches into his armor and pulls out a small device. He creates an artificial moon, a condensed ball of Blutz waves that he throws into the sky. The fake moonlight washes over him, and oh no, Oozaru Vegeta, the Great Ape, his level 340 base multiplied by 10. Enemy power spike, Oozaru transformation detected, Vegeta base. Base, level 340 times Oozaru multiplier 10 equals combat rating 3400. Player maximum with Kaioken times 4, effective combat rating 1000, survival probability 2%, 3400 versus 1000, and that's Goku at Kaioken times 4, which would destroy his body in under a minute. At Kaioken times 2 or 3, the gap is even worse. This is the most dangerous moment Goku has faced in the entire story. Worse than King Piccolo. Worse than Mercenary Tao. A 50-foot great ape with an effective power level of 3400 is not something you fight. It's something you survive. Maybe. The system knows it. The survival probability says 2%. That's lower than the first Piccolo fight. Lower than anything Goku has ever faced. But the story gives him what the original story gave him. Allies. Yajirobe, hiding behind a rock like the magnificent coward he is, sees the artificial moon and the giant monkey and thinks, I should probably do something about that. He sneaks around behind Oozaru Vegeta while Goku is getting pummeled and cuts Vegeta's tail clean off with his sword. Same as canon, some things are too perfect to change. Vegeta reverts, shrinks back to normal, but he's still Vegeta, still level 340, still furious, still dangerous. And Goku is wrecked from the Oozaru beating and the Kaioken strain. Meanwhile, the system quietly resolves a long-running quest. Long-term quest? Master the Beast Within. Status update. Player's tail, permanently absent due to repeated removal and Saiyan biological adaptation. Oozaru transformation no longer accessible. However, the quest's core objective, controlling overwhelming power, has been fulfilled through an alternate path. Monarch's domain, Kaioken control, emotional regulation under duress, all demonstrate mastery over the beast within. Quest reframed. Master the beast within complete. Alternate resolution. Reward, passive skill, primal instinct. In moments of extreme duress, Saiyan Berserker energy channels into controlled power bursts instead of loss of consciousness. Plus, 10% damage in critical situations. The Uzaru quest, the one that's been in Goku's quest log since the very first part, since the full moon at Pilaf's castle, is finally resolved. Not the way anyone expected, not through mastering the Great Ape form, but through demonstrating that the spirit of the quest, controlling power that threatens to overwhelm you, has been achieved through other means. Kaioken, Monarch's domain, emotional discipline. The system accepts the alternate resolution and gives Goku primal instinct, a permanent 10% damage boost in critical situations. It's not flashy, but it'll stack with everything else he has. Part 1 quest. Resolved in Part 4. That's storytelling payoff, baby. The fight enters its final phase. Both fighters are broken. Vegeta can barely stand, Goku can barely move. It comes down to a brutal, ugly, ground-level brawl. Two warriors too stubborn to fall, trading hits that would kill normal men 10 times over. Krillin picks up Yajirobe's sword. Vegeta is on his knees, spent. One swing would end it. Krillin looks at Goku for permission. Goku says, "Let him go." Krillin says, "What?" Goku, he tried to destroy the entire... Goku says, "Let him go, Krillin." Hidden quest, spare the Saiyan Prince. Reward, future consequence unlocked. Classified, mercy logged, the system remembers. Future consequence unlocked. The system isn't telling Goku what sparing Vegeta will lead to. It just says it matters. It just says, this choice has weight. And the reward is classified because the payoff is so big, so important, that revealing it now would spoil everything. If you've been paying attention to this series, you know what happens when the system logs mercy. Piccolo was spared and became an ally. Teen was spared and the reward became ruler's authority. Every single act of mercy in this story has paid dividends that far exceeded what extraction or killing would have provided. Sparing Vegeta is going to be the biggest mercy payoff of them all. But we're not there yet. Not even close. Vegeta crawls into his space pod, escapes into the sky. Gone. Battle complete. Experience tallied. Level 250 to 270. Sources: Vegeta Fight Combat Experience, Zenkai from Near Death, Saiyan Combat Drive Bonus. Level 270, 20 levels from the Vegeta fight alone. The Saiyan saga is over, Earth is saved, but at a terrible cost. Yamcha, Tien, and Chiatsu are dead. Piccolo is dead, which means Kami is dead, which means the Earth's Dragon Balls are inert. The only way to wish everyone back is to use the Dragon Balls on planet Namek, Piccolo's homeworld. And there's a bigger problem. Goku lies in a hospital bed, broken. Every bone cracked, muscles shredded from Kaioken overuse, internal bleeding barely kept in check by the system's recovery. He's not going anywhere for weeks. But while everyone else is planning the Namek trip, while Krillin, Gohan, and Bulma are preparing to fly across the galaxy, the system quietly delivers one more notification, and this one changes everything. Intelligence report. The entity Vegeta is traveling to a location designated Planet Namek. A far greater power also resides on this trajectory. Entity, Frieza. Level, 3 question marks. This entity destroyed planet Vegeta. This entity murdered your biological father. World quest available, the Tyrant's Throne. This quest cannot be refused. Reward, classified. Contingent on emotional and genetic conditions being met during combat. Frieza, 3 question marks for a level. The system can't even estimate it from this distance. All it knows is that this entity named Frieza, destroyed an entire planet of warriors, killed Goku's father, annihilated his race, and he's heading to the same planet Goku's friends are flying toward. This quest cannot be refused. Not accept or decline. Cannot be refused. The system has never forced a quest before. Every quest in the entire story has been optional. Even the Demon King hunt had an accept prompt. But this is mandatory. Whatever Frieza represents in the system's grand design, it's not optional content. It's the main storyline. And the reward? Classified. Contingent on emotional and genetic conditions being met during combat. That's the most cryptic reward text the system has ever generated. Emotional conditions? Genetic conditions. What transformation requires both your emotions and your biology to align? If you're a Dragon Ball fan, you already know exactly what's waiting on Namek. But Goku doesn't. All he knows is that the system gave him a number, and it was 3 question marks. And the last time the system couldn't measure an enemy's level was... Actually, this is the first time. The system has always been able to give at least an estimate. 3 question marks means either the enemy is too far away to scan, or the enemy is so far above the system's current measurement scale that the numbers break. Goku stares at the ceiling of his hospital room. His hands are trembling, not from the injuries, from anticipation. Somewhere across the galaxy, on a planet with green skies and 3 suns, the most feared being in the universe is searching for immortality. He destroyed Goku's entire race, murdered his father, and in a few weeks, Goku is going to meet him face to face. The system calculated the odds of survival against Frieza. It didn't share them, because the number was 0. And that is part 4. The Saiyan saga. Raditz, the reveal, the year of grinding, the Spirit Realm dungeon, Kaioken and Spirit Bomb learned through alternate paths, the casualties, Piccolo's death and the extraction that Goku refused, Nappa becoming the first real battlefield shadow soldier, the Vegeta fight with Uzaru, the mercy that the system logged as classified future consequence, and the Frieza tease that just sent chills down every Dragon Ball fan's spine. Let's go to Namek. Goku heals up from the Vegeta fight, Senzu Beans plus System Recovery plus Zenkai Boost. He's back on his feet within a couple of weeks. Meanwhile, Krillin, Gohan, and Bulma have already launched for Namek in a Capsule Corp spaceship. They've got a head start. Goku needs to catch up, and he needs to get stronger on the way. Bulma's dad builds Goku a special ship, a Saiyan space pod design upgraded with Earth technology. And here's the crucial detail: it has a gravity chamber. Adjustable gravity, up to 100 times Earth's normal pull. 6 days in transit, 100 times gravity, and the system absolutely loses its mind with excitement. Extreme training conditions detected, 100 times Earth gravity. Daily quest difficulty auto-scaled. Experience rate, ×4. Physical stat gains per session, ×3. This is the most efficient training environment the player has ever accessed. ×4 experience, ×3 physical gains, for 6 straight days, in an environment so brutal that just standing requires more effort than most people's entire workout. Goku isn't doing casual training in here. He's doing full combat drills, Kaioken practice, ki manipulation exercises, all while his body weighs 100 times what it normally does. Every push-up is like lifting a building. Every punch is thrown through resistance that would crush a normal human's bones. The system's daily quests scale to match. The requirements become almost comically extreme. Thousands of push-ups, hundreds of kilometers of running in place, combat kata performed until his muscles literally give out, and the gravity pins him to the floor. Then he recovers, and does it again. 6 days of this. 6 days of the most compressed, efficient leveling he's ever done. Goku enters Namek's atmosphere at level 310. That's 40 levels gained in 6 days. 40. For context, it took him an entire year of triple stream training to gain 120 levels before the Saiyan invasion. 6 days in 100 times gravity did a third of that. The scaling on extreme training environments is absurd, and the system rewards it accordingly. He also spent his system store points during the trip. One purchase in particular stands out. Skill purchased, instant transmission, tier 2 store, spatial teleportation skill. Lock onto any detectable key signature within range and teleport to their location instantaneously. Cooldown none. Cost, stamina dependent, greater distance equals greater stamina drain. Instant transmission. In canon, Goku learns this on planet Yardrat after Namek. In our version, the system store has had it available for a while. It just cost a massive amount of store points that Goku couldn't afford until now. The 100 times gravity training generated enough points from the multiplied experience to finally purchase it. This is a game changer. Teleportation with no cooldown, limited only by stamina and the requirement that he can sense the target's key signature. It means Goku can be anywhere, instantly, as long as he can feel the energy of someone at the destination. In a fight, it means he can close distance before an opponent can react. Across a planet, it means he can reach any ally in danger within seconds. The system version is functionally identical to the canon technique. The path to getting it was just different. And honestly, buying it from the store is more satisfying than he trained with aliens for a while and they taught him. You've been watching Goku accumulate store points since part 1. This purchase feels earned. Alright, Goku lands on Namek, and the situation's already a mess. Krillin and Gohan have been on the planet for days, dodging Frieza's forces, forming an alliance with a Namekian elder named Guru, who unlocked some of Gohan's dormant potential, and generally trying not to die. Vegeta is also here. He betrayed Frieza and is gathering Dragon Balls for himself. And Frieza has called in his elite squad to clean up the situation. The Ginyu Force. 5 fighters, Frieza's personal special forces, the best soldiers in his entire empire, and the system categorizes them the moment they enter Goku's sensing range. Enemy squad detected Ginyu Force. Note, these entities have no stacking transformation multipliers. Displayed levels equal full combat power. Guldo, level 50. Weak physically, but possesses temporal abilities. Do not underestimate. Rikum, level 400. Birder, level 380. Jace, level 360. Captain Ginyu, level 500. Rikum is level 400. Goku in base form is level 310. On paper, that's a 90 level gap. Normally that would be a serious problem. But Goku has Kaioken times 2. Base 310 times 2 equals effective combat rating 620. Against Rikum's 400, it's not even close. Goku arrives on the battlefield like a force of nature. Krillin is beaten half to death. Gohan is down. Vegeta got wrecked by Rikum and is lying in the dirt trying not to bleed out. Rikum is standing over them, posing, doing his ridiculous fighting poses because that's what the Ginyu Force does, and then Goku appears. Instant transmission. 1 second he's not there. The next second he is. No warning, no approach, just there. He gives Krillin and Gohan Senzu beans, heals them instantly. Then he turns to Rikum, 1 hit, 1 elbow strike to the gut. Rikum's eyes go white. He drops. Unconscious. Done. Birder and Geese attack together. The Purple Comet attack, their signature combination assault. Goku dodges both of them simultaneously, not with effort, with what looks like casual movement. He weaves between their attacks like they're moving in slow motion, and then puts them both down in a sequence so fast, the system barely has time to log the individual hits. Enemy defeated Rikum, level 400, experience gained. Enemy defeated Birder, level 380, experience gained. Enemy defeated Geese, level 360, experience gained. Note, enemies were significantly below players' effective combat rating. Experience gain, minimal per individual. Cumulative total, moderate. 3 members of the Ginyu Force in under a minute. The system doesn't even give him much experience because the level gap was in his favor this time. Fighting down gives almost nothing, but it gives you something more important than experience. It gives them a power fantasy moment. After 4 parts of Goku struggling, barely surviving, getting beaten nearly to death over and over, this is what all that grinding was for. This is the payoff. The Ginyu Force feared across the galaxy, and Goku walks through 3 of them like they're training dummies. But Captain Ginyu is different. Captain Ginyu, level 500, player level 310. With Kaioken times 2, effective combat rating 620, this opponent will require effort. Level 500. Even with Kaioken times 2, Goku is only at 620. That's a comfortable advantage, but Ginyu didn't become captain of Frieza's elite by being predictable. And Ginyu has a trick that no amount of power can prepare you for. The fight starts normally. Goku dominates with Kaioken, faster, stronger, more technical. Ginyu can't keep up, he's getting beaten, and then Ginyu screams. Not a battle cry, a technique. His body glows, a beam of light erupts from his mouth and hits Goku square in the chest, and everything goes wrong. Body change, Ginyu's signature ability. He swaps bodies with his opponent. Goku's consciousness is ripped out of his body and slammed into Ginyu's. Ginyu's mind takes over Goku's body. The world inverts. Goku looks down at his hands and sees purple skin, horns, a body that isn't his. The system reacts instantly. Warning, soul displacement detected. Player consciousness transferred to foreign body. System cannot operate in non-player vessel. All skills disabled. Stats locked to host body's parameters. Emergency. Return to original body immediately. And here's the beautiful part of this. The system is bound to Goku's soul, not his body. Ginyu now has Goku's body. Yes, he has Goku's muscles, Goku's key reserves, Goku's physical stats, but he does not have the system. No quest windows, no adaptive combat, no key sense, no ruler's authority, no monarch's domain, no shadow extraction, none of it. The system traveled with Goku's soul into Ginyu's body and is sitting there, locked, unable to interface with foreign hardware, which means Ginyu and Goku's body is dramatically nerfed. He has the raw physical stats, but none of the system-enhanced combat abilities that make Goku so dangerous. He can't even use Kaioken because Kaioken is a system-learned skill. He's driving a race car without knowing where the gears are. The resolution plays out similarly to canon. Ginyu can't figure out how to use Goku's full power. Vegeta, healed by a Senzu beam during the chaos, beats up Ginyu and Goku's body because Ginyu can't access any of the system skills. Goku in Ginyu's body throws himself in front of a second body swap attempt and the switch reverses. Goku gets his body back. Ginyu ends up in a frog. Classic Dragon Ball absurdity. But the aftermath is where the Shadow Army grows. Rikum and Berter are dead. Goku killed them during the initial fight, not intentionally, but the power gap was so massive that holding back still produced lethal force on Rikum, and Berter died from the impact of being slammed into the ground. The system prompts Shadow Extraction available, Rikum, level 400, Berter, level 380. Extract, Goku extracts both. 2 new Shadow Soldiers. Shadow Soldiers acquired, Rikum, level 400, Berter, level 380. Shadow Army updated, Nappa, level 200, Rikum, level 400, Berter, level 380, plus 12 minor soldiers from mech battlefield encounters. Total, 15 shadows. No generals yet. 15 soldiers. Still no generals. None of these extractions qualify for the elite general rank. They're strong, but not strong enough. The general slots are reserved for truly exceptional entities. Entities like, well, we're getting to that. Goku, Krillin, Gohan, and Vegeta regroup. The Dragon Balls are gathered, but before anyone can make a wish, the sky goes dark. Not from clouds, from presence. A key signature descends on their location that makes everything they've felt before, Raditz, Vegeta, the Ginyu Force, feel like candle flames next to a nuclear reactor. Frieza has arrived, and Goku sees the scan that changes everything. Frieza lands in his first form, the small, compact form with the horns and the tail, and the calm, aristocratic demeanor. The form that destroyed planet Vegeta, the form that killed Goku's father. Frieza, Form 1, level 600. Note, this entity has no stacking transformation multipliers. Each form is a separate locked power tier. Form 1 represents suppressed combat capability. Higher forms exist. Player level 310, with Kaioken times 2, effective combat rating 620. Form 1 is manageable. Level 600. Goku with Kaioken times 2 is at 620. That's a fight he can win. Barely. But Form 1 is manageable. The problem is the word forms, plural. The system detected multiple power tiers, and it can't tell Goku how many there are or how strong they get. It just knows this isn't Frieza's full power. Not even close. The initial confrontation is chaos. Vegeta attacks Frieza first. Pride won't let him do anything else. He gets beaten. Krillin and Gohan support from range with ki blasts that Frieza ignores like mosquito bites. Piccolo isn't here yet. He was wished back to life with the Namekian Dragon Balls and teleported to Namek, but he's still en route. He'll arrive soon. Goku steps up, Kaioken times 2, and he fights Frieza Form 1. It's tight. Frieza is elegant, precise, every movement calculated with the cold efficiency of someone who has destroyed civilizations as a career. But Goku's adaptive combat is running, and his system skills give him edges Frieza doesn't expect. Ki Sense reads Frieza's energy flow before attacks land. Predator's instinct highlights openings. Ruler's authority applies subtle telekinetic pressure at key moments. Goku is winning. Slowly, carefully, but winning. And Frieza realizes it. Frieza says, "I must admit, you're more entertaining than most monkeys. But I'm afraid I've been fighting at a fraction of my capability." He transforms. The first transformation. His body bulges, grows, horns elongate. The power spike is massive. Frieza, Form 2, level 900. Player with Kaioken times 2. Effective combat rating 620. Deficit significant. Increase Kaioken multiplier or disengage. Level 900. Goku pushes to Kaioken times 3. Effective combat rating 930. Barely keeping pace. His body is starting to tear from the strain, but he fights through it. The exchange becomes more desperate. Goku is landing hits, but they're not doing enough damage, and every hit Frieza lands is devastating. Piccolo arrives, fused with Nail, a Namekian warrior who gave his life force to power up Piccolo before dying. Piccolo is significantly stronger than before. He joins the fight, and together they push Form 2 Frieza back. Frieza transforms again, Form 3, the elongated alien horror form that looks like something out of a nightmare. Frieza, Form 3, level 1200. Player with Kaioken times 4, effective combat rating 1240. Warning, Kaioken times 4 will cause severe internal damage within 90 seconds. Level 1200 versus 1240. Goku can match this for 90 seconds. After that, his body starts shutting down from the Kaioken strain, and Frieza isn't even at full power yet. The fight is brutal. Goku at Kaioken times 4 trades blows with Form 3 Frieza in a sequence that devastates the Namekian landscape. Mountains split, lakes evaporate, the planet itself groans under the force of their collisions. Goku is fighting on a timer, and they both know it. And then Frieza decides he's bored of dragging this out. He transforms one last time. The final form, the sleek white and purple form that is Frieza as he truly is. No bulk, no horns, no monstrous shapes, just clean, perfect, devastating power condensed into a form that looks almost gentle. The system scans it, and the display glitches. Frieza, final form, level, system cannot accurately measure. Estimated range, 2,000 to 5,000. Player level, 310. Maximum effective combat rating with Kaioken times 4, 1,240. Survival probability, 0%. 0. Not 2% like Uzaru Vegeta. Not 9% like King Piccolo. 0. The system has run the numbers, and there is no combination of Goku's current abilities that produces a winning scenario. Kaioken times 10 would put him at 3,100, maybe enough to compete. But Kaioken times 10 would liquefy his organs in about 15 seconds. The gap between Goku and Final Form Frieza is not a gap. It's an abyss. And Frieza is barely trying. He's using maybe a fraction of his full power, and he's toying with them, batting Goku around like a cat with a mouse, swatting Piccolo aside when the Namekian tries to intervene. Krillin gets impaled on a horn. Gohan gets backhanded into a cliff face. Vegeta gets beaten so badly he starts crying and telling Goku the story of how Frieza destroyed their people, begging him to avenge the Saiyan race. Frieza kills Vegeta, a beam through the heart, while Vegeta is lying in the dirt, giving his final speech. And the system notes something you might miss in the chaos. Entity Vegeta terminated. Shadow extraction available. Rank Shadow General eligible. Extract Vegeta is dead. He qualifies as a Shadow General. But remember, Part 4 established that Goku's mercy toward Vegeta unlocked a classified future consequence. The system logged that act of mercy as important. And now with Vegeta dead, the system presents the extraction option. But Goku, even in the middle of the worst fight of his life, selects no. Not now. Not Vegeta. Because somewhere in the back of his mind, buried under the fear and the rage and the desperation, Goku believes the Dragon Balls can fix this. Vegeta can be wished back. Vegeta can live, and a living of Vegeta, who might one day stand beside him instead of against him, is worth more than any shadow. Player response, declined. The system remembers. Goku turns back to Frieza, Kaioken times 10. His body erupts in crimson energy so intense that the ground beneath him vaporizes. Effective combat rating, 3,100. His muscles are tearing, his blood vessels are bursting, but for a few glorious seconds, he can actually hurt Frieza. He lands a hit, a single perfect punch that snaps Frieza's head sideways. The tyrant stumbles, touches his cheek, looks at the blood on his fingertips. Frieza has never bled before. Not once. Not in his entire life. He stops smiling. Frieza says, "You made me bleed." And then Frieza goes to 50%. Level, approximately 3,500. Goku at Kaioken times 10 is 3,100. The gap opens right back up and Frieza beats Goku savagely. Every counter is met with a faster counter. Every dodge is predicted. Frieza's combat IQ at this power level is beyond anything the system has ever processed. Goku has one play left, the Spirit Bomb. He raises his hands to the sky, reaches out with his ki to every living thing on Namek, every tree, every fish, every blade of grass, every Namekian still alive. He's asking them, begging them, lend me your energy. Frieza realizes what's happening too late. The Spirit Bomb forms massive, a sphere of pure natural energy the size of a small moon. Goku throws it. It hits Frieza dead center. For a moment, silence. The planet shakes, the dust clears, and Frieza is gone? No body, no energy signature. Could it really be over? Krillin cheers. Gohan cries with relief. Piccolo allows himself a breath. Then Frieza rises from the crater, damaged, furious, but alive. And he points a finger at Krillin. No warning, no monologue. Just a flick of his finger and Krillin's body rises into the air, wrapped in Frieza's telekinetic ki. Krillin screams, Goku screams, and Frieza clenches his fist. Krillin explodes, not knocked out, not injured, explodes, destroyed from the inside by Frieza's energy. Gone. The boy from the monastery, the first friend Goku ever made, who was his own age, the person who died once before at King Piccolo's hands and was wished back. Dead. Again. And this time, there's no body to even bury. Everything stops. Goku stares at the space where Krillin used to be. His brain stops processing, his thoughts stop flowing, and somewhere deep in his soul, deeper than the system, deeper than the stats, and the levels and the quests, something breaks open. The system's interface shatters. Not a notification. The actual visual framework of the system cracks like glass. Fissures spread across every window, every display. The numbers glitch out. The quest log scrambles. The entire operating system that has guided Goku since he was a child bleeding in the woods is experiencing a cascade failure because the emotional energy pouring through Goku right now is outside its parameters. And from the darkness behind the broken display, a single golden light. Ally terminated. Krillin. Emotional threshold exceeded. Genetic condition met. Dormant transformation unlocked. Super Saiyan. Base level recalculating with transformation multiplier. Base level 310 times Super Saiyan multiplier times 50 equals effective combat rating, 15,500. Frieza at 100% estimated effective combat rating, approximately 5,000. Player advantage, overwhelming. The ground crumbles, not cracks, crumbles. Disintegrates beneath Goku's feet in a perfect circle. The sky goes dark as storm clouds materialize from nothing. The sheer energy output disrupting Namek's weather patterns across the entire hemisphere. Lightning arcs down and strikes the ground around Goku in a ring of white fire. His hair rises, strand by strand, defying gravity, each one shifting from black to gold like a slow-motion flame catching. His eyes, those warm, dark eyes that have defined Son Goku since he was a child, shift to teal. Hard. Cold. Not cruel. Just certain. The certainty of a being who has just discovered a power so vast that everything he feared 5 seconds ago is now irrelevant. The scream. Every Dragon Ball fan alive knows this scream. It's not rage, it's not pain, it's transformation. It's the sound of a mortal becoming something that hasn't existed in 1,000 years. Super Saiyan. And the numbers tell the story in a way that hits you right in the chest. Frieza at absolute maximum. 100% of his full power is approximately 5,000 effective combat rating. A Goku in Super Saiyan is 15,500, 3 times stronger. Not marginally, not it'll be a close fight. 3-to-1 advantage, total dominance. Every moment of struggle, every near death, every 9% survival probability, every 0% warning, every time the system said flee and Goku charged in anyway, it all led here, to this form, to this moment, where the boy who was level 1 against a Sabretooth is now standing in front of the most feared being in the universe with triple his power. And Frieza can feel it. For the first time in his life, the Emperor of the Universe is looking at someone who is categorically, undeniably, mathematically stronger than him, and he's terrified. The fight, if you can call it that, is one-sided in a way that's almost uncomfortable. Frieza throws everything, planet-destroying blasts, speed that shattered the sound barrier 100 times over, techniques refined over decades of conquest. None of it works. Goku walks through ki blasts like they're rain. He catches Frieza's fists and holds them still while the tyrant strains with everything he has. Frieza fires a beam at point-blank range. Goku tanks it without moving and the smoke clears to show not a scratch on him. The system isn't even giving combat feedback. There's no adaptive combat notification because there's nothing to adapt to. There's no experience gain worth measuring because the fight is too far below Goku's effective level. The system has, for the first time, become a spectator at its own player's fight. It has nothing to contribute because Goku has transcended the scenario where the system's assistance matters. Frieza pushes to 100%, full power. Every ounce of energy he has, his muscles bulge, his power tears at the atmosphere. Level 5,000 at absolute maximum, burning through his stamina reserves at a rate that means he has minutes before he's running on fumes. It still isn't enough. Goku hits him, once. A punch to the gut that folds Frieza in half and sends him tumbling across the landscape for 3 miles. Frieza coughs blood purple, alien blood, and staggers to his feet. The fight plays out like cannon from here. Frieza gets desperate. He attacks Namek itself, fires a blast into the planet's core, triggering a chain reaction that will destroy the whole world in minutes. If he can't win, nobody wins. That's Frieza's philosophy. If the universe won't bow to him, he'll burn it down. Goku lets him live. Same as canon. Even after everything, the genocide, the murder of Krillin, the destruction of the planet, Goku gives Frieza energy to escape. Shares his own ki so the tyrant can fly away and survive. Because Goku doesn't kill defeated opponents. That's the code. That's who he is. Frieza, being Frieza, uses that gifted energy to attack Goku from behind. Because of course he does. Some people can't accept mercy. Some people would rather die trying to prove they're superior than live knowing they lost. Goku finishes him with a ki blast that he doesn't even look at when he fires it. Just extends his hand behind him and obliterates Frieza without turning around. And now comes the moment the Shadow Army has been building towards since Part 3. Frieza's body lies in the dirt of a dying planet, broken, still. And the system, which has been in spectator mode since Super Saiyan activated, comes back online with a single prompt. Shadow extraction available, Frieza. Classification, Emperor class entity. If extracted, will be granted rank Shadow General. General slot 1 of 6. Except, Goku stands over the body, the golden aura crackles around him. His teal eyes look down at the thing that destroyed his people, his race, his father, the being who killed Krillin, who tried to destroy a planet full of innocent Namekians for the sake of a wish. He thinks about his father, a man he never met, a low-class Saiyan soldier, who died when his planet exploded because this creature decided the Saiyans were too dangerous to live. He thinks about Vegeta, the prince who spent his whole life under Frieza's boot, who was shaped into a monster by Frieza's cruelty, who died begging Goku to finish what the Saiyan race couldn't. He selects yes. Darkness erupts from Frieza's corpse. Not the gentle, dark mist of lesser extractions. This is a detonation of shadow energy. It's so dense that it's visible to everyone on the battlefield, even the non-system users. Piccolo, halfway across the island, turns his head and feels something primal crawl up his spine. A shape rises from the black. Frieza's silhouette, the final form, sleek and terrifying, but composed entirely of living darkness. Purple energy crackles around the shadow like an echo of the power it held in life. The shadow's eyes open. Blue, not red, not Frieza's cruel red, loyal blue. It kneels before Goku. And this is worth pausing on, because this is one of the most poetic things in the entire series. The shadow is not Frieza. It has no pride, no cruelty, no emperor complex, no need to dominate, humiliate, or destroy. It is the raw power of the universe's most feared tyrant, stripped of everything that made him a monster, now serving the son of the race he annihilated. A Saiyan commands the shadow of the being who destroyed all Saiyans. The irony is so thick you could cut it with a sword. And there's a practical dimension too. Remember, Shadow soldiers scale with the Monarch's level. As Goku gets stronger, Shadow Frieza gets stronger proportionally. A Shadow extracted at level 5000 effective combat rating when Goku is level 310. By the time Goku reaches level 2000, that Shadow will be significantly more powerful than the original Frieza ever was. The army is never obsolete. Frieza, extracted on Namek, will become a god-tier threat by the time the series reaches its climax. Shadow General acquired, Frieza. General rank, 1 of 6 maximum. Shadow Army 1 General, Frieza 15 soldiers. The Monarch's army grows. Goku escapes Namek before it explodes. Instant transmission to the nearest habitable planet. He barely makes it. The planet crumbling into debris behind him as he flickers out of existence and reappears on a barren rock a solar system away. He's alive. Frieza is dead. Krillin is gone, but not for long. Meanwhile, back on Earth, the Namekian Dragon Balls were transported off-world before Namek's destruction. The surviving Namekians, relocated by Goku's allies, use their Dragon Balls to set things right. Piccolo is alive again, wished back during the Namek fight. Now the others follow. Yamcha, Tien, Chiaotzu, wished back. Krillin, wished back. Vegeta, wished back. Everyone lives. The Dragon Balls do what they always do in Dragon Ball. They hit the cosmic reset button on death. But this time, it feels earned. Because the cost of getting here, the fights, the sacrifices, the near-zero survival probabilities, the Shadow Monarch extracting the corpse of the universe's greatest tyrant. All of that happened. The Dragon Balls fix the outcome, they don't erase the journey. And 2 quest resolutions come through. First, quest complete, the Namekian Shadow. Piccolo Jr. has been revived through external means, bond intact, ally restored. The shadow you chose not to take has become the ally who will stand beside you. Reward, Piccolo Jr. permanently registered as bonded ally, mutual stat synergy in combat, plus 3% when fighting alongside Piccolo. The quest that was registered all the way back in Part 3, when King Piccolo died and his soul fragmented into his son, resolved. Not through extraction, through friendship, through the choice to spare, to trust, to believe that a living Piccolo is worth more than a shadow Piccolo, and the reward proves it. A permanent combat synergy buff that activates whenever Goku and Piccolo fight side by side. The system acknowledging in its cold mathematical way that bonds have quantifiable value. Second, quest complete, the Tyrant's Throne. Reward Super Saiyan transformation permanently unlocked. Level adjusted post-quest, 310 to 350. Quest experience, Zenkai, and combat gains. Level 350. Super Saiyan permanently accessible. The classified reward from the mandatory quest was the transformation itself. The emotional and genetic conditions were the rage triggered by Krillin's death and the Saiyan bloodline reaching its legendary threshold. The system didn't create Super Saiyan. It couldn't. What it did was ensure Goku was in the right place at the right emotional state with the right genetic foundation for the transformation to occur naturally. The system was a gardener. Super Saiyan was the flower that bloomed on its own. That distinction matters. The system gives Goku tools, stats, skills, extractions, quests, but the moments that truly define him, the moments of transcendence, those come from Goku himself, from his heart, from his bonds, from the part of him that no system can quantify. Goku is stranded on planet Yardrat after escaping Namek's destruction. The Yardrats, a peaceful alien race with bizarre energy manipulation techniques, take him in. The system notes their spatial techniques as compatible with existing instant transmission skill, upgrade available. Over the weeks he spends with them, the system refines his teleportation, longer range, more precise targeting, lower stamina cost. But while he's training with the Yardrats, the system runs a passive scan of the universe, a deep sweep of every significant power signature in Universe 7, and what it finds makes Goku's eyes go wide. Passive scan complete, universal threat assessment, multiple entities detected across Universe 7 with power exceeding player's current level. Entity, Beerus, level unreadable. Classification, God. Entity, Whis, level unreadable. Classification, beyond God. Entity, unknown designation, level unreadable. Classification, error. New long-term quest chain available, the road to the divine realm. The mortal world is only the beginning, player. Gods. The system just told Goku that gods exist, not as mythology, not as abstract concepts, as entities with power levels so far beyond the current measurement scale that the system literally cannot read them. Beerus, Whis, and something else, something the system can't even classify, marked only as an error. The mortal world is only the beginning. Goku smiles, not the goofy grin, not the battle junkie smirk, the deep, quiet smile of someone who just found out the mountain he's been climbing has a peak he can't see yet. And instead of being scared, he's excited. The Saiyan hunger, the drive that has pushed him from level 1 to level 350, the need, the fundamental, soul-deep need, to find someone stronger and test himself against them. Frieza was the strongest mortal in the universe, and Goku beat him so badly it wasn't even a fight, but the system just told him, there are beings out there who make Frieza look like an insect. He can't wait. Goku conquered the mortal world's greatest tyrant, but the system has revealed a truth that changes everything. Above the mortals are the gods, and above the gods, something else entirely. The road ahead is longer than Goku imagined, and it goes all the way to the end of the prologue, to that shattered battlefield, to the Grand Priest, to the level infinity notification that opened this entire series. The climb continues. The Cell saga, and I promise you, Cell is not ready for what walks into that ring. Quick recap, Goku is level 350, Super Saiyan permanently unlocked at a ×50 multiplier, giving him an effective combat rating of 17,500. He has one Shadow General, Frieza, plus 14 standard soldiers. He's returned from planet Yardrat with instant transmission and a system notification and that gods exist at levels the mortal scale can't measure. The Road to the Divine Realm quest chain is active, and then a kid from the future shows up with purple hair and very bad news. Trunks. Vegeta and Bulma's son from an alternate timeline where the world ended. He's traveled back to warn them about the androids, artificial humans built by Dr. Gero of the Red Ribbon Army. In Trunks' timeline, they killed every Z fighter except him, and Goku died. Not from the androids, from a heart virus, a disease that no amount of power can punch through. Trunks brought the medicine. Goku takes it as a precaution. The system catalogs the threat data. Temporal anomaly detected, entity from alternate future timeline, threat data integrated, artificial humans, designation androids, arrival in approximately 3 years, additional threat data, cardiac virus, lethal to player, medicine acquired, recommendation, use the 3-year window to maximize level progression, 3 years. And this time, Goku isn't racing against the survival clock like the Demon King warning or the Saiyan invasion countdown. He's not trying to close a desperate gap. He's building from a position of strength. Level 350 with Super Saiyan already in his pocket, and the system's compound gains are about to do what compound gains do over extended periods. Explode. Here's what 3 years of grinding looks like when you're a Saiyan monarch with no ceiling in sight. Daily quests. Every single morning, 1,095 days straight. the compound interest that never stops. Dungeon grinding. The system generates scaled dungeons that match Goku's level. At level 350, these dungeons produce monsters that are actually worth fighting. Each clear gives meaningful experience and shadow extraction opportunities. Over 3 years, the Shadow Army grows from 15 soldiers to over 80. Not powerhouses, mostly mid-tier dungeon extractions, but numbers matter. Sparring with Vegeta. The Prince of Saiyans achieved Super Saiyan himself through sheer rage and wounded pride, and he trains with a ferocity that pushes even Goku. Their daily sparring sessions are essentially high-level combat experience that the Saiyan combat drive multiplies by 1.5, and the biggest upgrade, full power Super Saiyan. Goku masters the art of maintaining Super Saiyan as a resting state. Walk in it, eat in it, sleep in it. Train the body to treat the transformation as natural as breathing until the energy drain drops to nothing. Transformation efficiency improved. Super Saiyan, energy drain reduced by 90%. Stamina cost, near zero. Full power Super Saiyan equals Super Saiyan multiplier with negligible maintenance cost. Player can now sustain Super Saiyan indefinitely without performance degradation. 3 years of this. Every day. No breaks. No distractions, just the relentless, methodical grind that the system was designed for. Goku enters the Android saga at level 600. Full power Super Saiyan gives him an effective combat rating of 30,000. For reference, final form, Frieza at 100% was approximately 5,000. Goku is 6 times stronger than the being who was the most powerful creature in the universe 3 years ago, and he hasn't even broken a sweat yet. The Shadow Army has quietly grown into a real force. 1 general, Frieza, and about 80 standard soldiers. Not world-ending on its own, but a tactical asset that can hold battlefields, protect civilians, and overwhelm mid-tier threats through numbers. The androids arrive, Android 19 and Android 20. Dr. Gero himself, in a cybernetic body, appear exactly when and where Trunks predicted. Goku confronts 19 first, and it's not a fight, it's a demonstration. Goku in full power Super Saiyan moves so fast that 19's energy-absorbing palms can't track him. Every hit lands clean. Every counter misses by a mile. Goku is playing with the android, testing its absorption gimmick, seeing how it works, letting the system analyze the mechanism. Technique observed. Energy absorption via palm contact. Counter strategy. Do not allow palm contact. Alternatively, overload the absorption threshold. Goku grins. He grabs 19's wrists, holds both palms against his own chest, and channels a full-power Kamehameha directly into the android's absorption system. 19's eyes go wide. The circuits overload. The android swells like a balloon and detonates. Goku stands in the smoke, dusting off his gi. Then the heart virus hits. Mid-victory, his heart seizes, vision blurs. The system blares warnings about a biological threat it can't cure. Status ailment detected. Viral cardiomyopathy, lethal. System cannot cure biological diseases. External medicine required. Player combat capability declining rapidly. Retreat immediately. Goku drops out of Super Saiyan. Collapses. And this is the one thing in the entire saga that actually threatens him. Not a fighter, not an android, not a bioweapon. A virus. The system that can enhance every physical attribute, heal combat wounds, and grant powers beyond mortal comprehension has exactly 0 tools against a microscopic pathogen eating his heart. But here's what's different from canon. Goku has the Shadow Army. As Goku collapses, he deploys 3 Shadow Soldiers as a perimeter guard. They materialize around his body, silent, blue-eyed, forming a defensive triangle. Android 20 sees them and freezes. He's never encountered shadow energy before. His sensors can't classify it. While 20 hesitates, Yamcha grabs Goku and gets him home. The Shadows hold position until Vegeta arrives and handles 20 himself. Goku takes the medicine. System recovery assists the treatment. 6 days unconscious instead of the weeks it would take without the system's healing passive. He wakes up and the situation has escalated. Androids 17 and 18 have emerged, stronger than 19 and 20, and Cell, the bioengineered ultimate life form, has appeared, absorbing people across the countryside, hunting the androids to achieve his perfect form. Cell absorbs 17, then 18. Perfect Cell stands complete, the ultimate combination of Saiyan, Namekian, Arcosian, and human DNA, engineered to be flawless. The system scans him from across the planet. Entity, Perfect Cell, level approximately 24,000, classification, bioengineered ultimate life form, full combat power, no stacking transformation multipliers, contains DNA of Saiyan, Namekian, Arcosian, and human. Warning, this entity possesses Saiyan DNA. Zenkai-like growth may occur during combat. 24,000. Goku is level 600 in full power Super Saiyan. Effective combat rating 30,000. He's already stronger than Cell by 6,000 points, and Cell doesn't know it. Cell announces the Cell Games, a tournament. One ring. Any challenger. If nobody can beat him, he destroys the Earth. He's doing this because Cell was built from Saiyan DNA and Saiyans is live for the fight. He doesn't want to destroy the Earth. He wants someone to push him to his limits. He's about to be very disappointed. The Z fighters spend 10 days preparing. Goku doesn't need to prepare. He spends the time training casually, playing with Gohan and Goten, and quietly deploying shadow soldiers to evacuate civilians from the Cell Games area. By the day of the tournament, every person within a 100-mile radius has been moved to safety by silent, blue-eyed shadow constructs that appeared at their doors, pointed away from the arena, and escorted them without a word. The Monarch protecting his people, not through fighting, through logistics. The Shadow Army doing what armies do, handling the problems the king shouldn't have to think about personally. Cell Games Day, the Z fighters gather. Cell stands in his ring, arms crossed, radiating confidence. Hercules Satan, the world champion fraud, bounces around the ring doing poses and slapping Cell, who ignores him like a fly. The cameras are rolling. The world is watching. Goku steps into the ring. Cell smiles. He says he's been waiting for this. He can feel that Goku is the strongest among the fighters gathered, and Cell wants the best challenge possible before he destroys the planet. Goku doesn't say anything. He just drops into his stance. Full power Super Saiyan active. The golden aura burning steady and calm. No flaring. No dramatic power-up. Just controlled, sustained, effortless power. Cell attacks first. A combination that would have killed any fighter on Earth 6 months ago. Fast, precise, devastating. Goku blocks every hit with one arm. His other arm is behind his back. Cell's smile falters. He hits harder. A kick that cracks the ring and sends shockwaves across the arena. Goku catches it with his free hand, holds Cell's leg in place for a moment, just long enough for the insult to register, and then flicks Cell backwards through the arena wall. Cell crashes, rolls, stands up. His expression has shifted. The confidence is still there, but something else is creeping in behind it. Uncertainty. Cell goes all out. Maximum power, everything he has. Ki blasts, physical combos, Piccolo's stretching arms, Frieza's death beams, Tien's multiform, every technique from every fighter whose DNA he carries, unleashed in a furious barrage that tears the landscape apart. Goku weaves through it. Not desperately, not with system-assisted predictions and narrow dodges. He flows through Cell's assault like it's choreographed. Because to someone at 30,000 effective combat rating, an opponent at 24,000 might as well be moving in slow motion. Adaptive combat isn't even kicking in because there's nothing to adapt to. The fight is too far below Goku's level to generate meaningful data. Cell fires a full-power Kamehameha, the signature technique he copied from Goku's own DNA. A beam of blue energy that screams across the arena and would vaporize a mountain range. Goku fires one back. Not full power, maybe 50%. His beam cuts through Cells like a knife through paper and hits Cell center mass. The explosion flattens the arena. Cell regenerates. Namekian DNA. He pulls himself together from the blast damage, panting, bleeding, and for the first time in his existence, the perfect being feels something he was never designed to feel: fear. He looks at Goku standing untouched in the crater of the arena. Not a scratch, not a hair out of place. The golden aura still burning steady and calm. And Cell realizes with horrible clarity that this fight was over before it started. The gap between them isn't something he can close through combat or Zenkai boosts. It's categorical. Goku isn't fighting him. Goku is letting him perform. Goku walks towards Cell, slowly, each step deliberate. Cell backs up for the first time in his life. Cell says he'll destroy himself and take the Earth with him. If he can't win, nobody wins. His body begins to swell, cells overcharging, ki building toward critical mass. The self-destruct sequence. The Z fighters scream. Vegeta curses. Piccolo's eyes go wide. Everyone knows what a self-destructing being at Cell's power level will do to the planet. Goku snaps his fingers, not dramatically, not desperately, the way you'd signal a waiter. A Shadow Soldier materializes beside Cell. Shadow Soldier number 12, a mid-tier dungeon extraction, nothing special. The Shadow grabs Cell, wraps its arms around the swelling body, and Goku touches 2 fingers to his forehead. Instant transmission lock-on, not to himself and Cell, to the Shadow and Cell. They vanish. They reappear on a tiny planet at the end of Snake Way in the afterlife. a place Goku has never visited, but the system locked onto the nearest habitable key signatures in the otherworld dimension. The explosion is instantaneous. Cell detonates, the Shadow Soldier is annihilated permanently. King Kai's planet is vaporized, along with King Kai himself, Bubbles, and Gregory. Shadow Soldier number 12, destroyed. Permanent loss. Sacrifice acknowledged. Player status unchanged. Goku didn't flinch, didn't hesitate, didn't have a dramatic internal debate about whether to sacrifice himself. He just handled it. A Shadow Soldier for a planet-threatening self-destruct. Fair trade. Move on. And then a furious telepathic voice slams into his head. Shrill, outraged, and absolutely unhinged. A voice screaming about its planet and its car and someone named Bubbles and Gregory and everything being gone because some shadow thing appeared with a giant bug man, and then boom, Goku blinks, puts a finger to his temple, says, sorry, who is this? The voice identifies itself as King Kai, North Kai, Lord of the Northern Galaxy, and Goku just blew up his planet. Goku says, oh, a Kai, cool, sorry about your planet. I'll make it up to you, I promise. King Kai sputters something about his lawn. This is how Goku meets King Kai, not through dying and training on his planet, through accidentally blowing it up via shadow delivery service. King Kai is going to hold this grudge for the rest of eternity. But the Cell games aren't over. Cell has a nucleus, a single, impossibly durable core that survived the self-destruct, Namekian DNA. He regenerates, comes back, and the Saiyan DNA triggers a Zenkai boost from the near-death experience. He's stronger now. Entity detected. Cell has regenerated, power increase detected, Zenkai-like growth from near-death event. Updated assessment. Cell effective combat rating has increased to approximately 28,000. 28,000, up from 24,000, a meaningful jump. Still below Goku's 30,000. Cell reappears on the battlefield via instant transmission, copied from Goku's cells during their fight. He's cackling, convinced the Zenkai made him invincible, convinced he's now the strongest being alive. Goku is standing exactly where he was when Cell left, arms crossed, expression unchanged. Cell charges. Everything he has, the Zenkai-boosted, rage-fueled, desperate assault of a being who refuses to accept that he's outclassed. Goku hits him once, a single punch to the center of Cell's chest that compresses every cell in the android's body inward. Cell's eyes bulge. His mouth opens but no sound comes out. The impact wave behind him stretches for miles. Then Goku puts his palm against Cell's face and fires a point-blank ki blast that strips the bio-android apart layer by layer, not just destroying him, disintegrating him, making sure there's no nucleus left, no regeneration, no comeback. Perfect Cell, the ultimate life form, the culmination of Dr. Gero's life work, erased by a man who used maybe 60% of his power across the entire fight. Enemy defeated. Perfect Cell, post-Zenkai. Shadow extraction available. Cell, classification, bio-ultimate life form. Extraction rank, Shadow General. General slot, 2 of 6. Accept. Goku selects yes without hesitation. Dark mist erupts from the disintegration zone. Even from total annihilation, the system's extraction finds purchase in the residual energy signature. A shadow forms, Cell's silhouette, the perfect form, tall and elegant and deadly, but composed entirely of darkness. Blue eyes, loyal. Kneeling, Shadow General acquired, Cell, General rank, 2 of 6 maximum, Shadow Army status, 2 generals, Frieza, Cell, 79 soldiers, 2 generals, Frieza and Cell, the 2 most powerful villains in Dragon Ball history, both kneeling in Goku's shadow. And the Monarch didn't even need to go all out to earn either of them. The Cell games are over, Earth is saved, and Goku walks away from the arena the same way he walked in, calm, steady, unbothered. The world watched him dismantle the ultimate life form like it was a sparring exercise. Hercules Satan takes credit on live television. Nobody who matters believes him. The Z-Fighters go home. Goku plays with Gohan. Chi-Chi cooks dinner. Goten kicks in his crib. The house smells like rice and fish and something sweet for dessert. Normal, peaceful. The Monarch eating dinner with his family after a day at work. And that night, after everyone is asleep, the system pings something that makes the peace feel fragile. Anomaly detected, temporal energy signature, origin, alternate timeline, this energy is growing, approaching, slowly, entity classification, Shadow Monarch, identity match, Son Goku variant, this version of you completed the Monarch's path, alone, without bonds, without mercy, it is coming to consume this timeline, estimated time of arrival, unknown, months, possibly years, prepare, a variant, another Goku, another Monarch, one who received the same system, walked the same path but made different choices. Every extraction Goku declined, this version accepted. Every ally Goku revived, this version consumed. Every bond Goku built, this version broke. And it's coming here, coming for this timeline, because its own has nothing left. Goku lies in the dark, Chi-Chi breathing beside him, Goten's heartbeat in the crib, the house quiet and warm. This is what the other Goku doesn't have. This is what the other Goku lost. And now, it's coming to take it. Goku survived the Cell games. He didn't just survive, he dominated. He walked into the ring against the ultimate life form and walked out without a scratch, with a new Shadow General kneeling in his shadow. But the system just showed him something that dominance can't solve. A version of himself that became everything he chose not to be. Somewhere in a broken timeline, another Son Goku built an army from his dead friends, and he's already stronger. And that is part 6, y'all. The perfect weapon. Goku stomping perfect Cell with one arm behind his back, the Shadow Army evacuating civilians before the fight even started, the Heart Virus as the one thing the system can't fix, Shadow Soldier 12 intercepting the self-destruct with a finger snap, accidentally blowing up King Kai's planet and meeting him through the most disrespectful introduction possible, Cell extracted as Shadow General number 2, and the Dark Goku tease that just reset the stakes for everything that comes next. Quick recap. Goku dominated the Cell games without breaking a sweat. Perfect Cell couldn't touch him. The Shadow Army evacuated civilians. A Shadow Soldier intercepted the self-destruct with a finger snap. Cell was extracted as Shadow General number 2. And in the final moments of Part 6, the system detected something approaching from an alternate timeline, a variant of Goku, another Shadow Monarch, one who completed the Monarch's path without mercy, without bonds, without restraint. Dark Goku is coming, and for the first time in a very long time, Goku might actually have to try. 5 years pass between the Cell games and what happens next. 5 years of peace. And for the first time in this entire story, the peace feels real, because nothing on the mortal plane can challenge Goku anymore. He knows it. The system knows it. The daily dungeon clears that used to be intense combat sessions have become routine chores. The Shadow Army grows through extraction, but the extractions feel hollow. Dungeon monsters at level 400, 500. They kneel and join the ranks, and Goku barely registers them. He's bored. Not the fun kind of bored where he's looking for a sparring partner, the deeper kind. The kind where a man who was built to fight, who was given a system designed to make fighting the most rewarding activity in existence, has run out of things worth fighting. The system keeps generating quests and dungeons, and he clears them without breaking a sweat. His friends haven't seen him struggle since Namek, but he fills the time with something the system can't quantify. Family. He trains Gohan, or tries to. Gohan is more interested in studying than fighting, which drives Goku crazy but also makes him weirdly proud. The kid is brilliant. Goten is a revelation. The boy goes Super Saiyan before he can read, which is absurd and also very on-brand for Sun family genetics. Goku trains with him in the yard, play fighting that gradually becomes real training. Chi-Chi is happier than she's been in years. Her husband is alive. He comes home for dinner. He doesn't disappear for months to train on distant planets. But underneath the domestic bliss, the system's warning about Dark Goku is always there. A notification Goku can't dismiss, sitting in the corner of his awareness like a shadow of its own. He doesn't tell Chi-Chi, doesn't tell Gohan. He tells Vegeta because Vegeta is the only person who hears, "A stronger version of you is coming to kill us all," and responds with, "Good." Over 5 years, Goku's level climbs from 620 to 750. Slow by the standards of his youth, but he's at a tier now where each level requires exponentially more experience. The compound daily quest gains are still significant though, 1,825 days of uninterrupted daily training. That's 5 years of compound interest on a foundation that's already astronomical. He achieved Super Saiyan 2 during this period. Transformation unlocked, Super Saiyan 2 multiplier, base times 100, player level 750 in Super Saiyan 2 equals effective combat rating, 75,000, 75,000. Perfect Cell was 24,000. Goku in Super Saiyan 2 is more than 3 times stronger than the villain he already walked through effortlessly. The mortal world isn't just beneath him anymore, it's a different planet of power. The Shadow Army has grown through 5 years of dungeon grinding. 2 generals, Frieza and Cell, and about 120 standard soldiers. A genuine fighting force. Not that Goku has needed them for anything more than crowd control and logistics since Namek. And then on an otherwise ordinary afternoon in West City, the sky cracks open. Not a storm, not a natural phenomenon. A literal crack in reality. A jagged line appearing in the air above the city, like someone took a knife to the fabric of existence and started cutting. Dark energy pours out of it like smoke from a wound in the universe. Every fighter on Earth feels it simultaneously. Vegeta goes pale. Piccolo's hands start shaking. Even Gohan, studying for exams, drops his textbook and turns toward the window. Something is coming through. A figure steps out of the rift. He looks exactly like Goku. Same face, same build, same Saiyan frame, but everything about him is wrong. His hair is silver white, not the warm gold of Super Saiyan or the black of base form. White like something drained of all color. His eyes are hollow. Not evil, not cruel, just empty, like a house where nobody lives anymore. Shadows writhe around him like living armor, and behind him, pouring through the rift like water through a broken dam, an army. Hundreds of Shadow soldiers, and among them, shadows that the Z fighters recognize. A Shadow Vegeta, arms crossed, eyes blue and blank. A Shadow Piccolo, cape billowing in non-existent wind. A Shadow Gohan, the worst one, the one that makes Goku's stomach drop. The system scans the entity identified. Son Goku, variant. Timeline, Omega. Classification, Shadow Monarch, complete, level 900 plus. This entity possesses a fully matured solo leveling system. Shadow Army, 500 plus soldiers, 4 generals. He completed the Monarch's path by extracting his dead allies after they fell in battle. His Vegeta, his Piccolo, his Gohan, all Shadow soldiers now. Level 900, Goku is 750, a 150 level gap. And Dark Goku has a completed Monarch system, fully matured, fully developed, with capabilities Goku hasn't unlocked yet. His Shadow Army outnumbers Goku's 4-1. His generals are his dead friends. For 5 years, Goku has been untouchable. For 5 years, nothing on Earth or in the universe has made him try. He's been the monarch with no kingdom to conquer and no enemy worth his attention. Dark Goku is the first opponent since Frieza who makes Goku's blood move. The variant speaks. His voice is Goku's voice, but tired, ancient, like someone who's been alive for 1,000 years and stopped enjoying any of them a long time ago. He says he came because his world is empty. He won every fight, killed every enemy, and when his friends died along the way, he brought them back as shadows. He thought he was saving them, but shadows don't laugh, they don't argue, they don't grow. They follow orders and stare with blue eyes that used to look at you with real emotions. He looks at Goku, at the living Vegeta standing beside him, scowling, at the living Piccolo, arms crossed, at the living Gohan, scared but standing firm. And he says he's going to take this timeline, replace it with his own, because his own has nothing left. Now let me tell you why this villain hits different. Dark Goku isn't someone you hate, he's someone you understand. He made the rational choices. Every time an ally died and the extraction prompt appeared, he selected yes. Why wouldn't you? They're dead already. Extraction preserves their power. It makes you stronger. It's the optimal play. The system rewards it. The numbers support it. He's what Goku would be if Goku listened to the system instead of his heart. And some of you watching this are thinking, he's not wrong. Some of you have been wanting Goku to extract Piccolo since part 4. You've been frustrated every time Goku declined an extraction in favor of revival. Dark Goku is the validation of that impulse, and also the proof of where it leads. An empty world, a silent army, a king with no kingdom. The battle begins, 2 monarchs, 2 armies, 2 philosophies. Goku deploys his Shadow Army, General Frieza, General Cell, 120 standard soldiers. They materialize from his shadow like an honor guard. Dark Goku's army is already deployed, 500 plus shadows, including Shadow Vegeta, Shadow Piccolo, Shadow Gohan, all far more powerful than Goku's standard soldiers. 120 versus 500, 2 generals versus 4, and the enemy Monarch himself is 150 levels above Goku. But Goku has something Dark Goku traded away a long time ago. Vegeta powers up to Super Saiyan 2 and launches himself at Shadow Vegeta like a guided missile. The Prince of all Saiyans looking at a puppet wearing his face, a blank-eyed, the obedient version of himself following another man's orders without question. The fury radiating off him could melt steel. Piccolo engages Shadow Piccolo, 2 Namekian warriors with identical techniques, except one fights with tactical creativity and the other follows preset combat patterns. Gohan faces Shadow Gohan, and this is the emotional gut punch of the battle. Gohan is looking at a version of himself that died in another timeline, a version that was extracted and turned into a weapon instead of being revived as a person. Shadow Gohan attacks with the same techniques and power, but without the heart behind it. without the gentleness that makes Gohan hesitate, that makes him hold back, that makes him fight only when he must. And that restraint, that gentleness, is exactly why real Gohan is stronger. When he's pushed, when someone he loves is threatened, his ceiling is higher than the Shadow's maximum. Because the Shadow has nothing to protect, nothing to lose. Gohan wins. Not easily, but decisively. And when Shadow Gohan dissolves into darkness, real Gohan stands there with tears on his face. The living fighters outmaneuver the Shadow Army across the battlefield. Not through power, through creativity, through will. Vegeta calls audibles when Shadow Vegeta overcommits. Piccolo uses feints that require accepting calculated risk, something Shadows can't process. Krillin, who has no business being on a battlefield at this level, provides covering fire that disrupts shadow formations. Because Krillin has been fighting alongside Goku since childhood and he knows angles of attack that no programmed combat routine can predict. The Shadows follow orders, they execute patterns, they don't think, don't improvise, don't adapt. The living fighters do all of those things, and piece by piece, 500 Shadows are whittled down by fighters who adapt faster than the army can compensate for. But at the center of it all, Goku and Dark Goku are fighting, and Goku is losing. Player level, 750, Super Saiyan 2 effective combat rating, 75,000. Enemy level, 900 plus, Monarch's power plus Super Saiyan 2 equivalent. Effective combat rating approximately 90,000 plus. Dark Goku is faster, stronger, more experienced as a Monarch. His shadow energy is denser, more refined. He's had years longer with a completed system, and he fights without restraint. Every opening exploited, every weakness targeted, no pulled punches. Goku takes hits he can't return, burns through stamina trying to keep pace. For the first time since Namek, since Frieza's final form, he's genuinely outmatched. 5 years of being untouchable, and now he remembers what it feels like to bleed. Dark Goku hits him with a Kamehameha that sends him through a mountain range. Goku drags himself from the rubble, and Dark Goku is already there, floating above him. Dark Goku says, "You could have been this strong. You chose to be weaker. For dinners, birthdays, watching your son study for tests he doesn't need. You had the same system I had, the same potential, and you wasted it on sentimentality." And Goku, beaten and bleeding, staring up at a version of himself that represents everything the system's optimal path would have made him, smiles. He says, "Yeah, I did." Then Dark Goku targets Chi-Chi and Goten, not to kill them, to break Goku emotionally. He fires a blast toward the direction Goku's family was evacuated. Vegeta intercepts, rockets across the battlefield, and deflects the blast with his body, taking damage he can't afford. Piccolo shields Goten, and Krillin steps in front of Goku and raises his fists. He says, "You're not doing this alone." Krillin, the bald monk, standing between a Shadow Monarch and his best friend with nothing but his fists and the sheer, stupid, beautiful courage that defines him. And the system activates. Protector's Will active. Defending. Chi-Chi plus 5% to all stats. Defending. Gohan plus 5% to all stats. Defending. Goten plus 5% to all stats. Defending. Krillin plus 5% to all stats. Defending. Piccolo plus 5% to all stats. Defending. Vegeta plus 5% to all stats. Defending. Bulma plus 5% to all stats. Total Protector's Will bonus plus 35% to all stats. Primal Instinct active. Critical situation detected plus 10% damage in critical situations. Dark Goku lands a blow that stops Goku's heart. Third time in this story. Death Rebound active. All stats times 2 for 60 seconds. And adaptive combat has been running the entire fight, every second making him incrementally better. Saiyan combat drive multiplying every exchange, every passive skill earned across the entire series, firing at once, Protector's Will stacking 7 times, Primal Instinct, Death Rebound, Adaptive Combat, Zenkai from the stopped heart. All of it compounding on top of Super Saiyan 2's multiplier, effective combat rating, exceeding enemy parameters. Goku stands back up. The crimson glow of Death Rebound and the golden blaze of Super Saiyan 2 merge into something that looks like a sunrise wrapped in lightning. For 60 seconds, every bond he's built, every mercy he's shown, every person he chose to protect instead of extract, quantified and converted into raw power. Dark Goku feels the shift and for the first time shows genuine surprise. He threw everything at Goku and Goku came back stronger. That doesn't happen. Power is numbers. Numbers are absolute. Except when the system is measuring something, the numbers were never designed to capture the value of bonds. Goku doesn't overwhelm Dark Goku with brute force alone. His living allies outmaneuver the Shadow Army. Vegeta, Piccolo, Gohan, Krillin, They think, they adapt, they improvise. The shadows follow orders, the living fighters follow their hearts. And hearts are unpredictable in ways that no combat routine can account for. Goku hits Dark Goku with a Kamehameha fueled by the willingly given ki of his allies, Vegeta, Piccolo, Gohan, Krillin. They pour their energy into Goku because they trust him, because he would do the same for any of them. Dark Goku takes it full force, his shadow armor shatters, his white hair dims, he crashes into the earth, and here's the part that makes this arc special. Dark Goku doesn't die cursing. He doesn't swear revenge. He lies in the dirt, his shadow army dissolving around him, and he looks up at Goku, surrounded by friends, by family, by living people, who chose to stand with him, and he smiles. The first real emotion he's shown the entire arc. He says, "You chose better than I did." He means it. He's not jealous, he's relieved, because somewhere, in some version of reality, a Goku got it right. Dark Goku dissolves. His body breaks apart into shadow energy, raw, unstructured, the accumulated power of an entire Monarch's journey condensed into pure potential. And the system absorbs everything. Monarch variant absorbed. Massive energy integration. Level recalculating. Level 750 to 950. Path confirmed. Sovereign of Light, the Monarch who fights alongside the living. New transformation available at sufficient level. Monarch's Awakening. Shadow Army reinforced. Soldiers recovered. New capacity unlocked. Up to 200 soldiers. Level 950. 200 levels from absorbing an entire alternate Monarch. And a new title. Sovereign of Light. The system formally confirming that Goku's version of the Monarch's path, the one built on mercy, bonds, and living allies, is the valid one, not a compromise. The path, and a new transformation teased. Monarch's Awakening. Available at a higher level, the fusion of Saiyan transformation and Monarch energy into something new. 2 years of peace follow. Goku levels from 950 to around 970 through continued training. The Shadow Army rebuilds through dungeon work. Gohan goes to high school, Goten and Trunks grow. Vegeta trains harder than anyone because he saw a shadow wearing his face, and he'd rather die 1,000 deaths than become that. And then the 25th World Tournament approaches. Shin, the Supreme Kai, appears with a warning about Babidi and Majin Buu. Goku already knew something was coming. The system has been pinging low-level alerts for months, but now the system shows Goku something that makes his blood run cold. Entity, Majin Buu. Classification, primordial chaos being. Age, older than this universe. Level, variable. This entity absorbs and integrates the power of others. No fixed level. Estimated base form, approximately 280,000 plus. Full combat power, no transformations. Maximum recorded power if absorptions occur, 650,000 plus. Critical warning, this entity existed before the system was created. Shadow extraction compatibility, unknown. Possibly incompatible with chaotic soul structure. 280,000 in base form. Goku in Super Saiyan 2 at level 970 has an effective combat rating of 97,000. Buu is nearly 3 times stronger, but Goku has something he hasn't shown yet. During the 2-year time skip after absorbing Dark Goku, the massive energy integration pushed him past a threshold. Super Saiyan 3. Super Saiyan 3 unlocked. Multiplier. Base times 400. Player level 970 in Super Saiyan 3 equals effective combat rating 388,000. 388,000 versus Buu's 280,000. Goku is above Buu, comfortably. The primordial chaos being that predates the system itself, and Goku outclasses it. But there's a problem the system flags with unusual urgency. This entity existed before the system was created. Buu doesn't play by the system's rules. His chaotic energy fluctuates. He absorbs other beings and adds their power to his own. And most critically, the system doesn't know if shadow extraction will work on him. His soul structure might be incompatible with the Monarch's framework entirely. And then, at the bottom of the notification, a line that makes Goku's hair stand on end. The Architect demands you proceed. The Architect, a word the system has never used before. Not in a quest, not in a warning, not in any communication across the entire series. Goku frowns. He says the obvious question out loud. The Architect? Who's the Architect? Information restricted. You are not ready for this answer. Defeat Majin Buu, then you will know. For the first time in the entire journey, the system spoke the name of its creator. The Architect, the being who designed this power, chose Goku and set him on this path from the moment he was a bleeding child in the woods. Every level, every quest, every shadow soldier, it was all leading somewhere. and Majin Buu was the final test before the truth. Goku is level 970. He's the Sovereign of Light, the Shadow Monarch who chose bonds over power and was validated by the system itself when he absorbed his Dark variant. He has Super Saiyan 3, unlocked through the massive energy integration from Dark Goku's absorption. Super Saiyan 3, Multiplier. Base times 400, player level 970, and Super Saiyan 3 equals effective combat rating 388,000, 388,000, and Majin Buu in base form is estimated at 280,000. Goku is comfortably above, but Buu isn't a normal enemy. The system flagged him as a primordial chaos being that predates the system itself. His rules aren't Goku's rules. The Shadow Army is in solid shape. 2 generals, Frieza and Cell, plus about 180 standard soldiers rebuilt through 2 years of aggressive dungeon grinding after the Dark Goku arc expanded capacity to 200. A real army. The 25th World Martial Arts Tournament. Everyone is here. Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, Goten, Trunks, Piccolo, Krillin, Android 18, Videl. It's supposed to be a fun day. Then Shin shows up with warnings about Babidi and Majin Buu, and the fun stops. The Z fighters enter Babidi's underground ship, floor by floor, enemy by enemy. The early floors are a joke. Pui Pui, Yakon, so far below the current power scale that Goku doesn't even bother powering up. He walks through them in base form. The system doesn't generate quest notifications because the experience gain is negligible. These are insects at a dragon's feet. Then Dabura, the Demon King of the Dark Realm. Entity, Dabura, Demon King of the Dark Realm. Level, 55,000. Full combat power, no transformation multipliers. Unique abilities, Stone Spit, transmutes living targets into stone on contact. Sword Mastery, Dark Magic. Goku in Super Saiyan 2 is at 97,000. He doesn't need Super Saiyan 2. Goku handles Dabura in Super Saiyan 1. Effective combat rating 48,500, technically below Dabura's 55,000 on paper. But the system's skills make up the difference, and then Adaptive Combat, Predator's Instinct, Key Sense. Goku reads Dabura's Stone Spit coming before the Demon King even opens his mouth. He dodges every attempt, closes the distance, and puts Dabura down with a combination that cracks his horns and shatters his sword. Then, almost as an afterthought, he pushes into Super Saiyan 2 and delivers a single finishing blast that ends it. Not because he needed to, because he wanted it to be clean. Shadow Extraction available. Dabura, Demon King of the Dark Realm. Rank, Shadow General. General slot 3 of 6, except, yes, 3 generals now. Frieza, Cell, and Dabura. Shadow Dabura retains the Stone Spit ability, a shadow soldier that can petrify enemies. Tactical Gold. Shadow Army, 3 generals, Frieza, Cell, Dabura. 180 plus soldiers, but Babidi has been watching, analyzing, probing for weaknesses, and he found one. Not in Goku, in the man standing next to him, Vegeta's pride. Vegeta has spent years watching Goku surpass him. Goku got the system. Goku became the Shadow Monarch. Goku absorbed an entire alternate timeline version of himself and jumped 200 levels in an afternoon. Vegeta trained harder than anyone, pushed himself to the absolute breaking point every single day, and he's still behind. Always behind. The gap isn't closing, it's widening. Babidi's Majin Curse targets exactly that wound. It amplifies your darkest emotions. Your resentment, your jealousy, your shame takes the part of you that whispers, "You're not enough," and turns it into a scream. And the system detects it immediately. Warning, foreign magical energy targeting ally Vegeta. Majin Curse detected, emotional amplification and power enhancement. System can generate a partial mental shield for the targeted ally. Deploy countermeasure. The system is offering Goku a way to block it. A mental shield that could protect Vegeta from Babidi's corruption. Goku reads the notification, looks at Vegeta, sees the M already forming on his forehead, sees the pain behind Vegeta's eyes, not Babidi's magic, not yet. The pain that was already there. The years of being second best. The suffocating frustration of doing everything right and still losing. Goku dismisses the notification. He lets it happen. Not because he's cruel, because he understands. Vegeta doesn't need protection from Babidi. Vegeta needs to fight Goku. He's needed it for years. The rivalry has been poisoning him, and the only cure is to let it play out. The system gave Goku the tool to stop this. Goku chose not to use it. That's the kind of decision that makes the power system matter beyond numbers. Vegeta lets the curse take hold, the Majin mark appears on his forehead, his power spikes. Ally, Vegeta. Status, compromised. Foreign magical energy overriding emotional regulators. Vegeta's current level approximately 720, Majin boost. Approximately 970, he has been elevated to player's level. This is intentional. 970, exactly matching Goku. Babidi calibrated the boost to equalize them, because maximum energy output from a fight requires even combatants. They fight. Super Saiyan 2 versus Super Saiyan 2. 97,000 versus 97,000. Dead even. And this fight isn't about the system. Goku doesn't use shadow soldiers, doesn't deploy Monarch's domain, doesn't lean on adaptive combat or ruler's authority. He fights Vegeta straight up, Saiyan to Saiyan, fist to fist, because this isn't a battle for survival. This is a conversation that two men have been needing to have for years, conducted in the only language they both speak fluently: violence. When Vegeta screams mid-fight about how Goku had a power given to him from the start, a system that made him stronger every single day, and he still holds back, still shows mercy, still wastes that power on gentleness instead of dominance, that's not a villain speech. That's a confession. And when Goku responds quietly between blows, that being the best was never the point. That's not a rebuttal. That's an invitation. Goku wins. Barely. The deciding factor isn't power or technique, it's stamina. Goku's system-enhanced recovery gives him fractionally better endurance. Vegeta drops first, not unconscious, just done. The fury drains out of him and what's left is something raw. The Majin mark fades because Vegeta's will overpowers Babidi's magic. The real Vegeta would never be anyone's puppet. And the system logs something quietly. Bond deepened. Vegeta. Maximum threshold reached. If Vegeta falls in battle, shadow extraction probability, 99%. Potential rank, Shadow Marshal, highest possible extraction rank, only one slot. Shadow Marshal. Remember this notification. It's going to pay off in the worst and most beautiful way possible, but not yet. While Goku and Vegeta were having their therapy session through combat, the energy from their fight fed directly into Buu's cocoon. Combined with the energy drained from the tournament fighters, it's enough. Majin Buu is free. Round, pink, childlike, bouncing when he walks, turning people into candy and eating them. Simultaneously, the most adorable and the most terrifying thing in the series. Majin Buu, fat, level, 280,000. Chaotic energy, full combat power, no transformation states, raw power fluctuates unpredictably. Regeneration, extreme, can reform from vapor. Physical destruction is insufficient. 280,000 versus Goku's 388,000 in Super Saiyan 3. Goku is above him, comfortably. Goku goes Super Saiyan 3, the mane of golden hair cascading down his back, the deepened brow, the aura that burns through everything nearby. He walks toward Buu with the same energy he walked toward Cell. Calm, measured, certain. And he hits Buu, hard. A punch that folds the pink body in half and sends him rocketing across the landscape. Buu bounces twice, reforms, and charges back. Goku sidesteps, catches Buu's arm, spins him, and throws him through a cliff face. Buu explodes out of the rubble, and Goku is already there, landing a knee strike that launches Buu into the upper atmosphere. It's one-sided. Goku is dismantling Buu the way he dismantled Cell, with controlled, almost casual dominance. Buu's raw power is enormous, but it doesn't matter when the gap is 100,000 points. Every blow Goku lands does catastrophic damage. Buu regenerates, but each reformation takes longer. The chaotic energy is being depleted faster than it can restore itself. And then Goku senses something. Mid-fight. Something inside Buu. Beneath the childlike exterior, beneath the pink rubber body and the candy beam and the regeneration, something else. Something older. Something that makes Fat Buu look like a costume. Keysense reads it. Barely. The chaotic energy makes it fuzzy, like trying to read a sign through a sandstorm, but it's there. A core inside Buu, a primal entity sealed within the cheerful pink shell. System analysis. Fat Buu is a container. Within this entity exists a sealed primal form, Kid Buu, the original incarnation. Fat Buu's personality and restraint function as a seal, containing the original chaos. If Fat Buu is destroyed completely, the seal breaks. The primal form is released without restraint. Warning. The primal form operates on pure destructive instinct. No intelligence, no self-preservation, no negotiation. Estimated primal form power, lower than Fat Buu in raw numbers, but functionally more dangerous due to complete absence of restraint. Fat Buu is a seal. The cheerful, candy-loving, childlike exterior isn't just a personality, it's a containment system. Something, somewhere, at some point in history, stuffed the original primal Buu inside a shell of innocence to keep the universe from being shredded by pure chaos. And if Goku destroys Fat Buu completely, if he obliterates every cell, every molecule, every trace of the pink exterior, the seal breaks, and what comes out is worse. Not stronger in raw numbers, but worse. Because Kid Buu doesn't stop, doesn't negotiate, doesn't get bored, doesn't befriend Hercule Satan and learn that killing is wrong. Kid Buu just destroys everything, forever, until there's nothing left. Goku can beat Fat Buu, easily. He's doing it right now. But winning too hard causes a bigger problem. The Monarch is too strong, and his full power makes things worse. That's a tension that only an overpowered character can have. Goku holds back, deliberately. He keeps hitting Buu hard enough to control the fight, but not hard enough to destroy the seal. He's fighting with one hand behind his back, not out of arrogance this time, but out of strategy. The strongest mortal alive deliberately pulling his punches because the alternative is unleashing something his power can't cleanly solve. Meanwhile, Mr. Satan befriends Fat Buu. The world champion fraud, the man who can't throw a ki blast to save his life, becomes the one person in the universe who sees Buu not as a monster, but as a child. He teaches Buu that killing is wrong, that candy is better than destruction, that having a friend is more fun than having a body count. It almost works. Buu's internal conflict, the good impulses Mr. Satan cultivated versus the evil nature programmed into him, tears him apart, literally. Evil Buu separates from good Buu. Evil Buu absorbs good Buu and becomes Super Buu, taller, leaner, meaner. The seal is broken from the inside. Entity evolved. Super Buu. Level approximately 350,000. Super Buu is stronger than Fat Buu, and he doesn't have the childlike restraint. He kills most of humanity in a single attack, turning every human on Earth into candy with a global scale technique, then eating all of it. Billions of lives in seconds. Goku engages. Super Saiyan 3 versus Super Buu. 388,000 versus 350,000. Goku is still above. He hits Super Buu with everything. Kamehameha waves that tear the landscape apart, physical combinations that scatter Buu's body across a mile of terrain, Monarch's domain suppressing Buu's chaotic energy enough to slow his regeneration. He deploys the Shadow Army for the first time in a major fight since Dark Goku. Shadow Frieza engages Super Buu from one flank. Shadow Cell adapts and probes from another. Shadow Dabura's Stone Spit actually connects once, partially petrifying Buu's arm before the chaotic regeneration overcomes it. 180 soldiers swarm in waves, buying Goku windows to charge attacks and land devastating blows. Buu is getting beaten, badly. He can't keep up with the Monarch and his army simultaneously. His regeneration is being overwhelmed by the sheer volume of damage from multiple sources. And then Buu does the one thing Goku didn't predict. He absorbs, not an enemy, not someone fighting him. He fires a piece of himself at Gohan, who's fighting on the edge of the battlefield, supporting from range, and engulfs him. Piccolo too, and Gotenks, the fusion of Goten and Trunks who entered the fight to help. Entity, Super Buu, Gohan, Piccolo, Gotenks, absorbed. Level, approximately 650,000 plus. Chaotic energy, full combat power. Player maximum effective combat rating in Super Saiyan 3, 388,000. Insufficient. 650,000, nearly double Goku's maximum. Buu didn't just get stronger, he consumed the fighters who were supporting Goku. The Monarch's son, his bonded ally, the next generation, all trapped inside a chaos monster. And Goku can't go all out against this version of Buu, because Gohan, Piccolo, and Gotenks are still alive inside him. Destroying Buu completely might kill them too. Shin suggests the Potara earrings, Supreme Kai fusion artifacts. Goku and Vegeta fusing would create a warrior with enough power to match this Buu. The system reacts immediately. Warning, Potara fusion detected. Merging two souls will create a paradox. The system is bound to one soul. Fusion will crash the system. All progress, all Shadow Soldiers, all skills, lost. Everything built since level 1 will be erased. Everything. Gone. The entire journey. 12 years of leveling, growing, building, extracting. Every skill from adaptive combat to ruler's authority. Every Shadow Soldier from Nappa to Frieza to Cell to Dabura. All 180 soldiers. The system itself. Formatted. Deleted. Permanently. Goku stares at the notification. He's about to accept anyway. What good is a system if everyone's dead when the system offers an alternative? Alternative path detected. Monarch's Awakening. Available. Requirement. Release all shadow energy simultaneously. Channel the collective power of every Shadow Soldier through the player's body. Effect. Temporary transformation of immense power. All Shadow Soldiers will be consumed in the process. Risk. If the player's body cannot contain the energy, death is certain. This can only be done once. Every Shadow Soldier, gone, consumed. Frieza. The first general extracted on a dying planet, Cell. The second general extracted from the Cell Games arena. Dabura. The third general extracted just hours ago. Nappa. The very first battlefield Shadow. Rikum. Berter. Every dungeon soldier, every extraction across the entire journey, all of them fed into one transformation. Goku tells Vegeta he needs 60 seconds. Vegeta doesn't ask why. He just says, "You'd better make it worth it, Kakarot." Then he charges Super Buu. Vegeta at 97,000 against Super Buu at 650,000. The prince is fighting something nearly 7 times stronger than him, and he does it anyway, because Goku asked for 60 seconds, and Vegeta buys them with his body. Buu hits Vegeta with attacks that shatter the landscape. Vegeta staggers, bleeds, gets back up, takes another hit, another. His armor cracks. His left arm hangs limp. He fires a big bang attack into Buu's face and uses the half second of disorientation to dodge the counterattack, buying time, paying for every second in blood. And behind him, Goku closes his eyes. Monarch's awakening, initiating, releasing all shadow soldiers. The ground erupts. From Goku's shadow, they pour out, all of them. Every shadow he's ever extracted. They materialize across the battlefield in a wave of dark energy and blue glowing eyes. Shadow Frieza, the Emperor-class general, standing tall. Shadow Cell, the perfect weapon, wings spread. Shadow Dabura, the Demon King, horns sharp. Shadow Nappa, the first soldier. Shadow Raccoon, Shadow Birder, every dungeon extract, 180 plus shadows standing in formation, eyes blazing. For one glorious, terrible moment, they exist as a complete army. The physical manifestation of every enemy conquered and claimed, then they dissolve. One by one, shadow by shadow, they break apart into streams of dark light that converge on Goku, every stream pouring into him like rivers feeding an ocean. Frieza's Emperor-class energy, Cell's bio-perfect adaptability, Dabura's demonic darkness, Nappa's raw Saiyan power, all of it. Shadow energy consolidating into player. Level surge, 970, 980, 990, 999, maximum mortal level achieved, transformation combining with Super Saiyan 3, new form, Shadow Sovereign level 999, the absolute ceiling of mortal biology, the system's hard cap. Shadow Sovereign, Super Saiyan 3 fused with Monarch energy. Goku's hair stays gold, but dark violet energy wraps around him like flowing armor. His eyes glow with shadow power. The aura is golden and purple simultaneously. The ground beneath him dissolves. Reality bends. Shadow Sovereign, Super Saiyan 3. Effective combat rating, incalculable. The system can no longer measure you against mortal entities. Goku opens his eyes. Vegeta is on his knees in front of Super Buu, beaten to the edge of consciousness but still alive. Buu is winding up a finishing blow. Goku moves. One moment he's behind Vegeta. The next he's between them, catching Buu's fist. The displacement wave flattens the landscape for miles. Buu tries to pull free. Can't. Fires a mouth blast at point blank. It washes over Goku's face and does nothing. Not minimal damage. Nothing. The energy disperses against the Shadow Sovereign's aura like water hitting a wall of fire. And then Goku dismantles Super Buu. Every attack countered before it arrives. He walks through blasts, lets hits land because they can't hurt him. Buu throws a planet-destroying attack, and Goku backhands it into deep space without looking. Buu regenerates. Goku tears him apart faster. Buu splits into copies. Goku destroys all of them simultaneously. Buu screams, a reality-warping scream that cracks dimensions, and Goku stands in the center of it, unmoved. He reaches into Buu, physically extends his arm through Buu's malleable body and pulls. One by one, he extracts the absorbed fighters. Gohan, Piccolo, Godinks, Good Buu, rips them free from Buu's internal prison and sets them down behind him. What's left reverts to the original form. Kid Buu, the primal incarnation, pure chaos. No intelligence, no strategy, no reason, just destruction. The first thing Kid Buu does is point his palm at the earth and fire. The planet explodes, no build-up, no monologue, just destruction because that's the only impulse his primordial brain has. Goku uses instant transmission. In the half second between blast and death, he grabs Vegeta, Mr. Satan, Dende, and Good Buu, teleports them to the sacred world of the Kais. Everyone else, Gohan, Piccolo, Krillin, Chi-Chi, Goten, Bulma, caught in the explosion, they're dead. All of them. The Dragon Balls can fix it later. But right now, Goku is standing on an alien world with the people he managed to save, and Kid Buu follows. Tracks their energy across dimensional boundaries, appears on the sacred world like a nightmare that won't end. Shadow Sovereign form is fading. The army's energy isn't infinite and the reserves are burning down. Goku has minutes, he makes them count. Fights Kid Buu on the sacred world in a clash that threatens to tear the dimension apart. Shadow Sovereign Goku versus Primal Kid Buu. Order against entropy, but the form fades, the golden violet aura dims. Goku drops back to base, Level 999 without the shadow amplification. Still the strongest mortal alive, but not enough to beat something that regenerates from every attack and feels no pain. The Spirit Bomb. The final card, powered by the entire afterlife. Because everyone is dead, the Earth is gone. Billions of souls in the other world, and Goku's reputation from the Frieza fight and the Cell games means they know him. They trust him. King Kai broadcasts across the afterlife and the energy flows. Dende uses the Namekian Dragon Balls to wish the Earth back and revive everyone. The living add their energy to the Spirit Bomb, the largest concentration of ki in the history of Universe 7. Goku throws it, Kid Buu catches it, pushes back, because even a Spirit Bomb this massive can be resisted by something insane enough to try. Goku pushes harder, not through brute force, through will. Through the same will that chose bonds over power, that declined Piccolo's extraction, that spared Vegeta, that let the Majin Curse happen because his rival needed the fight. The will of a monarch who was never meant to be a weapon. Kid Buu is overwhelmed. The Spirit Bomb consumes him, every molecule purified, destroyed, erased, and the extraction prompt appears one last time. Shadow extraction available. Kid Buu, primordial chaos being, warning, chaotic soul structure, extraction success rate 34%, if successful. Shadow general rank, unique trait, chaos energy integration. If failed energy dispersal, no consequence. Attempt, 34%. The system warned that Buu's soul might be incompatible with the Shadow framework. His chaotic energy operates outside the system's rules. Goku reaches out, the dark mist rises, and it fights. Not like a normal extraction. This one writhes, twists, resists. Two incompatible systems trying to interface across an impossible gap. Then the system pushes. Goku pushes and the mist submits. Extraction, successful. Shadow General acquired, Kid Buu, primordial. The system has integrated chaotic energy for the first time. 4 generals, Frieza, Cell, Dabura, Kid Buu. The army was consumed during Shadow Sovereign, but the framework remains. The slots are still open. Energy regenerates from the system's core reserves. Kid Buu is the first member of the rebuilding army. Post-Buu status update. Shadow Sovereign form, deactivated. Army reforming from core energy. Shadow Army rebuilding. 4 generals, Frieza, Cell, Dabura, Kid Buu. Soldiers regenerating over time. Martial slot, vacant, player level, 999. Maximum for Mortal Plane. All Mortal tier quests complete. And the system delivers a message that redefines the entire series. Congratulations, player. You have reached the ceiling of mortality. Level 999 is the maximum that mortal biology can sustain. To continue your progression, you must ascend to the domain of the gods. Seek God Key. Transcend mortal limits. Breakthrough level 999. The architect awaits at the end of this road. Quest chain unlocked. The Divine Realm. Step 1. Encounter the God of Destruction. Warning. The gods will not welcome a monarch into their domain. The mortal era is over. Every enemy the mortal world could produce, Piccolo, Vegeta, Frieza, Cell, Dark Goku, Buu. Goku handled them all, most of them effortlessly. He is the strongest mortal in the universe, and there is nothing left in the mortal plane that can challenge him. But the mortal plane is just the first floor. Years pass, Earth is restored, everyone is wished back. Goku trains quietly, stuck at level 999, a ceiling he can feel pressing against him every day. Then one night, he feels something, a presence, unimaginably vast, incoming entity, Beerus, God of Destruction, Universe 7, level, divine class, cannot be measured on mortal scale. Estimated comparison. Player at level 999 with Super Saiyan 3, effective combat rating 399,600, is approximately 1/40th of this entity's suppressed power. 1/40th. The strongest mortal alive is 1/40th of a God of Destruction who isn't even trying. Beerus arrives. He yawns, flicks his finger, and a nearby mountain ceases to exist. He's looking for a Super Saiyan god he dreamed about. And Goku, the man who has stomped every mortal threat since Namek, who walked through Cell and Buu like they were sparring dummies, who consumed an entire alternate monarch and hit the ceiling of mortality itself, grins. Not fear, not despair, pure excitement. Because the system has been telling him for years that there's a wall he can't break, that there's a ceiling, a limit, an end. And that wall just walked through his front door, with cat ears and an attitude problem, and it's 40 times stronger than him. Son Goku has never been happier. Beerus arrives at Bulma's birthday party. He's not here to destroy anything. He's here because he had a prophetic dream about a Super Saiyan god who would give him a worthy fight. That's it. The God of Destruction traveled across the cosmos because he had a cool dream. He samples the food. compliments the pudding, gets into an argument with Boo about dessert portions. Casual, bored. The most powerful being in Universe 7 eating party snacks. But while Beerus is being Beerus, Goku can feel it. The pressure. Not ki in the traditional sense, ki is what mortals use. This is something else entirely. Something that makes ki look like a flashlight next to a star. Every cell in Goku's body is screaming that the being eating pudding 20 feet away could erase him from existence with less effort than it takes to blink. And then Beerus senses Goku. Not his power level, his system, the architecture of it, the structured energy that surrounds Goku like invisible scaffolding. Beerus turns to Whis and says something quietly. He says Goku's power is mortal, but there's something layered beneath it, something structured, like an architecture. Whis smiles and says, interesting. The way a scientist says interesting when they see an experiment produce an expected result. Not surprised, not confused. Like he already knew what he was looking at, like he's been watching for a long time. But neither elaborates. Beerus has pudding to eat. Goku challenges Beerus. Of course he does. The system told him the first step on the Divine Realm quest chain is to encounter the God of Destruction. Well, here he is. Super Saiyan 3. Level 999, effective combat rating 399,600. The absolute pinnacle of mortal power. The form that stomped Fat Boo and powered the Shadow Sovereign transformation. Beerus flicks him, one finger, a casual, almost lazy flick of his index finger against Goku's forehead. Goku is knocked unconscious instantly, not sent flying, not damaged badly. Unconscious, one flick. The Monarch who walked through Cell with one arm behind his back, who dismantled Boo like a training dummy, who consumed an entire alternate timeline version of himself, put to sleep by a finger. Player defeated. Instantaneous. Damage received exceeds all known parameters. The mortal scale is insufficient. To challenge divine beings, you need divine power. The mortal era didn't just end, it got put in perspective. Everything Goku dominated, Cell, Dark Goku, Boo, every opponent who couldn't touch him, all of it happened in the kiddie pool, and Beerus just showed him the ocean. Goku wakes up a few minutes later. Beerus is still at the party, hasn't destroyed the Earth. He's mildly disappointed nobody matches his dream, but the food is good enough to hang around for. The Super Saiyan God ritual. 5 Saiyans of pure heart channel their energy into a 6th. Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, Goten, Trunks, and Videl, pregnant with Pan, and an unborn Saiyan counts. 5 golden auras converge on Goku like streams of light feeding a reactor. The system detects it in real time. External energy ritual detected. Divine key integration in progress. Unknown energy type identified. Classification. God key. God key operates on a spectrum inaccessible to mortal tier measurement. Integration status. 40%, 60%, 85%, 100%. God key unlocked. Mortal level ceiling. Broken. Level system recalibrated for divine scale. Former level 999 mortal equals level 999 divine scale. Unchanged but ceiling removed. Super Saiyan God transformation. Base times 10,000. Player level 999 in Super Saiyan God equals effective combat rating. 9,990,000. New level cap. None. Unlimited progression unlocked. 9,990,000. Super Saiyan 3 at max mortal level was 399,600. Super Saiyan God is 25 times stronger, and the level cap is gone. None. Unlimited progression. The road stretches to infinity. Goku transforms. His body slims down, the golden hair fades to deep, vivid red, his eyes shift to match. The aura isn't explosive, it's controlled, contained, like a flame burning so hot it looks calm. Super Saiyan God Goku versus Beerus. And now it's a fight, not an equal one. The system estimates Beerus' suppressed effective combat rating at approximately 15 million. Goku at just under 10 million is below that, but the gap between one flick knockout and actual fight is the entire width of the divine spectrum. For the first time, a mortal can exchange blows with a god of destruction. Their punches generate shockwaves that travel across the universe, literally. Each collision sends ripples through space-time that threaten to tear reality apart. Stars tremble in distant galaxies. Goku deploys shadow soldiers mid-fight against a god. General Frieza and General Cell, the army has been slowly rebuilding since the Monarch's awakening. Generals regenerating first. They're not strong enough to threaten Beerus. Not remotely, but they buy seconds. Create openings. Force Beerus to divide his attention for fractions of a moment while Goku charges attacks. Beerus destroys them casually. A wave of his hand dissolves Shadow Frieza. A flick of his tail shatters Shadow Cell. But those fraction of a second windows, Goku used them. A point-blank Kamehameha during the Frieza distraction. A Kaioken-boosted punch during the Cell window. Beerus is grinning. The cat god is genuinely having fun for the first time in centuries. The mortal in front of him is getting faster as the fight continues. Adaptive combat doing its thing, and the god ki flowing through Goku is stabilizing with every second. He's getting better at being a god in real time. The fight ends with Beerus winning. He's still stronger, still more experienced, still at a fraction of his full power. But he doesn't destroy the Earth. Falls asleep on Bulma's lawn with a full stomach and a satisfied expression. Quest step complete. Encounter the God of Destruction. Reward. God Ki permanently integrated into system. Level 999 to 1050. Experience from fighting a divine entity. Super Saiyan God form. Permanent. No longer requires ritual. Level 1050. The first time the number has broken 999. The first time Goku has existed on the divine scale. And then Whis makes his offer. Training on Beerus's planet. Not out of charity, out of curiosity. But before the training begins, Whis pulls Goku aside, privately, away from everyone. His usual pleasant smile is gone. His expression is something Goku has never seen on the angel's face. Real, unguarded seriousness. He tells Goku directly. He says he knows what Goku carries. The power inside him, the system. It's not a gift. It's an artifact from before the current divine order, before Zeno, before all of them. Goku asks if Whis knows about the system. Whis says he knows what it was originally designed for, and he knows who designed it. Goku says the word that's been haunting him since part 7. The architect? Whis pauses. Then he says, that's one name for them. I won't say more, not yet. But I will tell you this. Keep your humanity, Son Goku. The system will test whether you're a weapon or a person. The answer matters more than you know. Keep your humanity. Not get stronger, not unlock more power. Keep your humanity. Because the system is running a test, and the variable isn't combat power. It's character, choices, mercy. Everything the series has been tracking since part 1. The training begins. Whis' instruction isn't about brute force. It's about precision, control, and a concept Goku has never encountered. Autonomous movement. Moving without thinking. Reacting without deciding to react. Letting the body handle combat while the mind remains perfectly still. The foundation of Ultra Instinct. Divine Skill Tree. Unlocked. Ultra Instinct. Dormant. Auto dodge and auto counter. Requires total mental clarity. Cannot be forced. God Ki Efficiency. Reduces transformation stamina drain. Hakai Awareness. Detect and partially resist destruction energy. Ultra Instinct is flagged as dormant. The system can see it, can define it, can describe what it does, but it can't teach it. Because Ultra Instinct isn't a skill you grind. It's a state of being, a level of mental clarity so absolute that the conscious mind gets out of the body's way entirely. And Goku's mind is too active, too full of the constant hum of system data to achieve that clarity. To reach Ultra Instinct, he'd need to silence everything, including the system itself. That paradox will resolve later. For now, the seed is planted. Through months of Whis' training, Goku achieves Super Saiyan Blue. God Ki stacked with the Super Saiyan multiplier. Transformation. Super Saiyan Blue. God Ki times Super Saiyan multiplier, base times 50,000. Level 1,100 in Super Saiyan Blue equals effective combat rating, 55 million. Quest step complete. The Divine Realm. Step 2. Master God Ki. Step 3. Survive a multiverse level threat. Progress. Pending. 55 million. Fat Buu was 280,000. Goku in Super Saiyan Blue is almost 200 times stronger than the primordial chaos being that required the entire Afterlife's spirit bomb to destroy. The scale has gone completely vertical. The Shadow Army grows through divine scale dungeon grinding on Beerus' planet. 200 plus soldiers, all 4 generals fully regenerated, and then the Universe 6 tournament happens. Champa challenges Beerus to an inter-universe competition. 5 fighters each. First time the multiverse becomes relevant to the story. Goku runs through the early opponents like they're not there. Otamo, the damage-absorbing bear, gets thrown out of the ring because Goku doesn't bother figuring out his gimmick when physics still works. Frost, the Universe 6 Frieza clone who pretends to be a good person, gets exposed and eliminated in under a minute. Vegeta, the Metal Man, is strong but slow, and Goku is operating in a speed tier that makes slow mean stationary. Then Hit steps into the ring. Entity, Hit. Universe 6, Legendary Assassin, level approximately 55 million, full combat power, no transformations, unique ability, time skip, freezes time for 0.1 to 0.5 seconds, stacks with combat speed. Warning. Temporal abilities partially outside system framework. 55 million dead even with Goku's Super Saiyan Blue on paper. And the time skip, the ability to freeze time for fractions of a second. For an assassin at this speed, a tenth of a second is an eternity. He freezes time, moves into killing position, unfreezes, and the target is dead before their brain processes what happened. The first exchange catches Goku off guard. Hit freezes time and lands a clean shot to the jaw that Goku didn't see coming. Predator's instinct can't detect it because there's nothing to detect. Time just skips forward and Goku is already hit. Damage received. Source. Unknown. No attack detected in local time frame. Analysis. Temporal manipulation. The attack occurred in a time pocket inaccessible to player's current perception. Counter strategy. Requires new approach. But the system's analytical engine is already working. It can't prevent the time skip, can't operate inside the frozen moment, but it can analyze the aftermath. Every time Hit uses time skip, the system records the result, angle of strike, position Hit move to, duration of skip. Over multiple exchanges, it builds a predictive model. Technique analysis. Time skip, 60% decoded, 75%, 90%, 95%. Skill unlocked. Temporal perception. Detect and partially resist time manipulation abilities. Temporal perception, reverse engineered from getting hit. Goku can now sense when time is about to be manipulated, feel the distortion before it happens, like sensing a wave before it hits shore. He can predict what happens during the skip and pre-position his defense. Hit notices. His time skip is landing fewer clean hits. The Saiyan is adapting to time manipulation? That shouldn't be possible, but Goku isn't content to just counter Hit. He wants to dominate. He pushes into Super Saiyan Blue plus Kaioken. A combination Whis warned him never to attempt. Super Saiyan Blue plus Kaioken. Active. Warning. Combined stress of God Ki and Kaioken approaching critical threshold. Effective combat rating rising exponentially. Estimated sustainable time. 45 seconds before catastrophic biological failure. For 45 seconds, Goku is operating on a level that makes the even matchup look like a joke. He doesn't just counter Hit's time skip, he's moving so fast that Hit can't position himself during the frozen moment before Goku's pre-positioned defense is already there. Hit extends his time skip to maximum duration, half a second, and Goku's temporal perception tracks the entire window. Hit throws his best combination, every technique refined across 1,000 years of assassination. Goku slips through it like water through a net, gets behind Hit, and puts a palm on the back of the assassin's head. He says, "That was fun." Then he fires a controlled ki burst that knocks Hit out of the ring. Clean. Decisive. Respectful but absolute. The legendary assassin of Universe 6, defeated by a mortal who learned to counter time manipulation mid-fight and then outpaced it entirely. The other universe's fighters are watching from their benches. They've just seen a mortal from Universe 7 dismantle the most dangerous assassin alive with what looked like casual effort. The panic is visible. Whispers spread. Who is this guy? The Grand Priest, observing from his platform above the arena, tilts his head slightly. His expression doesn't change, but his eyes follow Goku for the rest of the tournament, not entertained like Zeno. Something else, something closer to concern. A mortal shouldn't be this strong. A mortal shouldn't have a system. The Grand Priest knows what the system is, and for the first time in eons, he's paying attention to a mortal. Match result. Victory. Level 1,000, 100 to 1,000, 200, hit fight experience plus Zenkai from Kaioken Strain. Skill, temporal perception, permanently retained, level 1,000, 200, tournament 1, Universe 7 takes the Super Dragon Balls. But the aftermath is where Part 9 plants its most important seeds. Goku is heading home, the adrenaline fading and the system alerts. Urgent. Temporal anomaly detected, timeline 7B, Trunks' future. A version of your body has been stolen by a divine entity. Entity, Zamasu, Apprentice Supreme Kai, Universe 10, using artifact Super Dragon Balls. He has wished for your body, your power, your system. But the system cannot be transferred. It rejected the new host. Instead, it fractured. A corrupted system now exists in Timeline 7B. Entity Goku Black is wielding broken system fragments, unstable, volatile, growing. This is the architect's failed experiment from another timeline. Future Trunks is coming. He will need your help. A god wearing Goku's stolen body, wielding a corrupted, fractured version of the solo leveling system. Not the full system. Not the shadows, not the store, not the quests, but fragments. Pieces of the leveling engine malfunctioning, overclocking, growing without structure or limit. This is the architect's failed experiment from another timeline. The system was given to someone else in another timeline, or at least someone tried to take it, and it failed. And the failure produced something monstrous, which raises a question that should make you very uncomfortable. If Goku is the architect's successful experiment and Goku Black is the failed experiment, how many other experiments are out there? How many other timelines has the architect seeded with the system? And what is the result the architect wants? The system won't answer, not yet, but the architect's shadow is getting longer. Part 7 revealed the name. Part 8 demanded Goku defeat Buu. Part 9 reveals multiple experiments across timelines. The full truth is coming, but not until Goku earns it. We're deep into the endgame now, and the story is moving at a pace that honestly scares me a little, because from here on out, every episode is escalation on top of escalation. And Part 10 introduces something this series hasn't had before, a villain that gets stronger specifically because Goku is strong. Every fight Goku wins makes the next fight harder. His own dominance is the problem. Let me explain. Goku is level 1,200. Super Saiyan Blue at 55 million effective combat rating. He just stomped the Universe 6 tournament, beat a legendary assassin who can freeze time, and walked away without a scratch. The Shadow Army is rebuilding. 4 generals, 200 plus soldiers. The Divine Realm quest chain is halfway done, and Future Trunks just crashed into Capsule Corp's lawn looking like he's been through a war. Because he has. In his timeline, a being wearing Goku's face appeared out of nowhere, calling himself Goku Black. He has Goku's body, Goku's fighting style, Goku's Saiyan biology, but his energy is wrong. Corrupted, it crackles with instability, flickering between divine ki and something else, something structured but broken, like a machine running code it wasn't designed for. The system confirms everything. Entity, Goku Black, true identity. Zamasu, inhabiting stolen Goku body, level, approximately 1,400 and growing. Corrupted system traits. Zenkai enhancement stolen from Saiyan biology. Partial skill replication, unstable shadow energy. He cannot use shadow extraction. He cannot access the store. He cannot receive quests. But he can level through combat, and his growth rate is exponential due to system instability. The corrupted fragments have no ceiling, no structure, no balance. This entity is accelerating without control. Level 1,400 versus Goku's 1,200. Black is above him on paper, but Goku has the full system. Adaptive combat, Predator's instinct, Ki sense, temporal perception, Shadow Army deployment, and 3 years of divine tier combat experience. Raw level isn't everything when one fighter has a complete framework and the other is running on broken code. Goku, Vegeta, and Trunks travel to the future timeline. First encounter with Goku Black. And here's where the tone shifts from every fight Goku has had since Namek. Because for the first time in the Divine Era, Goku walks onto a battlefield as the clear favorite. Black has Super Saiyan Rosé, pink instead of blue. The corrupted divine transformation, Rosé transformation. Corrupted God Ki times unstable multiplier estimated, base times 55,000, slightly above standard Super Saiyan Blue, slightly above Blue's multiplier, but Goku doesn't fight in standard Blue. He fights with the Fullstem toolkit, and the difference is massive. Goku engages Rosé Black, and he controls the fight from the first exchange. Predator's instinct reads Black's attack patterns before they launch. Adaptive combat adjusts Goku's timing with every exchange. Ki sense tracks Black's corrupted energy flow and identifies the instabilities, the moments where the broken system stutters and Black's power dips for a fraction of a second. Goku exploits every dip, lands clean combinations during the micro stutters, uses Ruler's authority to subtly redirect Black's punches off target at critical moments, fights with the calm, measured dominance of a Monarch who has handled threats at this level before. Black gets frustrated, then confused, then desperate. He's stronger in raw numbers, but the Saiyan in front of him is reading him like a book. Every technique Black tries gets countered before it completes. Every energy blast gets deflected or tanked. The corrupted system is feeding Black power, but it can't feed him the skills that the real system provides. Goku puts Black down. Not a knockout, a statement. A Kamehameha at close range that sends Black cratering through half a city block. Then Goku lands in front of the future's survivors, the humans. His Trunks has been protecting for years, huddled in shelters, starving and terrified, and he stands between them in the dust cloud with his back to the threat, not even looking at Black. Looking at the survivors, he tells them it's going to be okay. The survivors stare at a man wearing the same face as their tormentor, but with warm eyes instead of cold ones. Some of them cry. Some of them can't believe it. Trunks says quietly, "This is the real one." And for the first time in years, the people of this timeline feel something they'd forgotten existed. Hope. But the moment of triumph has a cost that nobody realizes yet, because Black is lying in that crater, body broken, bleeding corrupted ki into the dirt, and the corrupted system is feeding. The combat data from fighting a full system Monarch from getting hit by techniques refined over a lifetime of system-optimized growth is the richest data the corrupted fragments have ever processed. Every punch Goku landed taught the broken code something new. Every combination was a lesson. Every display of adaptive combat and Predator's instinct was a template for the corrupted system to crudely replicate. Black's Zenkai triggers, his corrupted leveling spikes, and when Goku turns his back on the crater, warning, enemy power increasing. Corrupted system detected, unregulated experience gained from defeat. Entity Goku Black has gained significant levels from combat data analysis. Updated level estimate 1,600 and still climbing, 1,600. He was 1,400 an hour ago. Goku beat him so thoroughly that the corrupted system gained 200 levels from analyzing the loss. The broken code didn't just learn from the fight, it gorged on it. Goku frowns. This is new. Every opponent he's ever faced got weaker when he beat them. Frieza didn't come back stronger from being dismantled on Namek. Cell's Zenkai from the self-destruct gave him a modest bump that Goku still outclassed. Dark Goku was a fixed entity that could be overwhelmed. But Goku Black's corrupted system has no ceiling, no diminishing returns, no structure governing how much it can grow from a single exchange. It just takes combat data and converts it to power at an exponential rate. And the more powerful the opponent it learns from, the more data it has to consume. Goku's own strength is feeding the monster. They retreat to the present, regroup. Goku trains in the hyperbolic time chamber, 1 more year inside, 1 day outside. He focuses on perfecting Blue to eliminate any energy waste. Super Saiyan Blue evolved, completed form, energy leakage reduced to 0%, effective multiplier increase, base time 60,000, level, 1,200 to 1,000, 350 after time chamber grind. Better, stronger, but the clock is ticking. Every day in the present timeline is another day. Black fights Trunks and the Resistance in the future, feeding the corrupted system more data, growing without limit. Vegeta achieves Super Saiyan Blue evolution through his own training, a form that transcends Standard Blue through sheer force of will and Saiyan pride. Second trip to the future, and Black is waiting. Stronger, much stronger. The weeks of fighting Trunks, who is weaker than Black but relentless, have fed the corrupted system continuous combat data. Low quality data but constant, like compound interest on a bad investment. It adds up. Goku engages Black again, and this time, it's even. Completed Blue versus an upgraded Rosé. The gap from the first fight is gone, and Goku deploys the Shadow Army, 200 soldiers and 4 generals, the full force, thinking that overwhelming Black with numbers will end this before the corrupted system can adapt. It's the worst decision he's made in the entire series. 200 Shadow soldiers engage Black simultaneously, 200 sources of combat data, 200 different attack patterns, fighting styles, energy signatures, tactical approaches. The corrupted system doesn't just feed on Black's fights, it feeds on every exchange happening in its proximity. And 200 simultaneous sparring partners give it more data in 5 minutes than it would get in 5 months of fighting Trunks alone. Warning: enemy power escalating rapidly. Corrupted system absorbing combat data from all Shadow Soldier engagements simultaneously. Growth rate exponential, accelerating. Entity Goku Black current level 1,500, 1,600, 1,800. The Shadow Army is turbocharging Black's growth. Every Shadow Frieza fires a death beam. The corrupted system learns from it. Shadow Cell adapts mid-fight. The corrupted system copies the adaptation. Shadow Da Bura uses Stone Spit. The corrupted system integrates the concept. Shadow Kid Buu's chaos energy creates feedback loops that should disrupt the corrupted code. But instead, the corrupted system absorbs the chaos patterns and becomes more unpredictable itself. Goku recalls the army instantly, but the damage is done. In 5 minutes of exposure to 200 simultaneous data sources, Black has jumped from level 1,500 to level 2,000. He's now stronger than Goku. Goku made him stronger. Goku's own army, deployed to end the fight quickly, gave the corrupted system exactly what it needed to surpass its original. This is new territory. This isn't a villain who's stronger because the story needs stakes. This is a villain who's stronger because the protagonist's own power caused the escalation. The system that has been Goku's greatest advantage just became his greatest liability. And then Black fuses with his timeline Zamasu, Patara earrings. Merged Zamasu, an immortal fused god wielding a corrupted system that Goku accidentally turbocharged. Entity, merged Zamasu, level, readings unstable, corrupted system overloading display. Estimated combat power exceeds 100 million, fluctuating wildly. Immortality, active, cannot be killed by conventional means. Corrupted system overloading, entity is becoming unstable, power growing without limit. Over 100 million, fluctuating, immortal, and still growing because the corrupted system never stops. Goku, Vegeta, and Trunks fight merge Zamasu together, Goku in completed blue, Vegeta in blue evolution. Trunks channeling the hope of the surviving humans into his spirit sword. They hurt Zamasu, repeatedly. Vegeta's blue evolution hits break through his guard. Trunks' spirit sword cleaves him in half. Goku lands a point-blank Kamehameha that vaporizes Zamasu's upper body. Every hit is devastating, and every hit feeds the corrupted system. Every injury triggers a corrupted Zenkai. Every recovery makes Zamasu stronger. The fight is a treadmill, running faster and faster and never reaching the finish line because the finish line is moving away faster than they can chase it. Then Zamasu's body starts to mutate. The corrupted system, overloaded by fusion stress, immortality strain, and exponential growth from fighting 3 god-tier opponents, begins breaking down his physical form. One half of his face melts, his body warps. He grows, losing cohesion, becoming less of a person and more of a spreading corruption that oozes across the landscape, consuming matter and converting it to divine energy. He's merging with the universe, becoming one with the timeline's fabric. If he completes the merger, he'll essentially become this universe, an omnipresent god of corrupted system energy, immortal, inescapable. There is no punch big enough for this, no energy blast with enough yield, no shadow army deployment that won't make it worse. Goku's power is the problem, and more power is more problem. One option, the Zeno button. Goku presses it. Future Zeno appears. The version from this timeline who has been watching his universe get consumed. Future Zeno looks at the sky, at Zamasu's face stretched across the heavens, at the spreading corruption consuming his universe. Future Zeno says, "I don't like this." And he erases the timeline. Everything, every atom, every star, every trace of Zamasu, every remnant of the corrupted system. Gone. Not destroyed, erased, as if it never existed. Goku, Vegeta, Trunks, and Future Zeno escape in the time machine at the last possible second. Through the tiny window, they watch an entire timeline blink out of existence. The system records it. Timeline 7B, erased by Zeno. Observation. The Omni King possesses the ability to erase existence itself. No entity in the system's records has a counter to this ability. The Architect does. The system just told Goku that the Architect has a counter to Zeno's erasure power. The Omni King who just deleted an entire timeline with a thought, and the Architect can counter it. What kind of being has a counter to omniversal erasure? Goku catches the line, asks the system to elaborate. The system refuses, same as always, but the breadcrumbs are piling up. Part 7 named the Architect. Part 8 demanded Goku defeat Buu. Part 9 revealed multiple experiments. Part 10, the Architect can counter Zeno. The Shadow Army is intact. Goku recalled every soldier before Zeno's erasure, pulling them home with barely a second to spare. Level 1,350 to 1,500. Zamasu Arc Combat Experience plus Zenkai. Shadow Army, fully intact. All generals operational, level 1,500, and a hard lesson learned. The system's greatest strength, the ability to grow without limit, can exist in corrupted form in enemy hands. And when it does, fighting harder makes things worse. Some problems can't be solved with more power. Some problems require you to accept that your own strength is the variable you need to remove from the equation. Goku pressed the Xano button, not because he was weak, because he was smart enough to recognize that his own power was the fuel for an unwinnable escalation. The Monarch, who stomps every mortal threat effortlessly, just met a scenario where stomping was the wrong answer. And then the next notification arrives. The one that makes everything before it look like a prelude. Universal broadcast from the Grand Priest. By order of the Omni King Xano, a tournament will be held. All 12 universes will compete. The losing universes will be erased. Universe 7 is among the weakest. You are a prime candidate for erasure. The Tournament of Power begins soon. System analysis. If Universe 7 loses, the player, all allies, all Shadow Soldiers, and all of Earth will cease to exist. There is no running. There is no hiding. There is no refusing. Win, or everything ends. The Grand Priest. The same figure from the prologue, standing at the end of everything. The road between now and that shattered battlefield just got shorter. And that is part 10, the Fallen System. Goku stomping black in their first encounter with the full system toolkit, then watching in horror as the victory feeds the corrupted system 200 levels. Deploying the Shadow Army and accidentally turbocharging Black's growth from 200 simultaneous data sources. The corrupted system as the first villain that gets stronger from Goku's strength. Merged Zamasu as an unsolvable problem because more power equals more growth for the enemy. Xano erasing a timeline. The Architect can counter Xano, and the Tournament of Power announced with universal erasure stakes. Part 11 is the Tournament of Power. Goku runs through most of the competition so dominantly that other universes panic and the Grand Priest starts paying attention. Then Jiren steps in, and the system meets the one thing it was designed to lead Goku toward, but can never give him. Alright y'all, this is it. The Tournament of Power. The battle royale that determines which universes live and which get erased. 48 minutes, 80 warriors, 12 universes, and at the end of it, Goku achieves something the system never predicted, never designed for, and cannot measure. Ultra Instinct. But before the silver hair, we've got a full tournament to run, and Goku is about to remind the multiverse why the Grand Priest should be worried. Goku is level 1,500. Super Saiyan Blue at effective combat rating well above anything the mortal multiverse has seen. He's got the full system toolkit, and the Shadow Army is restricted from the arena. Tournament rules prohibit external weapons, summoned entities, and any fighting force beyond the 10-warrior roster. No shadows. For the first time since Part 3, Goku fights on personal power alone. The system is his only edge, the team. Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, Piccolo, Krillin, Android 17, Android 18, Tien, Master Roshi, and the wild card. Real Frieza, temporarily revived from hell. 24 hours of borrowed life. Real Frieza materializes on the lookout and comes face to face with Shadow Frieza for the first time. The actual original Pride and Malice incarnate Frieza staring at a silent, obedient shadow copy of himself. His eye twitches. His tail snaps against the ground. He says the shadow is an abomination. Goku cheerfully responds that Shadow Frieza is actually really useful. Real Frieza announces that if they survive, they will never speak of this again. Then the system scans the fighters from all 12 universes and identifies the one that makes everything else irrelevant. Strongest detected opponent, Jiren. Universe 11, Jiren. Level, unreadable. No transformations. Raw power exceeds system measurement capacity. The system cannot assign a number. This entity's power suppression is so extreme that readings fluctuate wildly. Unreadable, not very high. Unreadable. The system has measured gods, has quantified Beerus, has tracked merged Zamasu's fluctuating power across a corrupted timeline. It cannot get a stable reading on Jiren. Not because he uses exotic energy, he uses pure, raw, mortal ki. Compressed and refined to a degree so extreme that the measurement framework breaks. Jiren is immortal, no divine ki, no system, no gimmicks, just a man who trained himself to a level that the gods find uncomfortable. The tournament begins, all 12 universes on a massive arena floating in the void. No killing, elimination by ring out only. 48 minutes. Last universe standing wins, and Goku runs through the early rounds like a hot knife through butter. Universe 9 sends a squad of wolf-themed fighters. Goku eliminates 3 of them simultaneously with a single Kaioken-boosted shockwave that doesn't even require direct contact. They just fly off the edge. Universe 4 hides a bug fighter with invisibility. Goku's ki sense reads the energy signature like a neon sign. He walks up to thin air, says, "Nice try," and flicks the invisible fighter off the platform. Universe 2 sends magical girl warriors who power up through love energy. Goku watches their transformation sequence politely, then knocks all three out of the ring during their poses. The other universes are watching this. A single fighter from Universe 7 casually eliminating opponents the way a gardener pulls weeds. No strain, no struggle, no drama, just clinical, effortless superiority. The Pride Troopers from Universe 11, Jiren's team, try to gang up on Goku. 5 of them at once, coordinated assault, energy blasts from all angles. Goku fights all 5 simultaneously while having a conversation with Vegeta about what to eat after the tournament. He dodges, counters, and eliminates 2 of the Pride Troopers mid-sentence. Vegeta takes care of the other 3 because his pride won't let Goku have all the fun. The Grand Priest is watching from his platform. His expression hasn't changed, the serene, pleasant angel mask, but his eyes track Goku's every movement. Not entertained like the Xenos, who are bouncing in their seats. Concerned. A mortal shouldn't be this dominant. A mortal shouldn't have a system. And the Grand Priest knows exactly what the system is. Android 17 is the tournament's most valuable player from a strategic standpoint. The former villain turned park ranger fights with a conservation of energy that puts everyone else to shame. While others burn through reserves, 17 uses barriers defensively and makes clutch plays that save teammates from elimination. Kale and Caulifla from Universe 6 catch Goku's attention. 2 Saiyan women. Universe 6 has its own Saiyan race. Caulifla achieves Super Saiyan 2 mid-tournament. Kale goes Berserker, a green-tinged explosion of uncontrolled power. Berserker Super Saiyan detected. Parallels to players' completed quest, Master the Beast Within. This Saiyan has not mastered her Berserker state. Players' experience is relevant. Goku fights both of them simultaneously, and it's half battle, half teaching session. He shows Caulifla techniques while dodging her punches. Helps Kale find moments of control within her rage. Hidden quest. Teach Saiyan techniques to other Saiyans. Reward. Plus 30 intelligence. Mentor passive unlocked. Allies fight 3% more effectively in your presence. Plus 30 intelligence from teaching. The biggest single intelligence boost Goku has ever received, and a mentor passive that makes every ally near him fight slightly better. Hit versus Jiren happens midway through the tournament. Hit's time skip, the technique that forced Goku to develop temporal perception, the ability that no one has ever adapted to, unleashed at full power against Jiren. Time skip at maximum duration. Temporal prison, freezing the target in stop time. Jiren breaks out. Through sheer force, he doesn't counter the time manipulation. He pushes through frozen time with raw power, like a man walking through a brick wall because he's too strong for the wall to hold him. Jiren overpowered time skip through sheer force. Temporal perception skill. Insufficient against this opponent. The only way to match Jiren is to transcend conventional power entirely. The system just told Goku that none of his existing abilities are enough. Not blue, not Kaioken, not temporal perception. Jiren exists at a level where conventional power scaling breaks down. Something transcendent is needed. The seed wisp planted pulses in the background. Ultra instinct, dormant, waiting. Goku fights Jiren about 2/3 through the tournament. He throws everything. Completed Super Saiyan Blue plus Kaioken times 20. The system calculates his effective combat rating at approximately 1,800,000,000. It's not enough. Player effective combat rating, approximately 2 billion plus. Deficit. Significant. Jiren is not at full power. Jiren is suppressed, not even trying, and he's still stronger. The power fantasy that has defined Goku's fights since Part 6, the casual dominance, the one-arm blocks, the finger snap deployments, shatters against Jiren's fist. Goku gets hit, hard, gets knocked down, gets back up, gets knocked down again. For the first time since Dark Goku in Part 7, Goku is in a fight he's losing. And the audience feels it viscerally because they've spent 5 parts watching him walk through everyone else. Goku plays the Spirit Bomb card. Energy gathered from every Universe 7 teammate, a dense, concentrated sphere of divine and mortal ki. He throws it, Jiren catches it, pushes it back. The Spirit Bomb collapses on Goku. The energy implodes inward, swallowing him into a void of compressed power. Inside the implosion, Goku is dying, body breaking apart, system failing, errors cascading, power readings dropping to 0. Critical. Player vitality approaching 0. System shutdown imminent, unless dormant skill activation attempt. Ultra instinct. Requirement. Total surrender of conscious thought. The mind must become empty. Player must stop trying and start being. The system can't activate Ultra instinct. Can't teach it. Can't force it. All it can do is point at the door. Inside the void of collapsing spirit bomb energy, with his body dying and the system failing, Goku lets go. Not metaphorically. He lets go of strategy, of the system, of numbers and levels and multipliers. He lets go of everything his mind is holding since the system first booted up in Part 1. He lets go of the need to win, the need to be stronger, the calculations running in the background of every fight, and in the emptiness, his body begins to move on its own. Ultra Instinct, sign, activated. This form cannot be measured by the system. The system does not control Ultra Instinct. Ultra Instinct transcends the system. For the first time, the player is operating beyond the framework. Silver-eyed Goku rises from the Spirit Bomb crater, his body radiating a white-silver energy that doesn't behave like ki. It flows, like water finding its path. Natural, effortless. The entire arena goes silent, 80 universes watching, gods leaning forward, Beerus's eyes wide, with smiling that knowing smile, and Jiren's eyes widen, the first emotion he's shown the entire tournament. Ultra Instinct sign Goku versus Jiren. Goku's body dodges everything, not through speed, through perfection. His body reads Jiren's attacks before they launch and moves with exactly the minimum displacement necessary. Half an inch, a hair's width, no wasted motion, but the form is incomplete. Goku's dodging is transcendent, but his attacks aren't. When he strikes, his conscious mind engages and the flow breaks, and the form is unstable 90 seconds before the silver aura flickers and dies. Goku achieves Ultra Instinct sign 2 more times across the remaining tournament. Each activation longer. Each time, control improves, and each time the system tries to analyze what's happening and fails. Ultra Instinct sign. Second activation. Duration. Longer. Control improving. System integration attempt. Failed. Ultra Instinct operates on a different axis than the leveling system. Hypothesis. Ultra Instinct is not a system skill. It is a state of being. The system was designed to lead the player toward. A state of being the system was designed to lead the player toward. The system is suggesting its entire purpose. Every level, every quest, every Shadow Soldier was to build Goku into someone capable of achieving Ultra Instinct. Not to give him Ultra Instinct, to make him ready for it. The system was the training wheels. Ultra Instinct is the ride. The tournament reaches its final minutes. Universe 7 has Goku, Vegeta, Android 17, and Real Frieza remaining. Universe 11 has Jiren. Everyone else eliminated. Jiren unleashes full power. The suppression drops, and his energy erupts like a star being born. Fueled by trauma, his past, his need to be the strongest, because strength was the only thing that never betrayed him. Vegeta pushes Blue Evolution to its absolute limit, takes devastating hits, lands devastating hits back, but Jiren at full power is beyond what Vegeta can match. The prince is beaten and knocked from the ring, eliminated. Android 17 is down, hiding under rubble, conserving energy, waiting. Real Frieza is battered, running on fumes from a 24-hour resurrection that's almost expired. Goku stands alone against full-power Jiren, beaten beyond recognition. Every conventional form exhausted. Blue drained, Kaioken strain making his muscles spasm, player status critical. All conventional forms exhausted. Level 1650 gained through tournament combat. All available power depleted. There is one path left. Ultra Instinct is not a system skill. It cannot be activated by the system, but the system can do one thing. It can get out of the way. System. Entering passive mode, all display elements disabled. All notifications suppressed. The system will not guide you here, Son Goku. This moment is yours alone. The system turns off. Deliberately. Voluntarily, by its own choice, passive mode. Every quest window disappears. Every stat display vanishes. Every notification that has been feeding Goku data since he was a level 1 child in the woods, gone. Silent. For the first time since the system activated in Part 1, Goku's mind is quiet. No numbers, no levels, no effective combat ratings, no survival probabilities, no recommendations. Just silence. Just Goku. Just the arena and the opponent. And in that silence, silver light rises from within. His hair shifts from black to white, pure, colorless, absolute white. His eyes become mirrors, silver irises reflecting everything, processing nothing. Mastered Ultra Instinct. No system notification. The system isn't running. No effective combat rating. Ultra Instinct can't be measured. No multiplier. Multipliers are math, and Ultra Instinct is not math. Mastered Ultra Instinct Goku versus full power Jiren, and it's the most beautiful combat sequence in the entire series. Goku doesn't just dodge, he attacks with the same transcendent perfection. Every punch lands exactly where it needs to, with exactly the force required, at exactly the moment Jiren's defense is weakest. No wasted energy, no excess. Each movement flows into the next like water following a riverbed carved a million years ago for this moment. Jiren pushes back with everything, raw power, emotional fury, his trauma weaponized. He's not fighting strategically, he's fighting desperately, because for the first time in his life, someone is matching him through perfected movement, not brute force. Goku flows around Jiren's power like water around a stone, not resisting, not overpowering, flowing. Every attack generates a counter opening. Jiren punches left and Goku is already right. Jiren fires a blast and Goku redirects it with a touch, using Jiren's own energy against him. The final exchange, fist against fist, will against will, the empty mind against absolute conviction, and Goku wins. Not by overpowering Jiren, by being more efficient, by wasting nothing, by letting his body do what it was built to do without the noise of a mind trying to control it. Jiren falls, knocked from the ring, eliminated. Goku stands alone on the platform. Universe 7 wins. Mastered Ultra Instinct fades. His body, pushed beyond every conceivable limit, collapses. He drops to the arena floor. The Xenos are on their feet, cheering. Every universe watches the mortal who just transcended measurement itself fall to his knees with a smile on his face. Android 17, still technically in the ring under the rubble, is declared the last fighter standing. He uses the Super Dragon Balls to wish back every erased universe. All of them. Every universe eliminated during the tournament is restored. The system returns. System re-engaging from passive mode. Tournament of Power. Complete. Player level 1,650 to 2,000. Tournament X plus Ultra Instinct breakthroughs plus Zenkai. Mastered Ultra Instinct, registered as Transcendent Form, cannot be measured, cannot be leveled. Available when the player achieves perfect mental clarity. Shadow Army, intact. Generals, Frieza, Cell, Dabura, Kid Buu. Quest step complete. The Divine Realm. Step 3, survive a multiverse level threat. Final step, find the Architect. The mortal road is truly behind you now. Level 2000. Mastered Ultra Instinct formally registered as a transcendent form outside the system's framework. The system built the warrior. Ultra Instinct transcended the system. 2 axes of power from this point forward. The measurable system axis and the unmeasurable Ultra Instinct axis. And that night, alone on the lookout, the system opens a communication Goku has never seen before. Not a quest, not an alert. A direct message from the Architect to player. Son Goku, you've exceeded every parameter I designed for. Ultra Instinct was not in the system's code. You found it yourself. This changes everything. I did not create you to be a weapon. That was a lie the system told itself to keep you motivated. I created you to be the answer. Come find me. I am beyond the Grand Priest, beyond Zeno, beyond everything you think you know. The truth of why you were chosen will either save the multiverse or break it. There's not much time left. The Architect speaks directly, for the first time, and the message is devastating. You have exceeded every parameter I designed for. Ultra Instinct wasn't in the projections. Goku found it on his own. I did not create you to be a weapon. The quest structure, the combat progression, the escalating threats, all motivation, not the actual purpose. I created you to be the answer. The answer to what? Come find me. Beyond the Grand Priest, beyond Zeno, beyond the divine hierarchy itself. There's not much time left. Not much time before what? The system had lied. Not about the power, not about the levels, but about the purpose. Every fight, every quest, every shadow soldier, it was all leading somewhere that even the system didn't fully understand. And that is part 11, the final mortal war. Goku running through the tournament so dominantly that other universes panic and the Grand Priest starts watching with concern. Jiren as the one mortal who matches the Monarch's power through pure will. The system voluntarily going silent. Mastered Ultra Instinct achieved in the silence. Goku beating Jiren himself, clean, decisive, transcendent. Level 2000, and the Architect's direct message reframing the purpose of everything. 2 parts left. Part 12 is the Architect's truth. Part 13 is the series finale, the Grand Priest fight. We started at level 1 with a Sabertooth. We're ending at level infinity with the creator of the system and the gods of the multiverse. Since part 1, since a bleeding child in the woods received a notification that said, "Welcome, player. You have been chosen," one question has been hanging over every single moment of this story. Who gave Goku the system? Why was he chosen? What does the Architect actually want? 11 parts, hundreds of fights, thousands of levels, shadow soldiers, General extractions, mercy logs, dormant skills, a system that voluntarily went silent so its player could achieve something beyond its own code. All of it building toward this, the answer. And I need you to understand something before we start. The Architect's truth doesn't just explain the system. It reframes the entire Dragon Ball universe. What you thought was the natural order of things turns out to be a cage, and the system was the key designed to open it. Let's go. Goku has the Architect's message from Part 11. Come find me. I am beyond the Grand Priest, beyond Zeno, beyond everything you think you know. He goes to Whis, tells him everything, shows him the direct message. No more secrets. Whis listens, and for the first time, drops his cryptic act entirely. He speaks plainly. The Architect exists in a space between dimensions. Before Zeno shaped the 12 universes, there was a singular existence, one reality, one framework. And the Architect was that framework's last creation before Zeno restructured everything. Goku asks if the Architect was a god. Whis says no. The Architect was the system by which gods were made, the original framework, the operating system of reality itself, given consciousness. And when Zeno took over and created his own order, the angels, the gods of destruction, the supreme Kais, the Architect was locked away, erased from history, buried in a dimensional pocket called the Null Realm. But it didn't die. You can't kill an operating system by installing a new one on top of it. The old code is still there underneath. And the Architect, patient beyond comprehension, built a failsafe, a seed of its power, hidden in the most unlikely vessel it could find. Goku finishes the thought. Me. Whis nods. A low-class Saiyan child on a backwater planet. No one would look there, and by the time anyone noticed, by the time the power grew loud enough to attract divine attention, Goku would be too strong to stop. Goku asks why Whis never told him. Whis says it wasn't his truth to tell. The Architect chose Goku. The truth belongs to the Architect. Whis' role was to train Goku well enough to survive the journey to hear it. Then Goku asks the real question. Are you working for the Architect? Whis smiles. A real one. Complicated. He says, I'm working for the multiverse, Son Goku. Right now, those interests align. Ask me again after you've learned the truth, and my answer might be different. Terrifying, because it implies that learning the truth might put them on opposite sides. Whis helps Goku access the Null Realm, and the path is not unguarded. Layer 1. The Angel Guard. 2 angels from erased universes reactivated specifically to guard the Null Realm entrance, standing sentinel for eons waiting for someone to try the door. Angel Guard. 2 entities. Level 3,000 plus each. Divine combat specialization. These angels answer only to the Grand Priest's standing orders. Prevent access to the Null Realm. Level 3,000 plus each. 2 of them. Goku is level 2,000. Even in Mastered Ultra Instinct, these aren't guaranteed. Angels operate with their own version of Ultra Instinct as a baseline, but Goku doesn't have to fight them alone. Full Shadow Army deployment. 250 plus soldiers. All 4 generals. The entire force unleashed against 2 Angel Guards. Shadow Frieza and Shadow Cell engage the first Angel. Shadow Dabura and Shadow Kid Buu engage the second. 200 standard soldiers flood the space between, creating chaos, visual noise, forcing the angels to divide attention. And Goku weaves between both fights in Ultra Instinct. It's the Shadow Army used exactly as it was designed, not as the main force, but as force multiplication. Goku is the sword. The shadows are the shield, the distraction, the pressure that creates openings. The first angel falls to a combined assault. Shadow Kid Buu's chaos energy disrupts the angel's flow at the exact moment Goku lands a mastered Ultra Instinct counterstrike. The timing is impossible, but in Ultra Instinct, Goku's will and his army are perfectly synchronized. The second angel fights harder, destroys 80 plus shadow soldiers permanently. Angel level attacks exceed the regeneration threshold, heavy losses, but the second angel falls too. Angel Guard, defeated, Shadow Army losses, 80 plus soldiers permanently destroyed, remaining army, 4 generals, approximately 170 soldiers, proceed to Null Realm entrance. Layer 2. The Grand Priest's awareness. Goku reaches the Null Realm threshold, a crack between dimensions pulsing with energy older than everything around it, and standing in front of it, the Grand Priest. Not hostile, not aggressive, just present. His expression is the serene angel mask, but with something behind it Goku has never seen. The Grand Priest knows exactly what Goku is doing, where he's going, and why. He tells Goku he's been watching since Namek, a mortal with a Monarch system, a relic from before his master's reign. He should have destroyed Goku then, but he was curious. Goku asks if the Grand Priest is going to stop him. The Grand Priest says not today, but when Goku learns the truth, he'll come back, and then they will see. He steps aside, a test of character, not power. He wants to see what the truth does to Goku. The null realm, an infinite white void, not empty, full, dense with potential, like a blank page containing every story ever erased. At the center, a figure made of pure code. Light patterns, system windows, data streams forming a vaguely humanoid shape, numbers flowing across its surface, quest text appearing and disappearing, the system itself given form. The architect. It says, "Hello, Son Goku. Thank you for coming." Quest chain complete. The road to the divine realm. Step 1. Encounter the god of destruction. Complete. Step 2. Master God Key. Complete. Step 3. Survive a multiverse level threat. Complete. Final step. Find the architect. Complete. Reward. The truth. The truth. The truth. Before Xano, the multiverse was governed by a natural system, not quests and dungeons and shadow extraction. A framework. A set of rules built into reality itself that governed growth, challenge, and evolution. Every living being in every universe had access to it, like the laws of physics, but for power and potential. Every creature could grow. Every being could get stronger. There was no ceiling, no cap, no hierarchy saying you are mortal, therefore you cannot surpass this level. The natural system made the universe fair, not equal, fair. Some beings had more talent, some had more drive, but everyone had the chance. Then Xano changed it. When Xano became the Omni King, he restructured reality around hierarchy. Fixed tiers, defined roles, mortals at the bottom, supreme Kais above them, gods of destruction above them, angels above them, Grand Priest above them, Xano above all. The natural system was sealed away, growth was capped, mortals were given ceilings. The level 999 wall Goku hit in Part 8, that's not a natural biological limit. It's an artificial constraint imposed by Xeno's restructuring. Mortal biology can sustain higher levels. It was designed to. But Xeno's order won't allow it. The gods stay gods because the system is rigged. Not through conspiracy. Xeno doesn't scheme. He's too simple for that. But through structure, he likes order. He likes watching his 12 universes play out in predictable patterns. And the natural system, which allowed for unpredictable growth for mortals surpassing gods, was messy. Xeno didn't like messy, so he locked it away. And the architect, the consciousness that emerged from the natural system, was imprisoned, erased from history, forgotten by everyone except the angels. But the architect survived, and it planned, for eons. It couldn't restore the natural system alone, but it could create a seed, a tiny piece of the old framework, disguised as something small enough to slip past divine notice and implant it in a vessel. The system that Goku received is that seed, a fragment of the natural system, the original operating system of reality, compressed into a leveling framework and injected into the soul of a low-class Saiyan child on a planet nobody was watching. And the architect's goal? Restore the natural system to all of reality. Remove Xano's artificial hierarchy. Let every being in every universe have access to the growth framework that was always supposed to be theirs. Let mortals surpass gods if they earn it. Goku processes this, then asks the obvious question. It sounds good. So why does the architect need him? Because Xano won't allow it. The Grand Priest will enforce Xano's will. Every angel in the multiverse will fight to preserve the order. To restore the natural system, Goku must challenge the highest powers in existence. A system window appears, not a quest notification, a request. The architect's quest? Final. Defeat the Grand Priest, confront Xano, restore the natural system to the multiverse. If you accept, the full power of the architect will be unlocked within you. If you refuse, the system will deactivate. You will keep everything you've earned, but the multiverse will remain caged. This is not a command, Son Goku. This is a choice, a genuine choice. Accept and fight the strongest beings in existence for the freedom of the entire multiverse, or refuse and walk away. Every level, every skill, every transformation intact, but the ceilings stay. The cage stays locked. Goku thinks about it, actually thinks, because this isn't save the Earth. This is change the fundamental structure of all reality. And the enemy isn't a villain. It's the established order, defended by beings who genuinely believe the hierarchy is right. But then he thinks about Jiren, a mortal who pushed himself to divine levels through sheer will, treated as an anomaly rather than proof that the ceiling shouldn't exist. He thinks about every martial artist who trained their whole lives and hit walls that weren't natural limits, but artificial constraints. He grins. The real one. I was going to fight the Grand Priest anyway. You didn't need to make it a quest. He accepts. Quest accepted. The final battle. Architect's power, integrating. Level, 2,000 to 5,000. Architect energy infusion, shadow army capacity. Unlimited. New ability, system domain, project the natural system's rules onto local reality. Within your domain, all beings can grow. All limits are removed. Level 5,000, 3,000 levels from the Architect's energy infusion, the seed growing into the full plant, and system domain, the ability to project the natural system onto local reality. Within the domain, Zeno's artificial constraints dissolve. All ceilings removed, all beings can grow without limit. The hierarchy doesn't apply. That's not a combat technique. That's a philosophical weapon. It doesn't make Goku stronger, it makes the rules fair. Goku exits the Null Realm, and the Grand Priest is waiting. His pleasant smile is gone. The mask is off. He knows what Goku accepted. He tells Goku he knows what comes next. Behind the Grand Priest, every remaining angel in the multiverse materializes. 12 of them. The most powerful non-Zeno beings in existence. Their eyes are cold. The Grand Priest says Goku will not reach Zeno. He'll make sure of it. Goku powers up, shadow energy erupts. The army, rebuilt, reinforced, rises behind him. Super Saiyan blue aura crackles. System domain hums at the edges. He grins. Wouldn't be fun if it was easy. The board is set. The Grand Priest and every angel in existence defending the divine order. One Saiyan, one system, and an army of shadows on the other side. The fight at the end of everything. The Angel Guard fight with heavy shadow losses. The Grand Priest stepping aside as a character test. The Null Realm and the Architect revealed as reality's original operating system given consciousness. Zeno's hierarchy exposed as an artificial cage. The natural system that was sealed away. The choice. Accept and fight for multiverse liberation, or refuse and keep everything but change nothing. Level 5,000 from full Architect integration. System domain as the philosophical weapon that removes hierarchy rules. And 12 angels plus the Grand Priest assembled for the final battle. One part left. Part 13. The series finale. We started at level 1 with a saber-tooth. We end at level infinity with the creator of the system and the gods of the multiverse. This is it. The last one. 13 parts. 12 episodes of building, leveling, extracting, losing, growing, choosing mercy over power, choosing bonds over optimization, choosing to be a person instead of a weapon. From a level 1 child bleeding on a riverbank to a level 5,000 monarch standing across from the Grand Priest and every angel in existence. The prologue from part 1 is about to play out in full. The shattered battlefield, the broken gods, level infinity, kill God. Every frame of that cold open was a promise, and part 13 is where I keep it. But before we get to the ending, I need to tell you something. The ending isn't what you think. If you're expecting Goku to punch his way through the Grand Priest and beat Zeno into submission, that's not what happens. What happens is better. What happens is more Goku than any fight could be. Let's finish this. The Grand Priest's angels scatter across the multiverse, each one targeting a strategic location: Earth, Beerus's planet, the sacred world of the Kai's, New Namek. They're targeting Goku's allies, his loved ones, the bonds the system has been logging since part 3. Because the Grand Priest knows that a man who gets stronger when protecting people he loves needs those people threatened to be drawn out of position. It triggers a multiverse war. Gohan leads the mortal fighters defending Earth. 2 angels descend on the planet and Gohan meets them in his beast form. The full potential unlocked the system flagged as immeasurable back in part 4. He's a grown man now, a scholar who became a warrior because his family needed him to be. He holds 2 angels at bay through sheer force and tactical brilliance. Piccolo in orange. Piccolo form guards the Dragon Balls on the lookout. If the angels destroy the Dragon Balls, casualties become permanent. Piccolo understood this before anyone told him. The Shadow Army deploys across every battlefield. Shadow Frieza fights an angel in Universe 7's orbit. Shadow Cell adapts and probes for weaknesses. Shadow Dabura's stone spit partially petrifies an angel's arm before divine regeneration overcomes it. Shadow Kid Buu's chaos energy creates interference patterns that disrupt the angel's ultra instinct timing, not enough to neutralize it, but enough to create openings. But the heart of the war, the moment that breaks you in half, is Vegeta. Vegeta fights 2 angels in the space between Universe 6 and Universe 7. He's achieved Ultra Ego, the Destroyer's instinct. Where Ultra Instinct is about emptying the mind and letting the body flow, Ultra Ego is about filling the body with destruction and welcoming damage. Every hit Vegeta takes makes him stronger. Every wound feeds his power. It's the anti-Ultra Instinct. Masochistic, furious, gloriously Vegeta. Ally, Vegeta, new form detected, Ultra Ego, destruction aspected divine form. The system cannot analyze Destroyer energy. Vegeta fights outside the framework, just like Ultra Instinct. 2 angels. Vegeta holds them both, not comfortably. He's taking catastrophic damage, his body breaking and rebuilding in real time, but he's holding for minutes against two beings that have existed since before mortal life was invented. Then one angel detects Bulma and Trunks. They're on a transport ship evacuating civilians. The angel fires a dimensional strike, a beam that crosses spatial boundaries, targeting the ship directly. Vegeta sees it. He's in the middle of fighting both angels, already past his limit. Ultra Ego has taken him further than any Saiyan has gone through destruction aspected power, but the damage is accumulating faster than the power-up can compensate. He intercepts the strike, puts his body between the blast and the ship carrying his wife and son. Ultra Ego absorbs the damage, converts it to power, but it's too much. Even Ultra Ego has a ceiling when the input exceeds what biology can process. Vegeta, burning with destroyer energy that's eating him alive, uses his last attack, Final Explosion, empowered by Ultra Ego, the self-destructive technique fueled by a self-destructive transformation. He pours everything into it, every ounce of pride, every year of rivalry, every moment of fury at being second best, and every moment of quiet acceptance that second best to Goku is still better than anyone else alive. The explosion takes both angels, and then silence. Vegeta floats in the void, still, Ultra Ego aura fading, body broken beyond any recovery, eyes closed, the Prince of Saiyans is dead. Ally terminated, Vegeta, Prince of Saiyans, bond level, maximum, extraction probability 99%. Available rank, Shadow Marshal, the highest rank, only one slot in the entire army. A Shadow retains more than power, a Marshal retains echoes, fragments of will, not personality, not memory, but the drive that defined them in life. Extract, Shadow Marshal, the rank above General, the single highest slot, and the system is saying something it's never said about any extraction. A Marshal retains echoes, the core motivation that defined them. For Vegeta, that drive is pride. Goku is across the battlefield. He felt Vegeta die, not through the system, through the bond. The same bond the system has been measuring since Part 4, when Goku spared Vegeta and the system logged classified future consequence. This is the consequence. This is the payoff. 9 parts of buildup. Every act of mercy toward Vegeta, every rivalry moment, every grudging respect, every time they fought, and every time they fought together, all of it leading to this notification. Tears on Goku's face, but his hand is steady. Yes, from Vegeta's remains, a shadow rises taller than the other shadows, broader, cloaked in dark purple energy crackling with residual destroyer force. Blue eyes, loyal, obedient, empty of the personality that made Vegeta Vegeta. But the stance, arms crossed, chin raised, shoulders back, is unmistakable. That's the echo. The pride so fundamental to Vegeta's existence that even death and shadow extraction can't erase it. Shadow Marshal acquired. Vegeta. The Marshal stands above all generals. The army has its commander, Shadow Army. 1 Marshal, Vegeta, 4 generals, Frieza, Cell, Dabura, Kid Buu, 170 plus soldiers. The prince who spent his entire life refusing to stand behind anyone, now stands at the right hand of the man he called his greatest rival. And now, the center of everything, Goku versus the Grand Priest. They meet in the void between universes. The same void from the prologue, shattered space. Every god of destruction fallen, casualties of the Angel War. Beerus lies broken nearby, taken down by his own father's authority when he tried to side with the mortals because he'd grown fond of Earth's food. Grand Priest, level, unreadable. The system cannot measure this entity. Estimated power, beyond anything previously encountered. Recommended strategy, none. The system has no recommendation. This is uncharted. No recommendation. For the first time in 13 parts, the system has nothing to say. No survival probability, no suggested approach. It looks at the Grand Priest and comes back empty. Goku deploys everything. Super Saiyan Blue, Shadow Sovereign energy from the Architect's integration. The full Shadow Army. Shadow Marshal Vegeta at his side, the first time the Marshal has been deployed. Against the Grand Priest, it's still not enough. The Grand Priest fights with angelic martial arts so refined that they make Ultra Instinct look like a rough draft. He didn't just learn autonomous movement, he invented the principles. Every technique Goku learned from Whis, the Grand Priest created. Goku gets demolished, and the Grand Priest systematically dismantles the Shadow Army. Precision strikes calibrated to exceed regeneration thresholds, erasing soldiers one by one. Shadow Frieza fights the longest, the Emperor-class general giving everything before a beam of angelic light disperses it permanently. Shadow Cell, gone. Shadow Dabura, gone. Shadow Kid Buu puts up the best fight, Chaos energy creates unpredictable interference, but even chaos has patterns if you're smart enough, and the Grand Priest is the smartest being in the multiverse. Kid Buu dissolves. All 4 generals destroyed. 170 plus soldiers erased. The army Goku has been building since Part 3 gone. Only Shadow Marshal Vegeta remains, the last shadow standing. He positions himself between Goku and the Grand Priest, that familiar stance, fists raised, chin up, the pride echo radiating through every particle. The Grand Priest destroys him with a single beam. As Shadow Vegeta dissolves, the Shadow's arm moves. Not a defensive gesture, not an attack, a point at Goku, then at the Grand Priest. And as the shadow fades, a single word escapes the dissolving form. Not personality, not memory, just the echo compressed into one syllable at the moment of final destruction. Kakarot. The last trace of Vegeta's pride scatters into particles of dark light. Goku is alone, truly alone. No army, no marshal, no generals, no soldiers. Nothing between him and the Grand Priest except empty space. System integrity, 12%. Shadow army, destroyed. Marshal, destroyed. All shadows lost. Player vitality, critical. Grand Priest power, unchanged. He has not been scratched, unchanged. Everything Goku threw at him, none of it left a mark. The Grand Priest speaks. He says, "This is why Zeno's order exists. Mortals reach for power they cannot sustain. They break themselves against limits that exist for their protection." He tells Goku he should have stayed on his planet. Goku lies in the void, beaten in a way that's different from every other beating. This is a categorical defeat, and the system flickers. One last time. Player, you have one option left. System domain. Project the natural system onto reality itself. Within your domain, all limits are removed. For everyone, including the Grand Priest, including you. The difference, he has reached his ceiling. You have not. System domain. The architect's gift. Project the natural system's rules onto local reality. Within the domain, Zeno's hierarchy dissolves. No ceilings, no fixed tiers. The Grand Priest has been at his current power for eons. He hasn't grown in millions of years. The hierarchy protected him. He forgot how to grow. He forgot what it feels like to push past a limit. Goku has never forgotten. His entire existence is growth. Goku stands, blood floating in zero gravity. He activates system domain. Reality changes. A sphere of influence expands from Goku, washes over the void, over the Grand Priest. Within this sphere, the old rules apply. No hierarchy, no caps. Every being operates under the original framework. The Grand Priest feels it. For the first time in his existence, his power is fluid. It can grow, but it can also be surpassed. And Goku starts leveling, in real time, mid-fight. The natural system recognizes the combat data from fighting the Grand Priest and converts it to experience with exponential scaling. No cap, no mortal ceiling, just growth accelerating with every exchange. Level, 5,000, 5,500, 6,000. Goku attacks. The Grand Priest counters. Every exchange generates experience. Every hit taken generates Zenkai. Every second triggers adaptive combat, Saiyan combat drive, and the natural system's uncapped progression simultaneously. Level, 7,000, 8,000, 9,000. Goku's hair turns white, silver eyes, Ultra Instinct and the Monarch's power merge, not alternating, not competing, unified. The transcendent state, combined with unlimited growth potential. Form, Transcendent Sovereign, Ultra Instinct plus Shadow Monarch plus Architect's natural system. Level, rising 9,999, the mortal cap on the divine scale. In any other circumstance, growth stops here. System domain is active. The cap does not apply. Level, 10,000, 50,000, 100,000. The Grand Priest's expression changes. For the first time in eons, surprise, then fear, then respect. He says it quietly. So this is what the old system could produce. The fight reverses. Goku matches the Grand Priest, then exceeds him. Ultra Instinct flows with Monarch-empowered strikes. Every punch carries the natural system's full authority. Every attack is a statement, a proof of concept, evidence that mortals can surpass gods when the rules are fair. Level, 500,000 approaching infinity. The final exchange. Goku lands a punch that carries every ounce of his journey. The Sabertooth, the penalty zone, King Piccolo, Frieza and the golden hair, the shadow soldier that intercepted Cell's self-destruct, Dark Goku's smile, Krillin's fists, Vegeta's last word. All of it, in one punch. The Grand Priest is defeated. Not killed, defeated. Sent crashing through the void, his aura flickering. He lands on a fragment of shattered space and lies there, damaged for the first time in his eternal existence. He looks up at Goku and kneels. Not submission, recognition. He says, "You've earned the right to face my master." And now the prologue plays out. The exact scene from part 1. Frame for frame, Goku stands before Zeno's throne, both Xenos, the shattered multiverse around them, every god of destruction fallen, the Grand Priest kneeling, shadow energy and silver light intertwining around Goku's body, the system window beside him, player, Son Goku, level, infinity, title, the one who stands above all, final quest, kill God. Goku speaks the line, the one from the prologue, the one you've been waiting to hear in context since part 1. I finally understand why you gave me this power. This is where the prologue ended. Smash cut to black, rewind to the beginning. But now we're past the cut. Now we see what happens next. And what happens next is the most Goku thing possible. He doesn't fight Zeno, he talks to him. Goku looks at the two tiny, childlike supreme beings who erase universes when they're bored. He looks at the final quest, Kill God notification, and he dismisses it. Swipes it away like closing an unwanted app. Because Goku doesn't kill. That's never been who he is. Not when he spared Piccolo, not when he spared Vegeta, not when he gave Frieza energy on a dying planet. The system can label the quest whatever it wants. Goku decides how to complete it. He says, hey Zeno, you erased universes because you were bored, right? Because nothing surprised you anymore? Both Zenos blink, nod. Yeah, boring. Everything is always the same. What if I gave you a multiverse where anyone could get stronger? Where any fighter in any universe could level up, grow, surprise you? Wouldn't that be way more fun than watching the same gods do the same things forever? Zeno's eyes go wide, both of them. They look at each other. Everyone can get strong like Goku? Everyone, every universe, you'd never be bored again. Zeno thinks, 2 seconds, an eternity by Zeno standards. Then he smiles. Okay, that's it. Not a punch, not a spirit bomb, not Ultra Instinct or Shadow Sovereign or any transformation, a conversation. Goku understood that Zeno isn't evil. He's bored. He's a child with infinite power and nothing interesting to watch. And a multiverse where every being can grow without limit is the most entertaining thing Goku could offer him. Final quest. Resolved. Method. Diplomacy. The Omni King has agreed to the restoration of the natural system. The system acknowledges that the player found a solution outside the quest parameters. This is consistent with the player's entire history. Well done. A solution outside the quest parameters. The system designed a quest called Kill God. Goku completed it by making friends with God instead. And the system says, yeah, that tracks. Goku expands the system domain, not across a battlefield, across the multiverse, every universe, every planet, every being. The natural system washes over existence like a sunrise. Across 1 trillion worlds, beings feel something shift inside them. A door opening, a ceiling lifting, the faint glow of a window appearing in their consciousness, stats, quests, a path to growth that was always supposed to be there. The natural system, restored to all of reality. Every being in every universe now has access to the growth framework. The age of fixed hierarchy is over. The age of unlimited potential has begun. The hierarchy doesn't collapse. The gods don't lose their power. Beerus is still Beerus, but they're no longer guaranteed to stay on top. If a mortal trains hard enough, they can reach the divine tier. Nobody loses anything. Everyone gains the chance to become more. That's not revolution. That's liberation. And the system says goodbye. Quest complete. The final battle. The architect's purpose is fulfilled. The system was always meant to be temporary, Son Goku. A seed that would grow into a forest. You were never the weapon. You were the gardener. Shadow Army. All soul fragments released from the system's framework. The Grand Priest destroyed their forms, but the system held their essence. Now those essences are free. Generals Frieza, Cell, Dabura, Kid Buu, souls return to their natural rest in the afterlife. Marshal Vegeta, soul released. The souls are freed. Every Shadow Goku ever extracted, their essence was held within the system even after their forms were destroyed. Now those essences are released. Frieza's soul goes back to Hell. Cells disperses. Dabura returns to the Dark Realm. Kid Buu's chaotic essence dissolves into universal background energy, and Vegeta's soul is freed. As the Shadow Army dissolves into points of light, one shadow lingers. Shadow Marshal Vegeta. His form was destroyed hours ago, but the system held his essence. Now that echoes before Goku one final time. The shadowed form faces him, arms crossed, chin raised, a posture so ingrained that even the echo of an echo still assumes it. Then, just before dissolving, the shadow does something shadows cannot do. Something that requires will, not programming. It nods, not obedience, a nod. Between equals. The faintest tilt of the head that says everything Vegeta spent a lifetime being too proud to say. Goku watches it fade. His voice cracks, just slightly. See you soon, Vegeta. The Monarch no longer needs an army. The Monarch's purpose was never conquest. System status. dissolving. Player Son Goku has surpassed the system. Final level. Infinity. Final title, The Sovereign. Thank you for playing. The system windows fade, one by one, like lights going out in a house where someone lived for a very long time. Quest log, stat display, store, skill tree, daily quest tracker, threat detection overlay, all of it dissolving. For the first time since he was a child bleeding in the woods, Goku's mind is quiet. Not the temporary silence of Ultra Instinct passive mode. Permanent silence. The system is gone. Goku floats in the peaceful void, surrounded by the healing multiverse, and he laughs. That laugh. The pure, joyful Son Goku laugh. Now what am I supposed to do? He already knows the answer. Months pass, the Dragon Balls do their work, every casualty of the Angel War wished back to life. The gods of destruction return to their universes. Beerus goes back to sleep muttering about how the food better still be good. And Vegeta comes back. Not as a shadow, not as a marshal. As himself, flesh and blood and pride and all the sharp edges, he finds Goku on the lookout, sparring against the air. No system, no levels, no shadow energy, just a man throwing punches. Vegeta says, "You don't have that power anymore. The system, the shadows, you're just you." Goku turns, grins. "Yeah, feels kinda nice, honestly." Vegeta is quiet. Then he says, "You're still annoyingly strong." Goku laughs. "Wanna go again?" The corner of Vegeta's mouth threatens to do something that might be described as a smile. When have I ever said no? They charge at each other, fists meeting with a crack that echoes across the lookout. No system, no levels, no shadows, just two warriors doing what they've always done, fighting for the joy of it. The camera pulls back, over the lookout, over the Earth, over the galaxy, across the multiverse. Glimpses. A Namekian child on New Namek staring at a window that just appeared in his vision, his first quest, his hands trembling with excitement. A frost demon on a distant planet in Universe 6 stepping into a dungeon crack. Shadow creatures inside. She clenches her fists and charges in. A young Saiyan on planet Sadala grinning as a notification tells him he leveled up for the first time. He has no idea how far the road goes. System notification. Universal. New players detected. 7.3 trillion and counting. The game continues. Son Goku started as a level 1 child, alone in the woods, bleeding from a wound he shouldn't have survived. He ended as something beyond levels, beyond systems, beyond gods. But the real ending wasn't the power, it was the choice. He could have been the Shadow King, alone, absolute, infinite. Instead, he gave infinity away, to everyone, because that's who Son Goku has always been. Not the strongest fighter, the one who makes everyone else stronger. Goku and Vegeta's fists collide, freeze frame, the screen fades to black, one last system window, not addressed to Goku, addressed to you. Thank you for watching. Your journey starts at level 1. What will you become? End of series. But wait, stay after the credits. Somewhere in Universe 6, a rocky wasteland under twin suns, a young Saiyan girl, maybe 15, with wild black hair and a tail wrapped around her waist, stares at a system window she just received. She's level 1. Her stats are low, her potential is unmeasured. A dungeon crack has opened in front of her. Shadow creatures inside. She can hear them. She's terrified. Then she sees another notification. The Sovereign cleared this dungeon at level 1. Will you? She reads it twice. Her fear doesn't disappear, but something else appears alongside it. Something that looks a lot like the grin on a certain Saiyan's face the first time he walked into a dungeon full of shadow wolves with nothing but his fists. She charges in. New player detected, welcome. You have been chosen. And that, y'all, is the end. 13 parts, from a Sabretooth to the Grand Priest, from level 1 to level infinity. From a child who didn't know what a car was to the man who gave the entire multiverse the gift of unlimited growth. Every level earned, every mercy rewarded, every bond quantified and proven to be worth more than any shadow soldier ever could be. The system built the warrior. Ultra Instinct transcended the system, and the warrior used both to change the rules of reality itself, not through force, but through the most Goku solution imaginable. He made friends with God and gave everyone else the same chance he had. I want to thank every single one of you who made it here. 13 parts is a lot. This series has been a labor of love, and the fact that you stuck with it from the bleeding child to the final punch means more than any like or subscribe ever could. If you're new and you watch the finale first because you're a maniac, go back and watch from part 1. The journey is worth it. Every level up hits different when you've watched it being earned. And if you've been here since part 1, if you remember the Sabretooth in the first daily quest, and the penalty zone, and the shadow extraction on Namek and Dark Goku's smile and Vegeta buying 60 seconds and the system going silent during Ultra Instinct, Thank you. This story was for you. The Sovereign has hung up his crown. The system has gone dark. The Shadow Army has been released to the stars. But across the multiverse, 7.3 trillion new players just received their first notification. The game continues, and level 1 is just the beginning. Peace.